Hello and welcome to the Awakening Seasonal Tournament Top 32 for the Americas. I'm your host, Casanova, and I'm joined for the very first time on a seasonal broadcast with Sparkling Iced Tea and Monty Cristo. I'm so excited to have you both on here. T, Monty, how are y'all feeling being here?
Guten Abend aus Berlin. I'm super excited to be here. We already had 2 stacked top cuts today from APAC and EMEA, and now I'm here as an EMEA spy to find out how the Americas do it.
I'm also incredibly excited to be here, Casa. I've been gunning to be on this desk since I started casting, so it's a bit of a dream fulfilled to sit here today alongside such a talented cast. I went to bed last night watching APAC, I woke up, caught the end of EMEA, and now I'm ready and super excited for what might be the most stacked top cut in the Americas region ever.
Yeah, seasonal weekend has been heating up for sure. There's been plenty of great action already, and T is here to get to see how it's done in the Americas, how we pop off. But before we get into all the action, let's talk about what the players are playing for. There's over $20,000 on the line, with the lion's share going to first place, getting $10,000, but everybody in this top 32 will be walking home with a little bit of that prize pool. There are going to be 32 players as we take a look at the format. They're going to be playing best of 3 in a single elimination bracket. They're going to bring 3 decks each, no duplicate champions, no duplicated region combinations, and no more than 1 champless deck. There's going to be 1 ban, and then you must win with your 2 remaining lists. Of course, this is timed rounds, so players need to make sure they are watching that clock. We don't want to see any tragedies of players losing on time. Speaking of those 32 players, let's take a look at who has made it to the top cut. This is provided that all of them check in, but this is who we are looking at. And right off the bat, T, I know recently you had an NA versus EU. Now looking at the Americas here, who's really standing out?
Alright, we have 2 players from that grudge match right here. That NA won, by the way. So I'm looking at MTux and Kevo to actually take down, now, Latin America as well, maybe? Super excited to see these 2. They proved themselves good players, but also excellent trash talkers on the mic. So if any one of them wins, I'm excited for the winner's interview. But next to them, I'm also seeing Gregory the Grey. And I think if you've played tournaments in the last year, you've seen that name, but not as a player, but as one of the TOs that is always there, always helping out with the tournament. Super excited to see Gregory compete here as well now.
I'm also taking a look at Greg as a fellow Mastering Runeterra worker? Let's say that. Greg has been behind the scenes behind so many of the tournaments that I've helped cast and participated in myself, and it's so great to see him actually come out, make the top cut. He's been gunning for it for a while. He's been close a couple times, and now he finally feels like he has earned his right to speak up in our chats and in our Discord servers, and that's great to see for him. Additionally, I'm keeping my eye on all the Canadian players. Gotta represent, gotta have some national pride. Kevor is up there for me. Heneki, Seku, these guys are great dudes that I've met IRL, and Seku I test with quite frequently. And then the last player I'm looking out for is Enia Moore, representing New Zealand. He's a homie. I hope to see him do well today.
Yeah, Neomore always coming through for the Kiwis in New Zealand, holding it down for the region. I always feel like Neomore has some kind of spicy list, and I don't know if he's going to bring it out in seasonal top cut. I'm curious if we'll get some of Neomore spice or if it's going to be more on the straight and narrow. But the other people we need to mention here are our potential 2-time champions, Majin Bay and Mr. Emotional. Mo and Majin both have a shot to do it. T, do you think either one of them is primed to come grab their second seasonal win?
It's gonna be tough. We also had a couple of EMEA players today that could have done it. They didn't end up doing it, and also, unfortunately, Alan, who could have gone to Worlds again, missed out on the World spot. So
no 2-time Worlds champ.
Yeah, the chances, they go down. They are slim. But you know what? If anyone can do it, it's Mo. Mo had the perfect strat for the Swiss rounds. Got the lineup from EMEA, took it to Swiss, won with it. If he does the same again today, he's gonna do it.
Monty, what about you? You think Majin's got it, or you think Mo still is more likely to get the 2-time?
Majin has the capability, but he's currently playing on mobile at TwitchCon. His odds are gone down. They're gone down. It's not going to happen this time. If it happens, it won't be today. Mo, on the other hand, has been grinding. I know Mo very well. We go way back at this point. We prep together a lot. He's told me his lineup. I think it's well positioned into the field. I think he's got a good strategy today. I'm really hoping that my friend can take it out and bring down the second top cut. And I see you mentioned that he got it from EMEA. That's only partially true. He got it from an AM EMEA split scrim group. I know the scrim group. I talk to these guys all the time. We're actually going to get a couple of their players coming up relatively soon as well. So I'm excited to see what they brought for top cut because they're kind of the lineup masterminds.
Look, we got a crossover on the desk with T from EU and the rest of us from the Americas, and we got an EU AM scrim team putting together some of the better lineups for this weekend. But talking about the decks, let's talk about some of the decks we expected to see at the top of the week and how they maybe match up with what actually happened. So this was one of the first ones we talked about. T, you were really excited about this deck. Do you still feel like this one's going to be doing well here today, or will show up in the top cut, or is it maybe fallen out of favor? Because Jaysheimer has been around for a couple seasons now.
Yes, it has been around for a couple of seasons, but I think it is still a very, very good deck. It is one of those decks where we thought, okay, this is going to be brought a lot, has seen some recent tournament play, and you know what? We weren't far off. The deck has been brought 7 times to the top cut in EMEA, for example, so I do expect it today as well. It's a very good deck. I think I'm going to talk later about it as well, so I'm excited to see
save
this.
some. Yeah, save some for later as well, because I know we're going to talk a little bit more about Jaysheimer. But the next deck is going to be Nami Lee. Monty, you talked about how Nami Lee is going to be the most popular list, and you expect people to actually put them together this time around in the top cut, whereas we saw them split a lot in the open rounds.
Yeah, I think for the top cut, it makes a lot more sense to put these two champions back together. This deck is unarguably tier 0. The double casting spells, Momentous Choice, Wuju Style, Sonic Wave, Telstones all synergize very, very powerfully with Fleet Admiral Shelly and Nami. Burblefish also being able to create a number of these spells and Coral Creatures giving you 1-cost spells means that you're going to have extra copies of these more often than not. Combine that with the draw package of Vastaean Disciple and I Am Nakakoboros, it lets you just tear through your deck, rifle through it, be able to find all these key pieces, all these valuable pieces to then set up this uncontestable OTK that your opponent just cannot deal with. We do have quite a few Lee aficionados in the top cut today though, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple Lee Akshans still around.
Yeah, perfect. I mean, I'm sure we may see them split a lot, but it is important to note that they can come together and be a deck that essentially just pulls a ban, and that opens you up to play things like the Fiora Pantheon and actually get your Pantheon through. This is a deck we saw a lot of. There's other versions of Pantheon running about, but T wanted to focus on Fiora's triumphant return to the meta. She's been gone for so long, but now she's got a deck that works.
Yes, absolutely, and this is the biggest Demacia deck, maybe next to Pantheon Taric, that you can bring. And I think we put this in here. Everyone said, hey, this is going to be brought a lot, and it is. I think next to Nami, this is going to be the deck that we will see the most. There were, I think, 11 Pantheon Tarics in EMEA, and the Swiss rounds were also full of it. This deck got some additional power with the newly buffed Fiora, the newly buffed Eula, the Darkened Lodestone, and the Wandering Shepherd. Those are all relatively low-cost cards that can have a huge impact, especially the Darkened Lodestone, because it can give you some early stat boosts, and then in the late game transform into a big 7/7 spell shield that can grant its stats and its keywords to all the rest of your allies, just making a newly top deck Saga Seeker all of a sudden a threat. Really cool deck, love to see it.
All right, and moving on, we have 2 decks as our next 2 that ended up not performing as well as we thought they were going to at the start of the week when we put them on here. And they are Swain decks. Nora Swain being the first one, Monty. Instead, the Noxus things we're seeing is like Red Gwen and Yasuo Katarina, but Nora Swain, why do you think this maybe didn't have the same success that we expected at the start of the week?
So I think with the way this deck has to build and construct its removal options, it just leans a little bit too heavily into that. It's also a bit too slow at turning on a win condition. Leviathan Swain might have been very, very powerful back in Rising Tides, but these days it is dealt with quite easily and quite effectively. This deck also interestingly has a bit of a tough time leveling up Swain. It does it very fast, but it doesn't have a lot of opportunities to do it until you need to remove your opponent's key pieces. So with the way the meta shaped out, you often can't Ravenous Flock at least in. Ravenous Flocking a Nami doesn't really do anything because she gets her entire board buffed up while that action is on the stack, and Mini Morph doesn't progress Swain's level up condition whatsoever. So this makes it a little bit awkward. I do think it's still a very reasonable deck, and I think it does just fine into the Lee Sin archetypes because it has access to stuff like Wallop, Disintegrate, Minimorph, and some other lists are playing things like Noxian Guillotine or Scorched Earth, but it has definitely fallen out of favor, and that's largely in part to Swain having a larger target on his back than some of the other decks up at the top here.
Yeah, and the other version of Swain is one that was familiar to a lot of players. It was an archetype that popped off for a very long time. Twisted Fate Swain. Sparkling Ice Tea, what do you think about Twisted Fate Swain and its comparison to Nora, and how we didn't see pretty much any of this, and kind of why?
So this was brought a lot to Swiss, but as you mentioned, we didn't really see a top cut at all. And that is because Monty just mentioned, hey, we have some great tools that can maybe win against Lee Sin in the Minimorph. We have some Wallops. And this deck doesn't have that. It is also missing one of the most important cards in the Aloof Travelers that can also discard some very important win conditions from your opponent before they can even hit the board. Instead, what we have is a bit of draw and we have a TF, but again, the red card into Flock setup doesn't really work anymore. We see less aggro, so unfortunately TF loses a bit of value, and then the top end is just very expensive. Yeah. The Leviathan, the Riptide Rex, this had, you know, all the good cards that we were used to back when this was meta, but unfortunately, the times have moved on.
Yeah, it felt like they were both positioned pretty well heading into Swiss. We expected to see some good performances out of Swain, and when it came to both Europe and the Americas, they fell flat when actually making it to the top cut through the Swiss rounds, and instead, we saw just Nami and Lee being split up. We saw Akshan Pantheon or Fiora Pantheon. It's like Pantheon deck, Lee deck, Nami deck was most of the field, with some exceptions of a Yasuo Katarina or a Red Gwen. I just wanted to know, I mean, T, was there anything interesting you saw in EU that you didn't see in the Americas, or was it entirely just kind of, hey, we found a meta that both regions actually agree on for once?
Yes, I think both regions completely agree on the meta, except maybe a few decks. So what we did see in the EMEA Open rounds is way more Red Gwen, which I'm kind of surprised by, because I thought this was going to be a deck that the Americas really like. But in the Americas instead, and I think Monty can say something towards that, we did see a lot of Katarina Yasuo.
Yeah, Ikado's been on Twitter spreading that propaganda, and it, you know what, it does a lot of what he says it does. It does beat Nami, it does do very well into these Ionian decks. Katarina has this immense amount of pressure, and Lee Sin can kind of struggle to deal with a landmark that's on the board, stunning him at round start. Because of that, we saw this deck very much pop up, find a lot of success. It's also been paired with stuff like Jin Annie and a Nami deck of their own, or something a little bit more foreign, to be able to take down these Ionia decks and take down even the Pantheon list sometimes.
All right, well, we did, you know, at the start of the week, we had you two put together some lineups that you would have wanted to bring. And I know that you may have changed your mind at this point after seeing the open rounds, but T, I still want to talk about that lineup that you made, that you put together. So let's go into this mock lineup. T, why don't you break down what you thought you wanted to bring at least the start of the week?
All right, I think if you know me, you are going to ask yourself, why is there Skargrons not in here? I know. I wanted to bring a less unhinged lineup to the broadcast than I would have actually played, but this lineup still follows my I don't play Ionia rule, and I want to counter Demacia, which is everything I want to do with Skargrons anyways, and we start off with Fiora Pantheon here. I think this is just the biggest Demacia deck you can play. Maybe now I would put a Taric in here, because Taric is actually just even bigger than Fiora, but I really like this deck, as I mentioned, because of the Dark and Lodestone bringing a lot of power. Camp for the Doubt is a really interesting card, making it into this deck. It's basically the Ruin Runner of these region combination, and we have some tools to somehow maybe get a win versus Lee Sin. This whole lineup needs to ban Nami. Maybe if there's a Lee Akshan, we could somehow get a win. We have Concerted Strike to try and deal with Lee, and otherwise we have a lot of early game and gonna try to overrun them. The next deck I'm still happy about as well, and that is Heimer Jace. I mentioned this, gonna talk a lot about this. I put 2 Forge Chiefs in here. Maybe, you know, try to counter Demacia in the early game as well. I think I would maybe cut them and put 2 Quietus back in, because there's also a really good card just across the whole board. But again, this deck is a mid-range deck. This is not a control deck. It has some control actions, but we want to generally build a board, buff it up with Hextech Hander, get the level Jace, and do some spell doubling and finish the game in a mid-range fashion. Now, the third and final deck, I am not happy about. And that is going to be Swain Nora. And you know what? I would maybe still bring it. I love this deck. I love this region combination. Back in the day, I played it a lot when we still had the Ravenbloom Conservatory being meta. Then not with Nora and Swain, obviously, but still the same region combination. It still does what I wanted to do. But I think I had some cards in here that I'm not happy about. And I think there are some cards missing in this deck that are important to counter Demacia in the current meta.
Yeah, I think you're definitely wanting to include something like a Noxian Guillotine in there if you're planning to beat Demacia. I do like the Aloof Travelers, although they don't hit so much in the Demacia matchups. They're quite good against Lee Sin and some of the other stuff, but you're missing a few key pieces there, Ice-T.
Yeah, for sure. You know what? At this point, I might have, well, just brought Scargrounds, you know. That actually covers Demacia. I know how to play that deck. I should have brought it even to the broadcast here. Really unhappy about that. But overall, I think if I would face any Scouts or Taric Poppy lineups, this should still work.
That's true, T. We gave you the opportunity to bring Scargrounds to the world, and you didn't bring it. But with that, Monty, you've also brought a lineup. Yours looks closer to what ended up happening across a couple of the regions, but you know, once again, you've got that Nora Swain at the end.
So this lineup is very much the standard lineup with a bit of personal flair. Anybody who knows me knows how much I love Fizz, so I had to take that opportunity to slam him into my deck. But first up, we're going to talk a little bit about Akshan Lee here. This deck is a pretty standard list at this point. It's got the one of Unraveled Earth, which I don't know where that tech came from. I think it might have come from some of our top 32 competitors today, but I just took this list off of Ladder. It's a tech that I'm very, very happy with. It lets you do some really funny stuff with Lee Sin level 2. You don't have to activate his challenger because the opponents just have vulnerable. That activates Dragon's Kick. And it also makes things really awkward for your opponents to play around. If you slam this on turn 4 when they're tapped out and they have token on 5, they suddenly can't play their Lee Sin. They can't play their Shelly. They can't play their Nami. It's a very, very good card for making things awkward for your opponent, and that's exactly what you want in a one of. We've also got 2 copies of the Darkened Bloodletter in here, which I know is a bit of a piece of it's a bit of a hot button topic for this deck. We saw Teddy over in EMEA not include any copies, and I know Ice-T, you were pretty you had some energy about this. You had something to say about that.
Yeah, I think Teddy's reasoning there was, hey, it's really tough to actually, you know, work with the Bloodletters that actually aren't that good. And then we have Momentous Choice in here, which is only activated by Bloodletters and Hookmaster. What if we take the Bloodletters out, we play Landmarks anyways, and we instead put Shapestone in, which I really like, because Shapestone can be easily activated if we find Akshan, or if we find the current Vagabond. And, you know what? Even if both are activated, Shapestone is just slightly less good than Momentous Choice, so I really like that. I don't know what you think about that.
I really like the fact that the Dark Letters can be cycled, or sorry, the Darkened Bloodletters can be cycled to count down the Akshan landmark that much faster. I think getting to that level 2 landmark and getting to popping the level 2 landmark is a key strategy for winning with this deck, and that's the reason why I'm pretty sold on the weapons inclusion. That said, maybe our top cut players will find something different. Maybe they've decided that Teddy had the right of it. We'll find out shortly enough. But my next deck here is that Nami Twisted Fate Fizz deck. Lee Sin's used with Akshan here. The reason we're including Fizz in this list is because we do want to be able to race down that Lee Sin. It gives us a little bit more game because Ionia can't answer Fizz. What are they going to do? Homecoming him? You always have a spell available in this deck. We talked a little bit about it earlier as well. This deck just has Wiggly Burblefish, Coral Creatures to help you generate more and more one-cost spells, a lot of which are these super powerful things. We've got Heavy Metal in here to help you deal with Katarina, which is one of the most major threats for this deck, and Double Trouble is cut down to a 1-of because it's primarily just used to dump your mana, and aggro has been kind of non-existent. That said, with this top cut, I don't know, Annie Jin's been on the come up. It might be a mistake to only be on 1 copy there. And the final deck in this lineup is, in fact, yet another Nora Swain. I've chosen to include Nar. I think he gives you a little bit more draw power, a little bit of an alternate win condition. I mentioned earlier when we were looking at this deck how I felt that it Swain Levy wasn't good enough. So Nar gives you an alternate there. I've got the one of Guillotine because I predicted Pantheon meta. I knew Demacia was coming. I wanted to beat it. Wallop's in there for the same reason. And, of course, Disintegrate, Flock, Group Shot, Mini-Morphs, all there, all good stuff, and Travelers. Would I lock this deck in again if I had to choose today? Probably not. I'd probably just slam Fiora Pantheon in there myself.
Yeah.
But it's a good one.
Yeah. I mean, it was surprising to see it underperform. We actually did have a lot of confidence in this list. It just didn't happen. I mean, this is something that can happen constantly. Is the meta read is just off. A lot of players thought it was going to be good. And the thing is we might still just see an Aura Swain pop up. Now, out of you two, who do you think has the better one in the current thing of how it all ended up? Okay, well, Monty.
Take that.
Yeah, we'll take it. But, we still got to see how me. Yeah, me. I've got it. I have the best lineup. We did get a chance to see some of the other regions already play out, and we got to see some winners. So let's take a look at those winning moments for those other two seasons. Out in APAC, Monty, Aurora, ABG, finally finding a win in a seasonal.
Yeah.
They finally did it.
Huge shout outs to them for that. I know they had a little bit of banter with Ruben earlier this year. It's great to see them take it down. I know Wick is super thrilled about it. Congratulations to Aurora for overcoming that and accomplishing that W.
Yeah, and T, you already mentioned a little bit earlier, Teddy 3-2-1 takes it home in EMEA. Another win for the Germans.
Yes, another win for the Germans in a German versus German final. Teddy now the second player from that absolutely correct German EU master lineup to take down a seasonal right after Kurashi. So deserved.
All right. Well, we also have a chance to look at their decks, which I would love to see the lineups that they brought, compare them to what we thought earlier in the week, and also we can compare it to what we saw in the open round. So taking a look here, this is APAC, this is Nami, Lee Sin, and I know we already talked about this deck a bit, so we're going to move it along through, but Nami, Lee Sin being played in APAC, and it's being played alongside Annie Jin. And Monty, what, did you expect to see Annie Jin show up, or did you expect it to win? Like, that seems kind of crazy.
It was a deck that was on my radar, not this specific build. I haven't seen anybody else put a Sigil of Malice in there. I love that tech, by the way. But this deck is very much well positioned. We were talking about how open rounds, you want a deck that's good into a lot of things. Annie Jin is not that. In Top Cut, you want a deck that's very focused and beating specific targets, and Annie Jin is definitely that. Doing well into Pantheon, doing well into a lot of the Ionia stuff. It makes a lot of sense as a bring today.
Perfect. And yeah, I mean, we saw so much Ionia, so much Pantheon. So Annie Jin, hey, maybe it shows up again in the Americas. Akshan Pantheon T. This was the other version. We alluded to it earlier. Fiora Pantheon being a big one, but Akshan Pantheon, how do you feel about this version?
I would have loved to bring this actually in my own lineup, now that I know what happened during the open rounds. This is a really good deck, especially because it counters the other Pantheon decks, and that is why I think it is such a good deck. Has Quicksand in here, has very one-sided strike spells, and has a lot of early games, so it can overrun the other Pantheon decks very easily. Big fan.
All right, and then for EMEA, this is, Teddy's lineup. This was actually just a very standard for what we would expect lineup. This is the quintessential lineup. So let's actually just roll through this, right? Akshan Lee Sin, that's the first one. Nami TF, that's you've split your Nami and your Lee Sin into two very powerful lists. And then the final one, a Pantheon deck, right? That is going to be just the quintessential lineup that we see out of anybody in the open rounds. Teddy brings it to the final, wins in the final. And so I want to talk to you two about this concept. This deck list, or this lineup of deck lists, seems to just be the best. This is pick the three best decks and say you're going to beat anyone. You'll win the mirrors, etc. Monty, do you feel like you generally want to go for that approach? Or does it get a little nerve-wracking in a top cut of all these good players to bring just what everyone else is going to bring?
I'm normally a very, very stubborn player, Casa. I choose to not play the best deck. I want to build something that's fun, exciting. I want to play something slightly outside of the meta. I want to play something aggressive. These decks are none of that. That said, this season, with the way everything lined up, with the way everything fell together, I think you're kind of trolling yourself if you're not just playing these, at least for the open rounds. For Top Cut, maybe the meta gets a little bit more insular, and you want a tech to beat against Pantheon, which is something that I expect a lot of players to do today. But I think it's a very, very solid strategy, and even if you are facing opponents that are looking to beat you, you could still just high roll them and win.
All right, and T, you as well. Before we head back into the games going on, right? I could ask you the same question as Monty, but I'd get Scargrounds as my answer, so we don't need to do that. Everybody knows Scargrounds is what T would want to play. That's what he'd want to play. I just want to get your final thoughts before we actually jump into these matches.
I'm super excited to see what's going to happen in the Americas, because I think it's going to change up a bit from EMEA. EMEA had obviously a lot of different, experimental bans in place. For example, you can't leave Nami open versus someone like Teddy who just spams that deck. So I'm excited to see if we are going to see more Nami or more Lee Sin for the top cut here.
Yeah, perfect. And final thoughts from you, Monty?
I just can't wait to see which one of my 1,000 teammates takes it down today.
Perfect. Love to hear it. But with that, we're going to go to a short break. But when we return, the America's Top 32 for the Awakening Seasonal Tournament will begin. Welcome back to the Awakening Seasonal Tournament. I'm your host, Casanova, joined by Monty, and now Skarzig is here to help bring us the first game of action today. Skarzig, how you feeling? You ready to get into it?
Yes, absolutely. Happy to be here. It's already been said the top cut is stacked, but so is the desk. Happy to be a big part of this production once again, and thanks everybody at home for tuning in.
We're always happy to have you, Skarzig, and we're just excited for this first round of games and the first matchup that we are going to. I want these lineups on screen as soon as we got them ready. I want P-Tash versus Floppy Mudkip, and I want to talk about some of the things that we have just seen, Skarzig, because there's some spice. There's a little bit of spice going on between these two. And just a little teaser, it's a Zerarelia, everyone. A Zerarelia has arrived. It has appeared and we are ready to go. It looks like there's a little bit of a mix up on that Annie there. That is going to be an Aurelia at the bottom of that deck list. And Monty, tell me about a Zerarelia.
Well, a Zerarelia is a list that has been in and out of the metagame. It's always very, very polarized, which makes it an excellent selection for this top cut today. As you can see, these two players who are testing partners, both are part of Red Pup Games, is what they're calling their new Aegis League team. They're running the same 80 cards. The difference is their pink-yellow region. P-Tash has opted for Lee Sin Akshan, whereas Floppy Mudkip has gone for a Zerarelia. The logic behind this has to be that it's going to be faster than Nami, because it just goes wider and Nami doesn't have a lot of blockers, and it's going to be able to just deal with Pantheon's threats very, very effectively by recalling them, or just by gunning them down as well. It's a deck that I'm personally a very, very big fan of, and I'm so excited to see it here in our first set of the day.
All right, let's jump ahead to these deck lists. Let's actually talk about each of these players' lists. As soon as we've got those, let's jump ahead to the decks and see what is going on there. I want to see P-Tash's versions first if we can, but there we go. Floppy, we're going to do Floppy, Katarina, Yasuo is what we've got here. That's going to be the first one. We've got the same on both sides. So, Skarzig, will you tell me about Katarina Yasuo? Because both of these players are going to be playing this list.
Katarina Yasuo built around the busted interaction of Windswept Hillock and rallying with Katarina, turns Yasuo into a removal machine, just has the good Ionia cards, right? You've got the Hookmaster for early pressure, Blade Twirler with that 2 copies of Might to keep that constant pressure on. This deck has been heavily debated on whether or not it was good enough. It has a couple strong matchups versus meta decks, but a lot of players were saying that it was simply propaganda or a smokescreen to clear the way for some other better decks to punish people for bringing this.
One thing I really want to take note of in this list is just how many one-ofs there are. This is something I talked to What Am I about a little bit a week or two ago. He says when you're building for tournaments, you really want to diversify your options between cards that fill similar roles but have different strengths. And you see that exemplified here today. Steel Tempest acting as a stun, Strategic Execution acting as a double stun or as a way to generate a massive unit that some decks just can't deal with. Will of Ionia is in there. Whispered Words is in there for draw. There's so much going on in this list. It makes it very, very difficult for your opponent to play around every single option.
All right, let's jump to the next list from Floppy Mudkip. It's going to be the Annie Jin. We talked about this a little bit in the pre-show, but Skarzig, do you have anything to add about Annie Jin as far as this being something we maybe didn't expect to see, and now both players have it?
Now, the thing about Annie Jin is I was worried that a lot of players are going to try to bring this to the Swiss rounds and kind of int. When I was just playing on Masters Ladder and players doing their last-minute testing, I felt that this list needs to draw super well, and you have to make 0 mistakes in order to take games. I guess in Top Cut, where the field is a little bit more predictable, and you're confident that obviously you're one of the best in the world, that you can play this deck with no mistakes. No Decimate is taking away this deck's ability to Hail Mary into some wins. You're going all in on this early swarm potential and the tempo from the stagehand and Sunhawk to get through.
All right, let's push forward to Floppy's last deck, and we can see at least the cards that he's running in this Azir Aurelia. And Monty, I know you talked about how this deck works, but can you break down any of the specific cards that are standing out to you?
So this deck used to run Rite of Calling. With that recently being nerfed, we've seen it replaced by Ancient Preparations. On top of being a way to predict and find your champions, find your key pieces, it makes your shapestones a lot more consistent. Previously, we only had Emperor's Days to activate those, and sometimes, and you were forced to run it because it is just one of the cheapest, most effective combat tricks in the region combination. But now, Now it'll pretty much always be active. It's also seen the addition of Forsaken Bacchae, again, going to help you look for those combo pieces, going to help you set up that board in the early game. Shadow Apprentice is there just to help you gun down. This deck, the way it's been constructed, is very, very much built to just run down your opponent and kill them as fast as possible. No Homecoming is a little bit odd to me, but Will of Ionia in there as a stand-in.
I think that they're trying to go back to the very, very earliest roots of Aurelia Azir, where you're just aggro and you don't care about what your opponent is doing. All of the Homecomings and Defiant Dance, etc., ended up being added to the deck as a counter response to people adapting to this. And if you strip away the layers of the metagame, I think that this more aggressive take does find a niche.
Aggro. Skarsig, that doesn't exist in Legends of Runeterra. It's tempo gaming. Let's go.
Oh, yes,
Tempo.
indeed.
Tempo. All right, well, let's quickly go through P-Tash's list as well, right? The first two, same as Floppy. So we've already seen this. We talked about it. Let's go to the next one for P-Tash. It's going to be, once again, same 40 cards that Floppies are. Oh, never mind. No, they're in a different order. This is Akshan Lee Sin. This is the one I want to talk about. Anyways, Monty, Akshan Lee Sin. Talked about it earlier. How do you feel about this as the pink-yellow version when it's going up against Floppy, who is now bringing that other, you know, the Aurelia Azir?
I think this list is potentially going to struggle into Aurelia Azir. We do see the Memory Cloak edition, which is something I'm also very fond of. In the last couple weeks, players have kind of come to an agreement saying that this is just better than Nopify in the current metagame. Because of the way Swain fires off threats, because of the way things work out right now, being able to nullify anything targeting a specific champion or a specific unit is very, very powerful. They've got the Unraveled Earth in there. This is kind of what I was alluding to earlier. I'm pretty sure it was these guys that came up with that tech. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Love the one of Will of Ionia. Again, just an alternate way to make your opponents think about recall. That said, Casa, I do think this list is going to struggle into Floppy's Azir Aurelia. And because of that, we might actually see Azir Aurelia banned out.
Aurelia
okay.
Azir being
No,
banned out is the classic. What is dead may never die. You've got to ban it.
That's true. Darkodius is somewhere smiling right now as there's an Azir Aurelia being played potentially in this tournament if it's not banned away. But of course, Annie Jin, that's the last one. Same 40 cards as Floppy. So we've already talked about this list. It's more important now to kind of talk about the lineups as a whole. You mentioned that there might be a ban for Azir Aurelia as a possibility, Monty. What do you think would be the ban from Floppy, though?
So one quick thing I do want to add about this Annie Jin list. The lack of Decimate is like really odd, but the thing I love about this is Augmented Experimenter. This deck can often have a lot of trouble running out of gas, and it just is going to keep the gas going. As far as bans go, that's a tough one. So I was maybe a little bit off base with the Azir Aurelia ban. While it does threaten the Lee Sin Akshan, it's going to be quite weak into both the Katarina Yasuo and the Annie Jin, at least from a theory perspective. Those aren't matchups I've played. So I would imagine we see the Lee Sin banned out, and maybe from P-Tash's side, it's tough. It's really tough to say. I don't know.
A lot of players just really despise playing certain mirror matches. I know that the very best Lee Sin players actually enjoy the mirror. They say, I'm the best Lee Sin. Every Lee Sin player, I think, has that extra confidence of, I'm clearly the best Lee Sin. I'm just going to skill diff. But when you add in these wild cards, right, of Aurelia Azir and Annie Jin, even though they aren't as proven in the current metagame or they've fallen off, depending on which one you're talking about, they still have that ability to just draw and kill you. The way that some players leave Nami up because it feels beatable. I remember back during the original Aurelia Azir meta in Seasonal, a lot of players were dancing with fire, you know, leaving it up. They didn't want to ban it, and they got punished.
Well, okay. So here's where I want to bring it back then. If you had to pick which one of these lineups you'd want to be on, Monty, which lineup would you want to have?
Floppies. I've been an Azir Aurelia gamer. I studied under the tutelage of Darkodius. I know that deck. I'm very comfortable with that deck. I enjoy playing that deck. So I would have to go with Floppy's lineup.
Okay. Skarsgård, are you in agreement? Would you prefer to have that Azir Aurelia? I know you hate that list, but still, you hate it because it was good and it was annoying to play against, right? So
yes.
Would
Oh
you
my
rather
God.
be on it or against
I'm the
it
number
here?
one hater here. It's such, I have to say, full acknowledgement, excellent galaxy brain idea to bring the deck here when you want something that's going to fill that aggressive slant for your lineup. But I think I don't mind P-Tash's lineup, to be honest. The Annie Jin I appreciate as a bring. I would probably have a slightly different build of it, of course, but just having the Lee Sin, a deck that even in matchups where you think it's not favored, can always still seem to find a way to pick up those wins.
All right. I mean, we've got two incredible players here, Floppy Mudkip and P-Tash. And I'm so sad that this is a round of 32 matchup. These are two players that I would expect to see top 8, top 4. This could be a final, but we get them in the very first round. So Skarzik, Monty, take it away.
Twisted Fate emotes coming up from both sides. The best way to start the game.
And looks like we've got the mirror match. The Yasuo's coming out. This is one that's going to be really determined by the Windswept Hillock, who's got the attack token on that odd turn. And both players, of course, keeping Yasuo in the opening hand, already off to a fantastic foundation here.
I was going to say, it looks like P-Tash has already won the game. Yasuo and Hillock, but Floppy proving to us yet again how much of a gamer he is, draws at turn 1.
And when you have the Hillock and the Yasuo set up, it becomes a much different game. It's going to be... I think that Ionia's famous for its ability to have this cat and mouse sort of idea going on, but notably only one Tellstone, so you have to maybe save it for a homecoming to kick that Hillock back to the hand and just buy yourself tempo. Whichever one gets that initial stranglehold on the game first runs away with it.
So Floppy was presented with a bit of a choice there. The Fishawak versus the Shepherd's Crook. Shepherd's Crook provides a lot more immediate damage if your opponent has no blocker, or if they, say, have something like a Fey Blade Twirler, which we can see in the hand of Floppy. But the Fishawak giving you access to Overwhelm turns those Blade Twirlers into a permanent threat. So I think the fact that he already has one in hand is likely what caused him to lean towards that choice.
Itash going for a wide swing here, got the House Spider, and this is going to be a nice little bit of chip damage, of course, just sneaking through. Floppy Mudkip isn't going to use any early stuns really to stop this damage. This is a match that very much does come down to board control. Once you get that continuous engine of rallying, and then Yasuo turns your rally into a removal, it ends the game. So I think that at this point, you don't care about how much damage you're taking early, as long as you draw the important cards. And of course, I love that P-Tash just attacks with the Disciple, wants to leave that Fishawak stranded on the Hookmaster as long as possible.
Yeah, that's exactly the reasoning behind his choice there. And we did see the bans come out. It was pink, yellow mirror bans. So kind of what we expected, kind of not. I think the big decision breaker there for the side of P-Tash to ban out that Azir Aurelia is that while his other two decks are good into it, Lee Sin can really struggle. So if that's left up, he's kind of in a weird spot. Might have also just been a gentleman's agreement.
Yeah, to get rid of Lee Sin, we're going to play these other sillier decks. I'm really looking forward again to Annie Jin. Having it prove me wrong, because I have, even the days leading up to the broadcast, I was very down on the deck. But Yasuo just getting to attack here for free. No way to really respond to this. I think you could probably sack a Spiderling. P-Tash is thinking the same lines as before. I can just take this early damage by leaving the Spiderling up. It's going to start absorbing some of these free stuns from the Hillock.
I suppose that's the reasoning there. I can't think of anything better, that's for sure. But Hillock also goes for the strongest champ unit, so I don't know. P-Tash is going to pull far ahead here with the Flock in hand, has a way to deal with this Yasuo from Floppy's side. It's going to force him into playing either the second one or having an Opify, which doesn't exist in the deck list.
And right now, this is what we were kind of building towards, Monty, is the game. Both players set up with the Windswept Hillock, and now the ultimate cat and mouse jockeying for position happens. As soon as one player gets ahead from this position, it becomes so difficult for the opponent to get back into the game, because the Hillock automatically stunning, automatically turning that Yasuo into a direct damage response that you can't even respond to right at burst speed like this is so terrifying. Now with Blade Twirler scaling and scaling, the threat of might, things are getting spicy for Floppy Mudkip. However, without a Yasuo in play, maybe a big aggressive swing here can make it happen.
Floppy drawing that Flock of his own off the top there is going to let him deal with P-Tash's Yasuo. Playing out his own Yasuo, the most tempo effective play that you can make. and then is going to look to further their tempo plan by going after this Flock once Ptash has dropped below some mana, giving up tempo of his own.
The idea might be to just pass, to slow down, let the Hillock grind the opponent down. This is a mirror match that you don't typically see, right? Players were testing this deck as a way to counter the other things that were very popular in the metagame, but once you get into the nitty-gritty of playing against it, it becomes very up in the air. Ionia specifically has a lot of tools to answer its own threats, and it just becomes, look, you can see Floppy really hesitating on whether or not to extend into a potential deny.
Yeah, he's looking at that strategic execution, and obviously we can see that it's a pretty reasonable play, but there are 2 denies in the list from both players here. And while it will get him quite ahead, the Spider is going to block the 3-3. Yasuo and the Hookmaster are going to get through, but he's actually just going to go for it to take out this Yasuo.
Oh my god, and this is going to come through. I love using the execution here, trying to convert. With the Windswept Hillock in play for Ptash, with the Yasuo up, there's always a chance that something could go horribly wrong. I think that this is absolutely the correct choice. Floppy Mudkip needs to take a big risk and try to cement the position here and take this first game.
And Ptash looking at that Twin Disciplines as a way to potentially protect this Yasuo. Fortunately, it's going to leave him damaged, and Floppy has that Flock in hand for the following turn.
As long as Yasuo stays alive, Windswept Hillock is going to get a little bit more value, but with both of these stuns resolving, this Blade Twirler is getting huge. We have Yasuo now clearing all of Ptash's board, and the Fey Blade Twirler demanding a blocker as well. Ptash is just going to run out of units to protect the Nexus from this point.
And the other nice thing about this Blade Twirler getting really big is that it's going to eat the stun from the Hillock, which leaves your Yasuo undamaged and easily protected.
And now with Floppy Mudkip also has the Katarina coming, and, you know, getting that little bit of chip damage from the Blade's Edge that she generates also allows you to just continuously bully. I think that Ptash is going to be slowly circling the drain from this position, I think is the nicest way to put it.
There's still some hope for him. It's not over yet. I think that's actually not another Yasuo in hand, but he's still got some game. He took out one of Floppy's Yasuo already. He's got a weapon of his own. He's got blockers for this. I imagine we'll see him take the damage from the Hookmaster yet again, so that way the Fishawek.
And there's not too much damage coming through. This deck has very little burn. You know, you've got the Threat of Might. You got 1 or 2 damage from Blade's Edge. But overall, this is a classic board-based matchup. Just maintain control and convert from there. So we'll see if the Hookmaster gets held back, if the Spiderling gets held back.
Can't take the 9 off that Blade Twirler, that's for sure. But leaving this Fishawak stuck where it is not a bad idea either. Besides that, he doesn't want to take it, takes the block down. Perfectly reasonable line. And we're going to see it pass back into Ptash's turn now. Hillock pops off, stuns that 9-3, and now another Hillock is drawn, meaning that he's going to be able to find another Yasuo even after this one goes down.
Second Hillock. Now this is, yeah, you were saying, Monty, there is still a lot of play for Ptash, and he's finding it here. The Windswept Hillock getting another stun, drawing that backup Yasuo. Right now, Floppy Mudkip seems to be in a dominant position, but everything is still riding on this Yasuo staying alive. No more defense in the hand, just a Will of Ionia to maybe sidestep something and replay this Yas.
And I really like this open attack from Ptash. It kind of goes back to the fundamentals of LoR, but the fundamentals of Ionia mirrors. Act first and you lose. This is a way to act without acting. This says, hey, you can have the initiative. What are you going to do with it now?
When you have a great, strong, open attack, forcing your opponent to spend mana responding to you rather than developing their own threats, you maintain a strong position by sort of keeping things neutral. Because the Windswept Hillock is free value that happens automatically. It's not taking your cards or mana any longer.
Decides to spend a little bit of mana going for that Shimon Wind. I really like that decision as well. The recall is going to buff up this Fade Blade Twirler from his side, meaning that Floppy's going to take a lot of damage or be forced to block with the Yasuo. And now we are seeing that Ravenous Flock poised at the Yasuo from the side of Ptash, and no protection available in the hand right now. He might choose to dig for it, but even if he does, he's not going to have mana left. So we'll likely see it go down.
Yeah, just let the Yasuo go down. I think that this is okay with the second Windswept Hillock and the Faith Blade Twirler and the Shimon Wind, just trying to hold the fort. It's 12 HP, starting to get very scary. We have to find an answer for this Blade Twirler. It always feels so terrible, right? If when you're using your stuns without the Yasuo in play, you're only delaying the inevitable. The beautiful thing about the Windswept Hillock and this, this new build of Yasuo in general is that it is so much more proactive with bullying the opponent.
Looks like I was wrong. That was in fact a Yasuo in the hand of Ptash there. So has all three available to him this game if he wants to. Katarina going to come down from Mudkip, begin to put on a ton of pressure in her own right. We may see Ptash respond with the second Hillock here just to stun out both of the major threats from the side of Floppy. More likely though, we'll see a Yasuo developed or potentially even just a Shimon Wind for some draw.
I do love it. Yasuo coming down leveled. Now, again, the Fey Blade Twirler, it's kind of already done its job. It's presented a decent enough threat potential, and you just want it to tank the Windswept Hillock now. But Floppy Mudkip has the perfect response now because of the Blade's Edge and the Ravenous Flock to take down Yasuo number 2 for Ptash. This gives Floppy the driver's seat. Gonna go for this open attack, have the rally with the Katarina, and this is the moment where the game comes crumbling down.
Yeah, I didn't necessarily agree with you when you first said Floppy was taking this one, but from this position, it's going to be really, really hard for Ptash to make a comeback. He's going to be forced into using this Palm, which is dead to a will. Has to decide between palming the Katarina or the 11-1.
Yeah,
you have no options. There's no choice. You have to palm the 11-1.
Super unfortunate, yeah. The Ravenous Flock coming through against the Yasuos, lining up perfectly when Ptash had no removal. And this is the match, protection rather, and this is the matchup where you absolutely need it, right? We talked so much about Memory's Cloak, even the one of Nopify, denies. Players, they're just taking these huge swings at one another, even with so much mana up, because you recognize when you have your game plan set up in play, you start to just bully your opponent into using all of their mana just to stay afloat rather than setting up their own game plan. And it's just beautifully executed here by Floppy Mudkip, who is trying to threaten a little bit of a lethal here. Actually, yeah, fully lethal, right? Because Katarina, if she goes back to the hand, you've got the 8 mana beautifully set up to just rally her 2 more times and go from there. Ptash is forced to palm this Katarina just to stop the rally.
Yeah, Ptash was likely sitting back and considering if he could find the breathing room to play this second Hillock and draw into his last Yasuo, because he knows his odds are doomed without it. But he sat back, he looked at it, and he was like, I can't let this Katarina go through. As you said, Skarsik, if she gets to rally even once this turn, it's game over for Ptash. So he needs to do this, buy himself another turn, and then go from there. Look at his top deck, see what he can do, see if he can find the pieces and put them together well enough to be able to actually hold a fighting chance, but it's not looking good for my friend here.
Katarina's not just a rally any longer. With this setup, you accentuate that power to be burst speed, rally, remove a blocker from the opponent, and stun another one. It's just so disgusting to tack a ton of extra effects on top of a strong champion development already.
Speaking of tacking on extra effects, Floppy is not going to let up this punishment. Drops out the 3-2 Arachnoid Sentry to just remove the Blade Twirler. Ptash is left with 0 threats on his side of the board. This 3-2 Dragon, Tail of the Dragon is not doing anything.
Windswept Hillock and Yasuo, still enough mana for it, but nothing to protect. Still, none of these classic Ionia spells you love to see to keep your champions alive, to solidify your win condition, showing up for Ptash here. Floppy Mudkip, in the mirror match, played it beautifully. Even with Ptash, you can see here, attacking on the odd token, theoretically a bit more favored with these Hillocks, wasn't able to get the Yasuos to stay in play, which is the real name of the game.
Yeah, this is looking very, very doomed for Ptash here. He could drop the Yasuo, but it's going to be met with a recall, and he's got no protection for it yet again. Where is that Memory Cloak when you need it? Look how good it would have been in all of these spots. And he decides he has to put it down. He can't win if he doesn't.
And another answer. Third Yasuo goes down. P-Tash completely out of threats from this position in game 1, easily going to Floppy Mudkip. In, to be honest, a mirror that could go either way. I mean, that's every mirror, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, this is one is, with the way both these players opened, it really came down to some very finite details. And speak of the devil and it shall appear, there's the memory cloak I wanted to see last turn. Poor P-Tash probably putting his head in his hands and shaking it. Oh, where was that?
You feel so smart about bringing this deck because of the way it very specifically interacts with the current metagame. But when your opponent's on that same tech, the mirror is its own beast. I think that both players played it as well as they could have, even with that big risk with the early strategic execution. I think is a permutation that you would really only see in a mirror match, where you understand how important it is to get in somewhat insurmountable advantage.
I'm glad you brought up the strategic execution, because I wanted to pinpoint that as kind of the break point of the game. That's when Floppy really pulled ahead, being able to remove that Yasuo from the side of, actually didn't in that instance, but he forced out mana, meaning that P-Tash had never had any way to represent protection for his future Yasuos. He choked him at mana point after mana point after mana point and was able to establish his own board, and it just snowballed into that ginormous victory that we saw.
The Windswept Hillock. I remember when that card was first released and everybody was like, oh yeah, Yasuo's finally back, and they tacked on that really busted Katarina interaction. And we almost went really deep into the forest of, what if we just cut Yasuo and just make this a Rally Hillock Katarina deck and run someone else? But overall, I do like this. And as we head into game number 2, we've got mirror match number 2, Annie Jin. Tack token here with Annie and Jin in the hand. I forget who said it. Somebody in chat probably knows, but there was a post that said that if this deck could consistently have Jin in its opening hand, it becomes a completely different level of tier 1, tier 0 power.
Imagine if on top of his existing origin, Jin had a splash of that Kayn origin as well after you've activated 3 skills, draw me. How broken would that be? Floppy, though, found the Annie on turn 1, is able to put her down, but P-Tash finds a second Jin here as well. Not exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, having the attack token going first. Ironically, both tokens seem to be favored in this matchup, right? Every aggressive deck likes to attack on odds, but Annie Jin on evens becomes really spooky because around turn 4, you get to set up a double stun, like Sunhawk stage hand kind of combinations to get a massive push on the opponent. P-Tash, though, with the triple Jin, not really what you want to see. Too much of a good thing.
Not what you want to see at all, Skarzig. And Floppy knows that P-Tash is in a bad spot here. You saw him rip out that Shen emote. You can tell these players have practiced this mirror. They prepped for it. They know when this is how this plays out in turn 1 and 2, it's going poorly for the guy who doesn't have the Overwhelm card.
And then having the Boom Crew rookie, a 1-3, line up into that 3-2. It's like, do I want to give up a potential blocker in exchange for 2 damage here? And the answer is no. This is an aggro microcosm of the last matchup we saw, where both players aren't trying to just end the game. It's all about getting set up and jockeying for position. A really just off texture you normally don't even see regarding this deck and its history in the game.
Floppy wisely going to keep that 3-2 back, wants to continue to use it as a way to threaten the Boom Crew rookie and prevent P-Tash from attacking. I really like this attack pattern. It's not progressing anything towards either Jin or Annie's level up condition, so there's no sense in spitting it out. Instead, we are going to see P-Tash put some damage onto this Annie and say, hey, I've got 3 Jins, I got to make use of them somehow. May as well put her at 0-1 and fire off the first half of this Jin spell when I can.
Top 32 of Seasonal, we're going to unironically see a bunch of dancing grenades. You've got no other choice. You've got nothing else to spend your mana on. And because Floppy Mudkip is kind of playing this in a bit of a slower, more respectful style, who knows, is Dancing Grenade suddenly not the worst, slowest spell in the game?
Well, if it works out nicely here, there's a chance that the Dancing Grenade is going to be able to take out Floppy's Jhin, which could be huge for Ptash. That said, it's going to be a little bit of a struggle to see it happen, play out like that. First, he needs to put down his own Jhin, and then he needs to be able to cast the first half, draw into the second half, and I'm not sure Ptash has that much time left in this game.
Some players don't even play their Jhin down. They just like him to sit in hand, keep proccing those Lotus traps, and then just summon him once he's leveled. With the Augmented Experiment, however, a great tech that you had called out, Monty, now you are, facilitating, emptying your hand and preparing for this big tempo swing.
Ptash says, hey, do you want to trade Jins? I'm happy to do so. I got 2 more.
Please trade a Jhin, please. And
Give me
honestly,
yours, I'll give you mine. Come on.
This doesn't even give away too much. You're attacking with the Jhin, still activating the Lotus Trap. You've got great trades into everything on Mudkip's board. You're going to get rid of the Annie here. I like this decision. If the Annie levels up, you get Tibbers, but then that's another turn you have to take off summoning the Tibbers so you don't discard it with Experimenter. So Floppy just going to take the free block here and not get baited into going for value.
Good play from Floppy there, identifying that his Annie isn't going to make her level up condition, identifying that she's going down anyways. And happy to just use her to save 4 HP. It's pretty much the most you can ask of her. She's dealt a lot of damage. She posed a threat of her own. Suddenly, this is looking very much in the favor of Ptash. He's got 2 Jins in hand, but Floppy's kind of running out of gas, and Ptash has this Annie threat still online.
Jhin at 4 HP is very difficult for this deck to trade into cleanly. Augmented Experimenter only hits for 3. Maybe we can take down a Boom Crew rookie. Ptash has a lot of strong top decks. You can see the mana is coming together beautifully with the Mana Soul Student, with the Spider Student, with another stun, setting up another big swing. Overall, it's working out. If Mudkip takes an open attack here, doesn't set up any additional threat, this might be the turn where Ptash could go for the Dancing Grenade.
So Floppy considering that open attack because he doesn't want to get punished out by another stun from the side of Ptash. With Jhin on the board, all of those Lotus traps are going to stun the weakest enemy. And because of that, he was very, very much saying, okay, what if he can just proc this randomly? Given we know that there's no way to do that, he would need a whole bunch of different stuff. It would take multiple actions. Floppy eventually came to that conclusion himself. Now, though, Ptash has that option for the Dancing Grenade, can take out this 1/1, save himself some damage over this turn and following turns, and set himself up nicely to remove the Jhin.
It looks to be lining up quite well, but goes for the Spellslinger instead. Still has the 4 mana available for the Dancing Grenade, maybe trying to set up a value trade elsewhere. Once you play the Spellslinger, you are missing out on a proc of the Mana Soul Student, but overall, Ptash, unironically, slowly but surely, getting back into the driver's seat in this matchup.
I imagine we will see Jhin come out and block here as well. Annie actually going to be the one to block. Interesting. I would have expected Ptash to want to keep her for a threat of her own, but as I said, I'm sure they've scrimmed this matchup. I'm sure they know what they're doing a lot better than I have. I might be the aggro player, but Annie Jhin only came onto my radar for the past 2 or 3 days.
And especially because of the Decimate nerf, like anything that we knew about Annie Jhin kind of changes drastically, where you can kind of go full tilt, send as much damage through to your opponent as possible, and when things look at their most dire, you get that Decimate or that second Decimate you need to close out. With this list seems to be evolving into, a much more methodical chip damage sort of idea now, and Jhin, just actually stuns the Annie like we saw previously. So Annie still will survive, and Ptash has now another source of value to make up for the lack of Augmented Experimenter, the lack of card draw, just having another massive thing to play. Tibbers with the stun as he comes into play is huge for stifling Floppy Mudkip from developing future threats.
Yeah, this is actually a really good position for Ptash. One thing I wasn't considering is that Annie doesn't actually die. She just gets stunned. Jhin isn't attacking to fire off his own shot. And now, with Tibbers going to be able to come down, Ptash has a really, really nice way to set up this play here. He can start with the second half of the Dancing Grenade onto Jhin. Floppy's then going to have to play either his own second Jhin or a Boom Crew Rookie, or even potentially his Augmented Experimenter. Floppy actually opting to go for the first half of his own Dancing Grenade in this position, though. Wants to stay up on board and present threats and stunts of his own with the Jhin on the field.
So this locks you into the Dancing Grenade, of course, because it is fleeting. Boom Crew Rookie and the Stagehand, another great way to stifle an attack. I don't know how important it is to lose out on the offensive potential of the Stagehand rather than just using it for defense, but notably both players had lacked that key break turn of Sunhawk, Stagehand, or even something really disgusting like the classic triple rear guard that everyone in chat especially included, has died to at one point or another on the ladder. And this has become a dance of death between two mid-range decks, it seems.
Tempo decks, the tempo decks. Anything involving stuns, recalls, anything like that, it's a tempo play. But yeah, what we're seeing here is that these two players are kind of jockeying back and forth with these stunts. They're both aware that their board is going to get stunned up if they give an action. So Ptash opting to go and remove that Jhin first, knowing that he has a second one, decided that, yeah, you know what, you can take this Jhin. I have a third in hand. You don't. I know you don't, because you were hesitant to play that second one there. And even if you do, I have Tibbers to present a threat of my own in this position. I will be very interested to see if he goes for the Tibbers directly or something else here, and it looks like it is going to be the Tibbers clear out this board.
And the Tibbers absolutely just hating, right, on the Tusk Speaker. You get the full clear, but now with the Tusk Speaker out of the way, Ptash is now back on the train with Boom Crew Rookie. That was doing a great job of holding back a lot of this aggression, and with no more mana for Ptash, the Stagehand is going to stop two blockers here. When you're this far behind, it's beautiful. Floppy Mudkip going to empty the hand and then reload with the Augmented Experimenter. Just needs to survive a little bit more. No attack.
Yeah, that attack is kind of stunted, right? You don't want to put 4 damage onto your Tibbers here, because that means any one Lotus Trap or any one ping off whatsoever can deal with it. You really want the fearsome threat. There's not a lot of fearsome blockers, and we've already seen Floppy play out quite a few of them. Mana Soul Student coming down makes a lot of sense. He has a bit of a break in the pressure here to be able to squeeze it in and start getting damage value out of it. Now, I wonder if he goes and plays out this third Jhin, or if he just dumps the rest of his hand.
Yeah, Augmented Experimenter goes onto the Annie over the Mana Soul Student. Now, the thing about Annie is, once she's leveled up, her damage starts to just go onto the Nexus when her blocker is removed. And now with the threat potential of Ptash and Jhin leveling up and making it even harder to block, you need to get rid of her pseudo-overwhelm. Mana Soul Student, meanwhile, is, from this position, I think the game is going to be decided here in the next 2 or 3 rounds, only translating to about 2 or 3 points of damage. So just a bit of a hedge, right? You have to calc and say which one of these, over the course of how long I imagine this game is going to go, actually results in more damage.
Yeah, any demanding a blocker.
Floppy Mudkip is like, there's another Jhin in hand. I can't believe it.
He's as surprised as we were to see it drawn that way, and most Jhin Annie players I've spoken to will tell you that double drawing Jhin is not what you want. Ptash proving them wrong, though.
In the new era of decimateless Annie Jhin, Jhin is now suddenly the star of the show. Which is, I imagine, what he really wants to be. But again, Ptash is gearing up for a massive swing. Floppy Mudkip is reloaded, but had to spend all of the mana to do so. The next turn, however, we've got the Forbidden Sunhawk Stagehand combo. Maybe there will be a way to push through just a bit more. Mudkip says, I need to get a little bit more damage here to justify this next final swing for a lethal.
Yeah, the problem is that Floppy doesn't have the token next turn. And he doesn't, while he does have some stuns, Ptash has a number of stuns of his own, and his Jhin is flipping. So he's not going to be able to put the Jhin down this turn into an open attack, but he will be able to put down the Boom Crew Rookie into an open attack. And that might be just enough for him to go over the edge. It's going to be very, very close, though.
Yeah, Floppy's next top deck is going to be so crucial. If you can get another card to help you defend without needing to use all of your stuns to stay alive, and you can save these for your attack turn, then it's going to be massive. But right now, with Jhin in hand, Boom Crew Rookie proccing the Mana Soul Student, fearsome blockers that you can't deal with cleanly, and the Tusk Speaker, things are now about to close out for P-Tash. I love this open attack, of course, plays around the Stagehand, the Sunhawk, 2v5, and the Noxian Fervor in hand to back up with a little bit more damage. But no! P-Tash proves me wrong and summons Jhin on this momentous turn. Of course, he's got to show up to take the spotlight.
The Sunhawk is actually can't be played because it's going to go ahead and stun out this Tibbers, which is why I love that P-Tash just kept it on the board. This forces the Stagehand to come out, and while that does make the open attack a little bit worse here, it's still like an okay trade. It was a reasonable EV play to make to drop this Jhin, because Jhin is going to end the game if he goes unanswered.
Now that he's leveled especially.
Yeah, now that we see this Stagehand come out, though, suddenly Floppy has a good blocker for the 5-5, has a good blocker for the 3-1 Overwhelm unit, and can chump block the other 3-2, which means we're only pushing 3-4 damage. That's not enough, not even with the Fervor.
So we'll see if this development is enough. We get the extra damage from level 2 Jhin. We have the Noxian Fervor in hand. 4 mana backup. What I like about the Jhin as well at 4 HP, or even Tibbers, you can still Fervor, deal 3 damage to the Nexus, and the unit is still alive to keep swinging.
So we will likely see the Stagehand block out the 5-5, the 3-3 block the Overwhelm, and then the 1-1 chump block the Mana Soul Student. Actually, looks like he's not going to put a blocker, fearing that stun from Jhin. Changed his mind, though. Wants to save as much damage as possible.
So now we've got everything blocked out. P-Tash doing a quick calculation. Does the Noxian Fervor activate Jin's effect here?
It should. We see 2 spells on the stack and no Jhin ability, which means that the third has to do it.
Gotcha.
So that translates it to 4 damage, if I can count correctly. Still not quite enough. Is going to be off by 2 and reliant on that second Noxian Fervor top deck. Or the Disintegrate might do it. No, it won't, because the Jhin won't fire off. It's really going to come down to the wire here.
Yeah, this mirror match, sometimes one side runs away with the game. You just got massive tempo. You drew a ton of 1-drops. You're way wider than the opponent. But both players kind of struggled with their own flavors of awkwardness. Mudkip was kind of held back by not drawing a lot of early swarm potential, just had some chunky mid-game things and reactive stuff. And P-Tash, of course, with the triple Jhin draw, couldn't put up a lot of early threat either. And it's just kind of ground its way to, even though this looks like a massive swing, you know, Floppy Mudkip is able to hold down the fort. But I guess at the end of the day, you know, P-Tash still has a very wide board.
P-Tash is also kind of dead. Jhin coming down here. We see a Demolitionist in hand from the side of Floppy. That's going to go onto the Jhin right away. Actually, he might hold it, fearing this Fervor takes out the Jhin, and then he has no additional reach.
Oh my goodness, yeah, is just going to end the round here. Open attack with the Jhin for 4 to the Nexus.
That's got to be the line. Up? And with the Fervor on top, I think that's going to do it for Floppy.
Wow. P-Tash, even though he was able to get this excellent board position, because the hand was so awkward in the early game, took a little bit too much damage on the way up to this point. And Jhin going to swing through, deals that 4 damage to the Nexus with that sniper rifle. And now Imperial Demolitionist and Noxian Fervor going to take this one home.
And I have to commend P-Tash for bringing this game as close as he did with a triple Jhin hand. It's not what you want to see as a Jhin player, but he managed to make this a tight game nonetheless. And he really did his all to stay in it and take it down and try to win. Unfortunately, the triple Jhin was just a little bit too much of a brick. Didn't find that second Fervor off the top, and even if he had, it wouldn't have quite mattered because Floppy found his own. Nonetheless, a fantastic series to start off our day, Skarzig. I'm so excited to get into some of the rest of this, because if this is the bar that's been set for today, we're in for a heck of a day.
Annie Jin, I mean, I'm being silenced here. You know, I thought that it wouldn't be a good choice, but when your opponent's thinking along the same lines, you're confident in the mirror matches, you get rid of the pink-yellow combination, you play just straight up a little bit more of a old-fashioned Runeterra. You really let your strengths as a player shine, and even with the way the draws went, navigating those awkward hands is what is the mark of a strong player at this level.
And Skarzik, we now have to say goodbye to Ptash in the first round, and he's been one of the best players across this entire season. He's made it to the last 5 seasonals. He is top cut. I don't think there's any other player that can say that they've done that, at least not in the Americas. He has been playing out of his mind, and he runs into Floppy round 1, which is rough, and Floppy's able to take him down, but both games were really close. The mirror matches, very, very insane to watch, but Floppy coming away with the wins on both of those. Monty, I mean, in those mirror matches, did you feel like Floppy was doing a lot of things to gain edges, or were they both kind of playing solid? And at the end of the day, we ran into that mirror match issue where things kind of just come from the draw. Was there like a crucial moment that you remember from that match?
Game 1 was very much about Floppy taking the risk with the strategic execution, like we talked about then. Being able to go for that double stun and push out the Yasuo, force mana usage to save the Yasuo, put Ptash on the back foot the entire time. In this second game, Ptash played amazingly. I really have to say he played so well, making effective use of that Jhin, drawing Floppy's attention to the first one. At the end of the day, it did just come out to a bit of a draw difference, but it was very, very close. It actually, honestly, it might have even been a token difference, because both the players drew very similar. The triple Jhin was a bit too much of a brick for Ptash, but he did really well to make use of it. But the tokens, the way they lined up, Floppy just had one more attack.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense, because it did feel like that game was incredibly close, and we'll take a look at just how that shook out with the post-match here, but it felt like Ptash did everything he could there, and Floppy answering in tow. And it's just one of those things when you are playing card games and you are playing a mirror matchup. You mentioned it at the start, Monty. The same 80 cards just got played here.
Yep.
So it comes down to those little plays, and Floppy making the difference with a risky play that led to a victory in game 1. And then in game 2, Ptash navigating a rough hand very well, but Floppy being able to just hold on, not make any mistakes, and just hold fast to get that win. I mean, speaking on Floppy, though, Skarzig, this is a player that we feel like can go very far in any given seasonal. Do you think this might be the one that Floppy breaks his top 4 curse? Do you think this lineup has what it takes to make it all the way through?
This lineup is still a very risky call. It's hard to evaluate overall because Annie Jin, Yasuo, Katarina are, it's the anti-meta side of the meta, where you're obviously trying to target very specific lineups. You win the mirror here, and it just comes down to, are you going to continue to hit the matchups and the lineups that you're actually hoping to target? Was your read correct? Floppy Mudkip, we already know the skill is there. Now it's going to come down to, finding those matchups and luck of the draw. In that game 2 with the Annie Jin, I think both players had different flavors of awkward, and just, 3 Jin is a little bit more awkward.
Well, in Monty, I would say it felt interesting to talk about the matchups that Floppy would be looking for, because I can't imagine a mirror matchup was ever something that Floppy wanted to run into with this lineup that he brought. What are the things that you're looking for when you have this, Annie Jin, Aurelia Azir lineup?
He's definitely looking to beat Pantheon. I talked about it at the start of the show. This has very much become another seasonal revolving around Pantheon. It's such a weird twist of events. We have Nami Lee Sin at the top, right? We have Lee Sin Akshan everywhere. But then Pantheon is like the best deck outside of that. So if you're always banning the Nami Lee Sin deck, and Lee Sin Akshan is like equally banned, and then you have this Nami TF deck that's a little bit less strong without the Lee Sin, what's the next best deck? It's Pantheon. So what are you looking to beat? Pantheon. This lineup is going to stomp Pantheon. Annie Jin just runs it over. It's got stuns. It's got burn. Azir Aurelia is going to be able to bounce the threats constantly. And Katarina Yasuo also just going to be able to run it over by constantly pressuring with rallies of its own and with stuns through Yasuo.
So I guess at that point, the question I asked Skarzig, is this the seasonal that Floppy maybe cracks that top 4 curse that he's had in the past? It very well might be. I mean,
Gotta
if
be.
everybody is on the read to beat it, then he's going to play mirrors, and then it's harder to say. But if everyone is on that Pantheon, and if you look at the other regions, a lot of people are. Most people are on that Pantheon. This might be the spot where Floppy is able to make this run, because we've wanted to see him have that success for such a long time after he had back-to-back top 4s. He made Worlds. It was a little bit softer for Worlds last year, and we're hoping to see, you know, Floppy really just come into his own, get a victory, get, you know, pop off at Worlds. He needs just top 8 to guarantee Worlds. He's probably one of the players that's already in. But either way, right, top 8 is going to make it in. We might at least see him. He just needs one more round to just ensure he's at Worlds.
One more round, and even though he's got the lineup, he's got the skill, the knowledge, this top cut is still the most stacked I think we've ever seen on this side of the water, and it is still going to be a tall order to prove yourself and lock in that spot against the other best players from your region. The Aurelia Azir, beautiful Galaxy Brain, and having that aggro slant targeting the Pantheon is definitely the way to go, like Monty predicted.
All right, and it looks like we're going to grab a game 3 between Sudrakhan and Manesia. I didn't even know Sudrakhan was back. I thought this guy retired like a year ago. I'm so excited that he's in this top cut playing against Manesia. So Skarzik, Monty, go ahead and take away this game 3 for us.
Jumping
This
into
is
the
a
game.
I'm really excited for this one. Manesia is another teammate of mine. You see the WW tag up in that top left corner of your screen. You know he's got it. You know he's got the stuff. And Sudrakhan, of course, made it through the open rounds with this highly polarized lineup, specifically trying to go after Nami. Manesia's got not Nami in front of us. It's Red Gwen. This is a deck that's been falling off a little bit, falling a little bit out of favor. You and I talked a bit about it earlier in the pre-show before we went live, Skarzik. This deck has very even matchup spreads, and because of that, it's better for something like an open rounds and not a top cut when you want to target it. That said, it's also a deck that Manesia is very comfortable on and has a lot of practice with, so he's decided to bring it here today as well.
The prevailing opinion I've seen about Red Gwen is that if your opponent knows the matchup very well, then it loses a lot of its edge. But the flip side to that is that this list has so many different ways to approach the game and so many different win cons to focus on and play towards that you can kind of remix your strategy on your opponent, sometimes mid-game. Where we can see here just going for the early Katarina, not trying to do anything cheeky with attacking and Ruin Reckoner, just going all in aggro. It's not just about focusing on your own win condition, it's understanding how your opponent is going to stop you, and this early aggression trying to get through the hillock is the way to go.
Manesia doing a very good job of setting up a 4-wide board this early into the game and guaranteeing that he's going to get to flip that Katarina. This might be a very, very big factor in who comes out ahead in this game.
Yeah, right now... Yeah, I was just going to say that what you're trying to do is, okay, I just want to stun the Eternal Dancers to stop that attack, but then you've got the Ruined Reckoner that can still get through the stun using Midnight Raid. There's play and counter to the counter play. Both players are just going to have to play their hearts out here to take this game number 3 and advance here in the seasonal.
We did see that Yasuo go down the moment he was played. Manesia also drawing another flock here. Going to be very, very good to let him deal with the next one that's going to come out once this Hillock is played.
Yeah, just the Pot of Pain, having the impact is nice chip damage. But overall, you know, Yasuo, this list wants to get into this aggressive stance, bully Manesia down, and just start going for these big swings. But Manesia, on the flip side, has rallies, has the ability to just revive a board, get threats seemingly out of nowhere. And, you know, Yasuo specializes in answering only 1 or 2 big things at a time.
Katarina showing her strength there is going to come down here. Forces Sudrakhan to hold mana up for a stun, potentially forces him to hold back on this Hillock, and gives Manesia another token for the rally here. Now he's going to be able to present at least another... We saw 2 Hallowed units died, so that's what, 7 damage threatened here? And I'm a little bit surprised not to see him fire off this blade just to guarantee that goes through.
Yeah, what are you even fearing in this deck? If there is, you know, the momentous choice or something to protect, I still think it's worth, because again, leveled up Katarina creates the 0 mana Blade's Edge. And, you know, Sudrakhan 1 mana. Oh, yeah, the
Oh, I don't like this whatsoever.
Okay, so now this is odd. I think that the idea here is to flock, attack, This Blade's Edge is just going to go face.
It's not odd. I just can't count. This is lethal. There's no real way for Sutracon to deal with this at all.
Oh, we have the Hallowed count?
We're pushing 7. We're getting the attack token on the flip. The Blade's Edge is going to come out. It's just over. This game wrapped up so quickly.
And that's what I mean. This deck, you go into it with a game plan. You know what you need to do to stop it, and a well-versed Red Gwen player pulls out a line of play that you hadn't even seen before. Do you have 2 stuns?
Yeah, so Sutracon took a little bit of a risk there going for the Hillock instead of developing the Sentry. Determined that he needed to get ahead. He needed to give up the board to get his Yasuo available so that way he could pick up the board again. And it ended up biting him here. Manesia was able to just remove the only blocker. Didn't want to play with Chance at all there. I still think he should have probably fired off the Blade's Edge first. Let Sutracon drop out something and then respond with the Fervor. Or with the... Not Fervor.
The Flock?
The Flock.
But very, very well played from Manesia there to advance into the next round.
I mean, that was a very quick game. We're like, oh yeah, we got a game 3. We're going to close this out. And then it's like, Manesia's like, I'll just win in a couple rounds. We'll get it done real quick. But let's take a look at the post-match, see which decks were winning throughout that series as well. Because it looks like, yeah, Sutracon found the win with Demacia at the start. So probably Pantheon before losing to Manesia on, either Nami, Ione, or Nami Lee. And then finishing it off there with the Red Gwen. But Pantheon taking out the Bilgewater Ionia deck. Is this normal for us to see today, Monty?
I think the matchup... It's a little bit more even,
Scarcy.
I think. I was just going to say, I think the matchup is a little bit more even than it might seem at first blush.
Yeah, it really comes down to where that Lee is placed. And I'm pretty sure Manesia is not on Lee Akshan, so it's actually a little bit surprising to see the Pantheon get through that one. I was talking to him before we started today, and he's decided to bring Red Gwen, Nami Lee, and Sivir Akshan is actually his third. He identified that Pantheon is a liability in today's tournament, and he's opted to avoid it altogether.
Okay, well, I mean, that's potentially good news when we see lineups like Floppy and P-Tash. Either of those players running into Manesia might run into a lot more trouble because there is no Pantheon. There is none. That target deck that you're looking for does not exist, and so that can always be a big detriment. But I'm curious, Skarzig, when you see Red Gwen starting to pop off, this was a deck that you actually mentioned earlier in the week, and a lot of people were questioning whether or not we'd see a lot of the Red Gwen. Do you feel like this has really got a place and has a chance to be a contender for that top spot?
I actually really like this deck. It's been getting slowly toned down and nerfed, with the harrowing nerf and stuff, but none of the things that I personally lose to when I play against this deck got touched. I think that everybody focuses a bit too much on, the big harrowing swing turn, but, sometimes your opponent just plays 2 Fallen Reckoners, can't block, and then you just get scooped up. A Spiderling getting buffed up to a 5/1 by Hallowed. Everything becomes a threat. Every time I see this deck be played, it seems to have invented some new way to kill you. And I think that level of diversity, and as Monty said, right, the sort of deck that players gravitate towards and play a ton of, especially if you have the legacy knowledge from a patch or 2 ago when it kind of first hit the scene during the Bard metagame, you are going to be so far ahead of everybody who thinks it's just a knowledge check.
All right, well, perfect. And we have just seen 2 players advance to the round of 16, Manesia and Floppy Mudkip. Say goodbye to Sutracon and P-Tash for this one, but we will be moving into that round of 16 very soon. We're going to go to a short break, but the Awakening Seasonal Tournament will continue right after this. Welcome back to the Awakening Seasonal Tournament. I'm your host, Casanova, joined by Boulevard and Sparkling Iced Tea. Boulevard, we've got you on here for the first time today. How are you feeling? Excited to get into some of these games?
I'm feeling great, Casanova. Every time I get on a seasonal and I make eye contact with the camera and I kind of see myself for the first time, I just look better every time. How do I do it?
All right. Well, perfect as always from Boulevard. I would expect nothing less. Shoutouts to Boulevard and no one else. But I guess, shoutouts to a few more people. We got a game coming up, right? We have a match to play, and it's a bit of a banger. Some top players from the Americas going at it against each other. It's Kever and Majin Bay. And I want to see these lineups that these two decided to bring so we can kind of chat about this. Oh, sorry. Before we do that, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's hit the bracket and talk about everything that happened in round 1. We're in round 2, Boulevard. We're in round 2. This is what we're doing here. Let's see if there were any upsets that happened. Looking at this first stage of the bracket, anything standing out, Boulevard?
Rusticles beating Grave Trail might be a little bit of an upset. I think the fact that that is 2-1, you could really argue it either way. Rusticles is a very strong player. Outside of that, all of this looks to go about the way that I expected it to. Now, I haven't heard of Rowan Whitethorn or Abraham Rage before, but Rowan Whitethorn does have the Brazilian flag next to their name, which, of course, going to be a huge boost towards their player skill.
Yeah, and of course, What Am I and M-Tux moving towards potentially about in the quarterfinals, but I'll have to get through, of course, Rowan Whitehorn and Rusticles, respectively. But let's keep moving through this bracket and see what is happening across the Americas so far. We saw Floppy Mudkip win against Pete. I'm a mess today. Pete Tash earlier. But other than that, Neomore falling out here. Maddie falling out here as well. So losing some big names. Let's take the next quadrant as well. See what's happening further. Cup is mine. Wobbly Wombat. Anything here for UT that you're seeing that immediately stands out?
Alright, my prediction that Mo is going to be the next double seasonal champion still holds on. Mo did get there. Unfortunately, it was against Gregory, which I'm really sad about. Also, Hanneke losing. Big Hanneke fan. B, obviously also pretty good, but a bit sad that two of my favorites already are out.
Yeah, losing Hanneke here is surprising. Hanneke, another player that has consistently been able to make that top 4, top 8 stage. Falling out in top 32 here. Mo really wants to get that 2-time champ. When he was on the desk last time, he was talking about how much he just wanted it. He wanted to make sure no one else got it before him. And it's always been exciting to watch. Boulevard, anything else about this that you were looking at?
So earlier this morning, I was playing ladder, and suddenly I get a DM from Yang Zera, who we just saw there advancing to the top 16, and he was like, hey, can you scrim me real quick? And I played against him, and I whooped him, and he messaged me back, and he's like, thanks, I just needed to confirm that this deck was awful. So I saw what he was ready to bring a couple hours ago. I'm hoping he brought something else. He won his top 32 match, so I have to assume he did. But looking here onto the next round, all of this looks about as you'd expect it to go. Manesia upsetting Sudrakon, maybe a little bit controversial there. Manesia's not like top 10 material. I could see you making an argument, like definitely in the top 50 players on the America chart. I think Manesia's a little bit underrated, but just really hasn't had the breakthrough performance. Maybe today's the day.
All right, and I gave us the sneak peek already, but Kever, Majin Bay, that's of course the match we are going to go to. This is a very exciting matchup between two storied players from the Americas. And would you look at that, Boulevard, it's a bit of a mirror match between these two, with just a fizz being added in on Kever's side.
And that's what we come to expect from Kevor versus Majin Bay. For those of you that don't remember, one of the first seasonals, Cosmic Creation, when Majin Bay became Majin Bay, he came into Top Cut, stole Kevor's Swiss tech of putting Tom Kench in the Aphelios Temple, was the only player to do so, and would go on to win the seasonal because of it. So the fact that these two are playing again here, when we're sort of at the end of the season, everything's on the line, there's no better matchup I could have asked for, especially after watching teammates like P-Tash and Floppy go head-to-head in top 32.
Well, and a big thing for this, and it's always exciting to talk about, is we are going into Worlds, and the winners of this round are making top 8. They are earning a World slot immediately. And T, when we have all that pressure, all that on the line, and we're bringing Karma, how do you feel about Karma being the pickup? Well, this is not a deck we talked about at all in our prep.
I don't feel great at all, because I personally can't imagine bringing this, but I mean, Ionia is really good. both players are really good Ionia players, so a triple Ionia lineup makes sense. Why it's Karma, Victor, Beck, Ellie Bar? I don't know. I mean, this is a really, really tough deck to play. Has not the best matchup into Nami, obviously, but can beat Akshan Lee Sin, which we see here next. Both of them have decided to bring it this time around, and I can only imagine what we're going to see. This is going to be a long matchup, so everyone, viewers, strap in. We're going to be here for a while. It's going to be a banger, though.
Yeah, buckle up, because the players who have likely gotten us to timer plenty of times are Kever, are Majin Bay. They tend to play slower. They play these triple Ionia lineups. And Boulevard, I know triple Ionia, it's expected from these two. We thought we might see it coming in. Is this the way you would always expect to see triple Ionia?
After the patch happened, it became kind of questionable whether or not you were sticking to triple Ionia just for the sake of being triple Ionia, because like 2 weeks ago, you know, it was definitely you're on Twisted Fate Fizz, you're on Akshan Lee Sin, and then you're on Ken and Ezreal. With Ken and Ezreal getting quite a few nerfs aimed at it, a lot of people were asking, you know, is there even still a third Ionia deck we should be looking for? If we look at the stats, I think the most popular one was Yasuo Katarina, which really isn't operating in the same play space as something like Akshan Lee Sin or Twisted Fate Nami. Now, to see a Karma here, this is not unexpected, mostly because Majin Bay Smurf famously named Please Buff Karma, Kever24 being on the Mastering Runeterra team. Those guys love to bring out Karma decks that were on no one's radar. I believe What Am I is on this list as well. Would always bring Karma Lee Sin as the Targon variant rather than Zoe to put that in a different deck. So yeah, I think that everything's on brand here. Now, me and Ice-T, we haven't really seen this Back Alley Bar deck very often. Players were kind of whispering about it when Back Alley Bar came out. It was sort of a poorly kept secret. Everyone knew about it, but nothing ever came of it, really. So the fact that we're seeing it now is interesting to me.
Yeah, I did see it a bunch, maybe, in a couple of community tournaments, because there is Smooth Swolliest out there in the world. And shout out, because, you know what, he has been bringing triple Back Alley Barkeep lineups. And also played the Karma deck in that lineup. I didn't pay a lot of attention to it, though, for the seasonal prep, so I actually don't know how the matchups go. I imagine you do want to ban Nami if you play it, though, so it's going to be a really, really interesting ban phase.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's something we can talk about a little bit here, right? You've got the mirror matchup, the full mirror matchup of these Ionia lists. Boulevard, do you have any inclination on what the ban is from these two sides? Because they're teammates. They're probably banning the same, and we're getting a full mirror. I wouldn't expect any less.
I could definitely see a world where Majin Bay is currently texting Kevor, asking him what he's supposed to ban in the mirror, and Kevor giving him the correct answer.
That's true. I mean, Majin did prep less for this seasonal than a lot of other seasonals we've had in the past. I know he's at TwitchCon right now, so it's impressive in the fact that he made it to this stage, and he's probably still playing from a laptop or a phone out there. And yeah, he probably was leaning on his teammates for the lineup, maybe Kever specifically. It would be funny if that is the case. I know Kever would give it to him for sure. And I do expect that, yeah, we will see the same. I don't know. If anyone's going to hazard a guess, like, we'll just put some predictions on it. Which deck do you think it's going to be? T, do you know what deck you think it's going to be?
Yeah, I think Nami is going to get banned if we will see the Karma, which is scary because that might mean we see a Karma mirror. But I think overall the deck does a bit better into Lee Sin than it does into Nami. Now, I don't exactly know how much that changes if one of the players is bringing Nami without Lee, but rather with TF and then with Fizz. But just to go safe, ban Nami.
Yeah, Boulevard, you thinking the same, or do you have a different take on that?
So Majin spent all day yesterday banning Nami, or banning Lee Sin rather, and his lineup was a little different, but my point is to say that he's kind of gotten used to playing against Nami at this point. I imagine he did it a lot yesterday. The one difference is with this Back Alley deck containing Aloof Travelers, that is a much stronger tool against Lee Sin than it is against Nami, which is going to lean me more towards the Nami ban.
Okay, so Nami bans are what we're thinking is going to happen, but in this Ionia meta, does anyone want to throw out a bold prediction on which Ionia player is going to take this? Either one of you. Anybody want to hazard
Majin
one?
Bay versus Mr. Emotional in the finals.
There, see, that would be hype. That would be crazy, right? That would be insane. We would have the battle for first two-time champion. That would be pretty hype. So you'll throw that out just for the content.
Yeah, I'll throw it out for the content.
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, Majin prediction. T, do you think Majin's got what it takes to take it against Kever here in this Ionia mirror? Because Kever is Mr. Ionia himself.
I think Margin is a bit distracted, currently not at home, not in top form. Kever, absolutely in top form right now. Kever has played the EU versus NA matchup. Kever has had some ladder bets going on. I think primed and ready to take this one.
Perfect. Well, I know this game is coming very soon, but this double Ionia matchups, while we're waiting to get into that, it looks like Majin and Kever are getting ready. I'm just so stoked to have Karma back in the meta, even though it means you guys are going to be casting the game for like the next 45 minutes. So I hope you're ready, Majin. Sorry, Boulevard. Sparkling Iced Tea, take it away.
They call me Majin Boulevard.
You know what? I already see 2 Lee Sin decks here, so I think we were correct with the bans here.
Okay, Ice-T, I got a question for you. What is the over-under on playing for deck out in at least one of these games?
Ooh, I think this is a possibility in the Karma mirror, maybe. But, unfortunately, we have so much new card generation, and with Karma, you can shuffle double Karmas back into the deck. It would be more likely if we see a Karma versus Lee Sin, but if we just see Karma mirror, not really going to be a thing, I think.
That's fair. And, we're kind of catching most of the action. We saw a trade of the Vestayan Disciples on turn 1. Now we're seeing a mirror on the Ionian Hookmasters. Okay, now we get to see what weapons came out. And Kevor's the one with the attack token, so the quick attack not going to really matter on Majin base side, at least for this turn. Could trade if they want to, and actually is going to elect to do so. We get our first look at the hands here. Kevor's got the Lee, but Majin's got a little bit more draw power if he can find the Lee. Does feel a little bit of favored in the long. There we go.
Oh my god. You are just helping Majin out here by Caster Blessing. But not only that, we also have the landmark already on the board. No Akshan for both players. Really important. Your win rate goes up immensely if you find the Akshan on 2. And now Majin just has a unit on board, has a landmark, can equip the unit, start take down the landmark. And Kever is just sitting there with a couple of Lee Sins and nothing to play, but luckily, top deck's 9.
Another Lee Sin for Majin Bay as well. No overwhelmed weapons on the side of either player, and like you mentioned, Majin definitely feeling advantage, not just with the double deep med, but also with this Palace online. Hopefully, I gotta check the lists again, see if we're still on Right of Calling in any amount of numbers, if that is something that Majin can tutor up to find the Akshan and get that Palace online, because I think the Spell Shield that you can get out of the Warlord's Horde, very massive in a matchup like this that traditionally doesn't have an insane amount of interaction to pop through that.
I just checked it real quick. No Right of Calling on both sides. Also, again, we see the Dark and Blood letters already, which means this is not a Teddy list. Both players maybe not watching EMEA. Kever could have watched it. I imagine Majin probably too busy right now partying it up at TwitchCon to tune into a seasonal broadcast
so
from
earlier
EMEA.
you said that Majin's out of his element. Majin playing away from home has become his element as of late. He was at a Pro Tour in France during the last seasonal. Now he's at TwitchCon. This dude's used to playing and topping seasonals from his phone at this point.
Hey, it gives you the competitive edge, okay? Especially if you are just a physical card gamer, you absolutely love to do it. And there we see the Nami bans, obviously, we mentioned it before.
Yep.
You just had to do it.
I just had to do what?
You just had to ban Nami. What?
Yeah,
are
you
you
gotta.
not banning Nami?
You gotta do it.
Yeah.
Yesterday you could mess around with it a little. Oh, maybe I don't have to ban Nami. Maybe Lee Sin's looking a little scary. Today, we're not playing around today. Today we're banning Nami.
Today you're playing against Kever, okay? You ban Nami for sure. Although, playing against Kever on Lee Sin also really scary, and we see here the Dark and Blood ladder did leave a Dark and Thrall behind, and that is a huge pressure point for Kever that Kever can use. Right now, though, Akshan was drawn, which is really scary because Majin can actually advance the landmark, and once that pops, just the value you get out of that is really important.
So I know both players have the Lee, and we're just going to see a Zolani fired off from Kevor saying, you know what, my Lee Sin is currently at 0 out of 8. Your Lee Sin is at 1 out of 8. This isn't happening anytime soon. I need to put some kind of pressure on. And if Majin goes for a block with this Lee Sin here, trying to get the barrier on, Kevor does have the quicksand to push through a kill onto it if it tries to block Zolani.
Yeah, for that, obviously, we have to kind of forsake the plan of pulling something with Lee Sin, but I think that's fine. just putting up pressure early is really important, because then as soon as your Lee flips, you might be able to get lethal even without the overwhelm. And you say, hey, we already have overwhelm in the hand for Keva, but if there are stuns, if there are denies, you either have to finish the game with the overwhelm or just a kick. And in this case, just putting up pressure early is really good.
You know, I gotta say, I absolutely love this play out of Kevor as well. We joked a little bit about these players playing for Deck Out, and Kevor's like, it's not going that long by any stretch of the imagination. I have a 6-mana 7/7 Overwhelm with Recursion. It's coming down immediately, and we're also going to fire off a couple of spells here to get the Lee Sin barrier on.
And you know what? Momentous Choice looks really good if you get the weapon early on. By no means guaranteed, but Keva did draw both the Bloodletters and the Ionian Hookmaster, so obviously it is activated. Looking pretty good here. Lee Sin can block for free now, though. And unfortunately, we won't be able to take the Solani down, but we are going to get a free block, and next turn we might be able to remove it with Lee Sin.
I mean, the Zolani's not going anywhere, though. Even if you kill this unit, it just turns back into the Darkened Bloodletters. You can replay it as Zolani. And Majin's hand, not super well equipped to deal with this in the long term.
Yeah, I think that is completely fair. But I think you're also fine just killing this, and your opponent has to spend 6 mana to get a Zolani back on board. You're like, okay.
And has
This
to
is
kill
gonna
a
take
unit
us some
every
time.
time. But Majin, gonna level the Akshan here. And this is where things are going to start to get interesting. This is a big pressure point for Majin, something to match the impact of the Zolani. What can you find off of this? But I think it's more just about the predict and draw at this point. It's about getting spells into your Lee Sin. These players have not been able to play with their very reactive hands so far, and these Lees are less than half leveled.
Yeah, luckily this is a free spell trigger for Lee Sin. The thing is, on Keva's side, we do have another Momentous Choice. So Momentous Choice is huge in this matchup because it also allows you to flip your Lee Sin way faster. Currently, the only way to stop the Lee Sin on Majin base side is the Deny. On the other side, we have the Quicksand. So tools are there, but still, if you are the first to flip a Lee and dictate the matchup, that is huge.
Yeah. And you know, I gotta ask, this Quicksand in Kevor's hand, it's only a one of. It's a very potent tool in taking the Overwhelm off of Lee Sin and maybe saving you later in the game. Do you think Kevor's ever going to fire it off early here? For example, in this exact attack, well, I guess no one knows how these attacks are going to line out. Majin finally locks it in. You know, do you Quicksand to kill the Akshan and preserve your Solani? Or maybe if the Lee was going into the Solani, would you try to use it to remove the Lee? Or are you absolutely saving this for the kill turn?
No, I think if the Lee Sin was going into Solani right now, you would have absolutely fired it off. So well played by Majin playing around it. Not only do you have the Quicksand to take off the barrier, should there be health buffs for the Lee Sin, at 3 mana, there might as well be some. You do have the answer with the Momentous Choice, with the Lee Sin Sonic Wave and everything. So I think it would have happened. Now, this is a bit more complicated. Obviously, you don't want Majin to just get a bunch of free trades. But firing it off here just to kill the Akshan might be an issue, because you might not have it later when Majin is going for lethal.
Majin also has the Resonating Strike still showing in hand, so you know that they've got a +2 attack buff, and the leveled Akshan doesn't matter too much. We see Kevor actually picking up the Quicksand and is going to remove the keywords from both units, push a little bit of damage onto the Lee Sin here. We might get a Momentous Choice and an Absolver to trade back onto the Lee. That's what it would take for Kevor.
Oh, he's going for it.
Going whole
Actually
hog.
trying to kill the Lee. And you know what? This also flips your Lee. This counts for the landmark. So maybe
His
you go for
timer's
it.
running out, though. Might just be protecting either the Akshan or the Zolani. No, we are going for the attack onto this. You'd have to use the Absolver, but then if your Lee levels, does it matter if you don't have Absolver? We're gonna Lee Sin Sonic Wave into the
Kevor,
Resonating
you
Strike.
madman!
This is a lot.
A lot, but it is about to work out. The Absolver is not enough to save the
mean,
Lee.
Workout is a really, well, I guess Majin did just use his Lee Sin in order to make this play, so there actually is no second Lee available for Majin Bay. He can save the Lee with nothing? No, Absolver's not going to be enough.
This is a crazy play right here, but Keva is going to get rewarded for it. And Majin's hand obviously is still great. We still have a lot of draw. But Lee Sin is what you really want to close out the game.
Yeah, I mean, Kevor's doesn't have a lot left in the tank, but Majin has no win condition. Granted, the funny part of this is that Kevor also has no win condition if Majin has no units.
Oh my god, you say he has nothing in hand, and Kevor answers right with a perfect top deck. Is also going to be able to flip the landmark here. Doesn't have Akshan currently, but it's going to help a lot. We have a lot of refill for Kevor. We have the Lee Sin, and currently no answer from Majin Bay. Just a couple of bounces to delay the game plan here from Kevor.
I mean, you can just play nothing, and that delays the game plan, right? As long as Kevor doesn't have a unit to drag with the Lee Sin, the damage potential really isn't that high. Tell me this is a Sandstone Charger turn. I know Kevor has no cards in hand, and it's probably not right. But with how hard Kevor's been balling so far this game, show me a Sandstone Charger. Okay, this is a much more reasonable play.
Yeah. You know what? I would have liked to see it as well, but this makes way more sense.
Kevor's getting me hyphy.
I mean, after that quicksand play, you're like, okay, Kevor, what else are you going to do this game? But no, this is just a stable play. Probably going to try to find Akshan as well. Flips the lead, but as you mentioned, there's nothing on the other side, so it's a bit awkward.
I think there was a world where Kevor, rather than getting the temple off this turn, waits until Majin's turn, makes the charger, and sacrifices it to summon Zolani.
Yeah.
Do you even attack here, or do you keep Majin off of units and say, hey, you're not allowed to develop an Akshan or a Lee Sin this turn, and Majin actually just going to offer up an Eye of the Dragon as food for the Lee. Not a great hit for Kevor, and with 5 mana still available for Majin, it is going to be in your mind that, you know, they can still develop a Lee Sin if you choose to challenge here.
Yeah, I like the threat from Majin. It's like, okay, I'm going to waste my mana. I'm going to throw out this Eye of the Dragon. If you pull it, you'll leave the option open for the Lee Sin. If you don't, I'm also going to be happy that I got to develop something on the board here. Also, you do want to flip your own landmark, right? So eventually Majin has to play something, because that will allow him to play spells, to play weapons on this, flip the second landmark.
And we're valuing that landmark progression over Kevor not pushing any damage this turn. We are going to play the weapon, progress the landmark, and here comes the Dragon's Rage.
Love to see it. Yep. Imagine just all in on flipping your landmark. I like not flipping it this turn.
Yeah.
You know, I think we've seen some awkward plays, especially during the EMEA Open Rounds co-stream that I did, where if you flip the landmark too early, especially in your turn, it's not that good if you go for the draw.
No, and having full spell mana into draw 2, reduce the draw 2, go to 10 cards in hand, all of them reduced cost by 1. This is the perfect sort of Akshan Lee play from Majin Bay.
I like this.
Oh, but he's just gonna get his Lee Sin back.
Yeah.
And that is a little bit more important.
Yeah. So the chance to draw a Lee, I think, was maybe still a bit too low. So getting the Lee here and also putting the vulnerable on the Kevor's Lee is really important, because now that means that Lee can pull that Lee without a spell being played, and that is really awkward for Kevor, because all of a sudden your Lee can just get bounced. Yeah. And the game plan basically resets. I don't think Majin is going to fully commit here with the Absolver and an all-in play, just because there is the option for Kevor to answer this. We could buff up this Lee to threaten to kill the opponent's Lee, though.
What's funny is that if Majin goes for it, I think he actually wins the game.
Yep, there's only a stun on the other side currently. That will prevent the OTK, but it will not prevent the Lee kill.
Well, there's a Deny in hand as well for Majin and none for Kevor. And that would take Kevor down below the mana to play something like Spirit Fire in order to take some damage off the Lee Sin, take some wind out of the sails. I'm very curious to see if Majin's fine with just the kick back to hand, and that's how we're going to play this one out, or how we want to handle this, because I mean, Majin could just rip it.
Kevor is playing this really slow now. Knows the danger.
Yeah.
He's facing currently. Let's see if Majin goes for it. I mean,
he's going for it. And with
how a full spell hand.
I like this a lot because of how Kevor has played the early game so aggressively, saying, hey, this is a non-traditional Lee Sin game, my hand's not very great, I have to do things like play Zolani on curve, and Majin taking that as weakness and just going for the kill. And honestly, if this doesn't work out, it's not that big a deal. Majin still has the Will of Ionia and a Homecoming to play against whatever Kevor has on the backswing. So I think this is the perfect time to go for it. It's rather safe.
And we will see the kill right here. Kevor is going to try to stop this with this stun, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough. Lee Sin is going to get kick back into the hand, and the Overwhelm is going to get through after this deny. Now, if there was no deny, Keva actually here would be able to survive and save his Lee at the same time.
Well, Majin might not deny. It looks like he's just going to be okay with that. Save this for another time. And now you're sort of in the range where you don't need Overwhelm on your Lee Sin to win the game. You can just get it up to 7 attack.
This is still scary for Margin, but again, as you mentioned, we have the recalls. We have a homecoming as well.
I'm going to go for the tempo play as well and just recall here rather than waiting for the attack.
Oh, the tempo play, you say?
Yes, so says I.
Now, what I find interesting, by the way, before we get back into the action, both players still Nopify. I think we talked about it before. You would think that Nopify would be out of the deck right now, but both players still playing it, which is not good for the matchup. It's basically a worthless card.
Yeah, you're really just kind of stopping your opponent's Nopify, but honestly, I'm looking at all of the spells they have available, and there is not a single Nopifiable spell that costs 2 or less. It would, I think literally your only option is Akshan's Grappling Hook.
Alright, I like Keva going up and buffing Tail of the Dragon, you know. Putting a bit of threat on the other side as well. Obviously here Margin has to answer this, is currently dead, but the homecoming is going to come in. Keva tapped out completely, so there's no danger there. We know that this will go through.
Yeah, and then Majin has the mana to replay the Lee Sin, replay the weapon, and then go for, just a Wuju style on the following turn to try and end the game onto this Tail of the Dragon.
And you know what, looking at Keva's hand right now, I can see why Teddy doesn't like the Bloodletters. They do look a bit awkward right now. And we have to say, Margin's deck does only play 1 copy. Meanwhile, Keva here, multiple copies of the Bloodletter.
It'd probably look better for Kevor if his Akshan had lasted for longer than 1 turn. And maybe managed to level.
And if the Akshan, was drawn before turn 5-6.
Alright, same story as last time. Kevor has the Sharina Telstones to try and Spirit Fire to survive at 1, but Majin Bey has the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike with Deny backup to ensure that they are going to be taking game number 1.
Mobile gamers.
Also, I threw out earlier, I wanted a Majin versus Mo finals. Levins was kind enough to inform me immediately after that they are on the same side of the bracket, so that is not technically possible.
Ooh, that hurts. I mean, the semifinals are going to get even more hype now. And Margin takes the first game here in the Ionia Mirror lineup, but now we will get to see Karma. And that might be a problem for Keva, because I think Karma is technically favored into Akshan Lee Sin. Now, there is not a lot of stats for this matchup, to be fair, because nobody is playing that deck. But with the little amount of matchup stats that we do have, I think we can say that Karma is favored.
Yeah, if you're a top player and you've got a back alley bar deck in your repertoire, and you're like, you know what, these top 32 casters, they're not going to know anything, please, DM me ahead of time. Let me know about the deck so I can read into it a little bit more. I'll use a throwaway account to play it. I promise no one will find me, but please just give me some kind of heads up when you can.
I should have really asked Smooth for all the tips on the deck, but you know what? Now that we have Karma here, we are in for a long one. So I actually thought about this. I was afraid that somebody would bring Spooky Karma. That was my biggest fear for casting this seasonal. And I prepared a thing. I have a card in front of me. Things to talk about when Karma is played. Okay. So, Boulevard, what's your favorite type of music?
My favorite type of music is, my Spotify Wrapped told me that it was Swancore, which I don't really know what that is.
That sounds really interesting, though. I noticed that this is actually my list for first dates, but I think we can just roll with it if this game goes on too long.
This is our first date, Ice-T. Even though we've known each other for 2 years and we've done multiple casts across multiple regions before, this is finally when we make it official.
Also official is Akshan is there on 2. Keva has a perfect curve, and that means that we might be able to win this one.
Well, what would you actually rather have, an Akshan on 2 or an uninterrupted Shimon Wind?
It is the uninterrupted Shimon Wind, unfortunately. That card is very good. You know what? When we talk about the tools from Ionia, that should get nerfed. Shimon Wind was released last expansion, but I already see the card being a bit too good.
Vostayan Disciple, I think, is inarguably the best one-drop in the game.
Oh yeah.
That
For
sounds
sure.
like an ice-cold take. Maybe someone still thinks it's Legion Rearguard. Maybe someone can send me the dissertation on how Legion Rearguard warps the meta in these 2-1s, and man, Kevor's got a weird-looking hand, T.
Yeah, there are a lot of Absolvers in there, and unfortunately, currently, we are not close to leveling a champion. We don't have Lee, which is really important for the matchup. On the other side, Margin is looking really good. We have some tools to stall a Lee should he hit the board. We have the Karma already in hand, and we have the back alley bar. And that is the most important card in the deck, because...
And T, can you tell the people what back alley bar does? Because obviously you and I are rather unfamiliar with this deck, so the viewers at home might be a little unfamiliar as well.
Yes, so... Back alley bar summons a back alley barkeep, because obviously you need someone to,
Run the bar.
actually attend to the bar. Run the bar, yeah. But also, because the back alley barkeep creates new cards in hand, what the back alley bar does is your new cards cost 1 less. And that is a mechanic that I think even some veteran players might not know. It's going to become more important with the release of Seraphine, who also works with quote-unquote new cards. And new cards basically means cards you haven't played so far. So every card that hasn't been played so far is going to cost 1 less. So we are going to be able to cheat mana. And now you can see how the deck works. You have Karma, you are able to cheat mana, profit.
And of course, back alley barkeep will get you a randomly generated card, I believe, from pretty much the entire pool of Legends of Runeterra. For each back alley barkeep you have summoned this game. So the first back alley bar is going to get you the 3/2, as well as a new card. The second one is going to get you 2 new cards, so on and so forth. And of course, it is important to note with that Ionian Telstone in Majin-base hand, you can homecoming your own landmark in order to bounce something else. So you could actually replay the back alley bar, get even more generation, but that's sort of a late game, low interaction style kind of play that honestly could come up in a matchup like this.
Yeah, and we get the info, by the way, from Monty, who is also obviously in the green room spectating this right now. There is a bug with the bar where it doesn't properly discount mana-faced card, which could happen from like Pharaohs or other cards that can get you new cards, which is a problem and apparently cost J Sensation a game in round 1.
Well, we're up to 6 mana. The Absolver return online for Kevor. They finally got the Akshan to get to the Warlord's Horde, which honestly, the most important part of Akshan. You don't care if he dies as soon as he flips. You just need him to flip and get the landmark into play. Lee Sin down for Kevor. Majin going to go for the big back alley bar. Let's see the new card here, and that's a Howling Abyss key.
Let's go. You know what? From one big landmark to another. And there's another huge win condition that you're obviously not going to throw on the board in the next couple of turns. Because first of all, you need to outgrind the Lee Sin threat. That should be doable though for now. Because again, we have Denial, we have Concussive Form. We can stall him out for now. And we are not that far away from Karma. I think Margin was reasonably happy about the turn. Usually it is quite hard to actually slam down a 6-mana landmark. But against Lee Sin, sometimes you do find a spot where they are slow, they are setting up their own win condition, their Lee Sin, so you can actually just slam that down. Now we see Aloof Travelers, obviously a bit too late. Margin would have liked to see this earlier because it's one of the cards that can counter Lee Sin and discard him right out of the hand. And right now it is just getting rid of one of these 3 Absolvers.
Man, and Kevor with the triple copies of Absolver Return. Very poised to get this Lee Sin lethal up and running. Majin has a few points of contention to say about this, but if Kevor can get that landmark down to 0 and get +2/+2 and Spell Shield onto his champion, he's going to have a much better chance at actually pushing through the fight on this one.
What do you think are Kevor's chances to actually take the game from this point on?
Definitely not 0. From this point, I'd say we're probably looking at I think it might be higher than you think it is. It might be close to like 40%.
I would agree. The matchup is not that favored. I looked it up, and it is about 58% for Karma Victor,
Is that over
which
20
is
games?
very good. No. Okay, so this actually completely surprised me. It is 262 games.
Oh my gosh.
Who is out there playing this deck on ladder? I don't want to meet them. Please, Riot, keep them away from
It
me.
looks like we're going for something here. I don't know how close this Lee Sin is to leveling. Kevor might even need to fire off, maybe Not quite the rest of his hand, but close to it.
It's okay, we have
We
brief.
took one more spell. You have a theoretical lethal. Majin does have a few things to say about this. We've got the concussive palm, as well as a homecoming. So even if we do get the spell shield onto the champions here, like we had mentioned, Majin going to be able to push through that. Also, just has deny for the kick if that's something he's a little bit more interested in.
I mean, we have the spell shield here. Majin is going to survive this, but it is going to be really tough.
He's still taking quite a bit of damage, even after the fact.
Luckily, we have a burst blocker we can summon here, as well with the Shimeon Wind, obviously. And I'm just going to quote Crimson Aristocrat, "You'll live, probably."
And I wonder if this is going to be... Okay, yeah, we are going to resolve the homecoming onto the Lee Sin, so bounce that back to the hand, and that is going to return the back alley barkeep to the hand as well, so we have an option to roll a few new cards here.
I like Majin keeping up some mana for that. And look at this, that is exactly why we wanted to bounce Lee Sin back in the hand.
It was a
oh,
second
no!
redraw, though!
I love Majin just going in with the Jinxie mode.
Worth noting that Majin hit the Lee Sin that he knew about. There are no little eyes up in the corner of Kevor's Lee Sin to indicate that the other player is aware of that information, so it looks like we actually... Majin is unaware that Kevor has the second Lee Sin, and now a lot less tools to survive against it on the following turn.
Alright, Children of the Forest, Dawn Dusk, not the options you want here. There's only one card you can really take.
What if you Dawn and Dusk the Aloof Travelers?
Okay, that is a crazy play, but I love it.
Not gonna be the option here, though. We're just gonna get another Fallen Feline. It was my mistake. The homecoming was onto the Feline, not the back alley barkeep. It was kind of hard to tell with all of the animations going out in the middle, but now the Lee Sin coming down. The spell shield's still on it. Majin's got the deny for the kick, but not enough life to just survive the bear overwhelm.
Look at Kevin now with the multiple copies of Absolver in hand. They might have looked clunky a few turns ago, but now Kevin is like, okay, I can do this all day.
Yeah, that 40% slowly climbing to, maybe closer to 90, 95 as we stand right now.
And Majin just needs to make it to turn 10. Unfortunately, that might not happen.
Majin does have a little bit of draw left. You know, has the Shimon Wind, has this copy of Time Trick. Kevor drawing the Ionian Telstones might pose an issue, though. If Majin's out becomes Homecoming, Kevor can bounce the Homecoming target to deny it.
So, unfortunately right now, we are not surviving this with just a deny.
No.
Ooh, Overwhelm on the Akshan. I like this as well. Again, just diversifying your threats. You're probably reapplying Spell Shield here as well.
Yeah,
I don't think Majin can do anything here.
No, the amount that... Well, actually, if you just draw a Homecoming, Kevor doesn't have the mana to Homecoming themselves, so you could Mystic Shot and... Okay, I think it had to be Homecoming because you needed to bounce the Aloof Travelers and bounce the Akshan.
I think Palm works, because you can deny the kick. Oh no, you don't have the mana. It's way too expensive.
Yeah, not with Mystic and Palm and Deny. I think it had to be an Ionian Telstone. But hey, T, that means we get a game 3, and honestly, we are blitzing through these games much faster than I think both of us anticipated. This has been non-stop action, not, sitting around and waiting for the Karma to hit and Lighten turn, we'd say, but now we get the mirror match, which is honestly what we've been dreading this entire time, and the players, aware that this one might take a while, left themselves plenty of time on the clock.
Yep. As you mentioned, this has been going very fast, not thanks to the Karma, more thanks to the Lee Sin deck, and now we have the Karma Mirror. But again, both players are very experienced apparently with the deck, so it might be a bit faster than we anticipated. I did see a lot of Karma back in the Mastering Runeterra Anniversary Tournament, and games that took ages went to timeout and everything, but the problem there was, obviously, players haven't played Karma in about 2 years.
Yeah.
These players, though, they have played Karma. They know how to play the deck.
T, I still remember the highest compliment I've ever gotten on my casting was you said that I made a Spooky Karma matchup watchable. And
oh yeah.
That still resonates with me. I think about that every night.
Oh, I very much remember the exact game I meant to. Man,
Okay,
Those
we
are
got...
the times, though.
I mean, this is a great looking hand for Kevor, sort of based off of how light we expect the early game to be from both players.
Ooh, Aloof Travelers is fantastic here if you can get rid of the opponents.
And the Vastayan Disciple, though, with the attack token on 1 for Kevor. No mirror of it this time. For the first time this series, Majin not opening with the counter.
This looks really rough right now for Majin. We do have the Victor, which could be important because if you can't remove a Victor, Victor gets Spell Shield. Can become a huge threat that you might not be able to deal with, but like... This is a big problem. You got your own Shimmy and Wind now, but your opponent can obviously summon theirs to just burst block it. Will we see a Mystic Shot as an answer? That is the big question.
Honestly, what else are you Mystic Shotting in this matchup? Are you saving it for Karma Burn way down the line? Looks like the answer is no. I'd much rather have the Shimon Wind. But these Aloofs out of Kevor are going to be able to get rid of the back alley bar from Majin, and honestly, just looking real good so far.
Yeah, I think those are the most important cards in the matchup, almost. That and Karma, obviously.
Yeah.
Your champions obviously are what you want to draw, but these kind of work like champions because they are discarding the big win condition, the back alley bar from your opponent. And if you can cheat mana but your opponent can't, you look very favored.
It's going to be on Victor to do quite a bit of heavy lifting here. Ooh,
like
and the
them.
kill onto the Vastayan Disciple. No value gotten from that card for Majin Bey. Unable to get a single Shimon Wind off and top decks another one into a Mystic Shot.
By the way, if anyone wonders, that was a pretty safe Thermal Beam as well, because you don't play a lot of protection in this deck. There is one Twin Disciplines. No Nopify, no nothing. That is all you have to protect your important cards, and yeah, Majin's got to be sad about this one. Has 2 Victors, though,
Yeah.
and those might be able to propel him to a win if they get the right keywords.
Well, also, I think that the Aloof Travelers hitting the back alley bar means Kevor is going to be pretty inclined to immediately fire off the second one to try to hit either a second back alley bar or a Karma, and it might actually just end up fixing Majin's hand. I don't think this Will of Ionia or this Concussive Palm are really cards that Majin cares to be hanging on to at the moment.
See a bunch of early damage here from Kevor. This is interesting because you don't have a lot of healing in the deck outside of the Ionian Tailstones. Obviously, if you get to turn 10 and you fire off Karma, you are always full health again. There's no way you lose there. But if you somehow get smoked down before that, you don't have a lot of options to deal with that.
And this is exactly what I was just talking about. The second Aloof hitting a useless Will of Ionia and giving Majin a second Vastayan Disciple. And, I mean, Victor's rolling with Quick Attack Fury. He's about to get real big.
The open attack comes in. We have a couple of options to deal with this. I would think that we try to Mystic Shot one of these Shimian wins. Or these Vastayan Disciples, rather. Because we don't really want Majin to draw any more cards, maybe get to a back alley bar. That said, turn 6 is also where you could play a back alley bar and fire off a Mystic Shot afterwards, for example. So, are you firing it off and not going for the early bar? Or are you waiting?
I guess it comes down to, do you put any value in getting Karma down before the Enlightenment turn? Do you actually care about those randomly generated spells?
To some extent, you actually do. Especially if you're on PNZ. Those randomly generated spells are going to be of expected high quality. That said, it is a bit scary because your opponent could take down the Karma and then all of a sudden, you don't look a lot, you don't look good a lot. You look really rough.
And Kevor's board kind of dwindling, you know, a lot of early aggression, as you pointed out, down to 12 on the side of Majin already, going back into Kevor's attack turn in a second here. What keyword can we get? Challenger now. No lifesteal. Not sure that it's really necessary, though, and Majin just gonna, you know, run out the Shimon Winds, make them a little bit vulnerable, but sort of draw through their deck. A lot of mana floated. Let me see that back alley bar. Kevor. Okay, what is with this? You mentioned the one of Twin Disciplines. Both of them immediately draw the Twin Disciplines. Now they both draw the one of Aftershock.
They actually want to keep us here for a while. They actually want this to get to Karma. Another Fallen Feline. Blocking here with the Victor looks amazing. Unless Kevor actually tries to get rid of it here. Has to invest a lot though, so I think Margin is pretty safe to block with this. Make it a threat, actually.
Yeah, I mean, with the Fury, you're a lot safer to take these chump blocks. You know you're not getting damaged when you go in because you have the quick attack. And honestly, just having Challenger quick attack is really stunting Kevor's development here. This is almost certainly going to have to be a back alley bar turn just because you don't really want to throw anything else into that Victor.
Alright, but what's happening? I thought this would be way more boring than it actually is. Both players actually swinging in every turn.
It's because this isn't a Karma deck, right? We're not going to even get to the point where we see the Karma come out. This is a back alley bar deck. We've got full cost reduction on the side of Kevor right now. Majin's still looking for his, but honestly, you know, they've both played a couple of Fallen Felines, and you need something to shuffle your deck to sort of get those Hexite Crystals out of your bottom 10. But once they come up, they could be a big blowout card as well, and now we're even just going to kill the bar.
Yeah, and you are primed to do that right now. You do have a deny backup, so you are pretty safe to do this if there's any interaction from your opponent. We do have to mention there's no Nerpify in these decks, and what that means is that you have an easy time here to get an Aftershock through. It's off it.
Okay, and Majin, I just want to point out, not throwing out the Thermogenic Beam to take all the Fearsome blockers off the table to push a bunch of Victor damage. Really not a high priority here. Just roll another keyword.
Hey, maybe it's elusive, maybe it's overwhelming. It's elusive.
It's elusive.
God damn it.
Still got a Palm and a Homecoming
it.
on the side of Kevor, so, you know, it's not looking like lethal yet, but this Victor just, the threat level just rose significantly.
The thing is, if it's not lethal yet, the next time you attempt this, there will be a flipped Karma on the other side.
Yeah. And that's something you need to be cognizant of. You know, there are Mystic Shots in this deck. There is a little bit of direct damage. Karma coming down, even if you kill it immediately, can still just fire off a double Mystic Shot on the face.
Alright, since there's a lot of action happening here, and we probably have to stun the Victor, I think this is going to end before turn 20, so we have to actually, you know, hasten up our date. It's going to be a speed date, so what's your favorite food?
Takoyaki.
I don't know what that is, but it sounds interesting. You want to go for it sometime?
Yeah, absolutely.
Lovely.
You hear that, everyone? I got a date with Ice-T as soon as one of us ends up in the other's half of the globe.
There is an ocean. Ocean cross lovers.
Alright, it is going to be the Palm down onto the Victor. Just kind of delaying the inevitable. T, how are we feeling like Kevor gets back into this game? Because, you know, they've got the Karma, and they've got some cool tools to duplicate here, like Time Trick, but we're not going to be enlightened until Majin has the attack token again.
Yeah, for Kevor, it actually looks pretty rough. We can't currently deal with the Victor, so we can only stall him out. Now Majin also gets the Karma, so we can also double up on the Victor spell, which is really good, because all of a sudden we could get a spell shield. It becomes even harder to deal with the Victor. Right now, Kevor is just lacking the champions on the board, and Majin has them. Majin also super safe to throw down the Karma here. Not only do we have Deny backup, but also Kevor played the one copy of the Thermal Beam already.
Okay, we're throwing down the Karma. No real protection for it. We've got, well, actually, we've got some soft/hard protection. If you really want to go for a Stand United, I don't think there's anything Majin can do about that.
Okay, we threw down a couple of these cats already. And so far, we haven't really drawn the important spell. Obviously, we want to use it with Karma, so don't really care to draw before turn 10, but still, having a Hexite Crystal here could actually just completely blow this matchup out of the water.
Yeah, I think Majin needs to find a Time Trick, though, just because otherwise these Hexite Crystals are stuck in the bottom 10. How much damage can you take here?
There's no deep mat or anything, so yeah, you actually do need a Time Trick.
Kevor could Twin Discipline here to put Majin in the range of Karma Mystic Shot. It'd be a little bit telling. Majin might then stun something out. It looks like we are just going to take the damage that's available to us.
Alright, what does Victor roll here? It's actually...
What's he missing?
Lifesteal.
Lifesteal.
Spell Shield.
Regen.
Regen is just as good. You know what? That protects us from double Mystic Shot next turn to remove the Victor.
I don't think it protects us from double Aftershock, though.
It doesn't, but hear me out. We're gonna open swing, we have double Deny backup. Actually, Deny doesn't really do anything anymore. Yeah, these Denies, I think Majin should use them about now.
curious. So there is a little bit of a conversation about sequencing here. Kevor going for the Aftershock, seeing if that resolves, then going for the Mystic Shot. That plays around Deny better, but it does not play as well around Ionian Tellstones, where I could just health pot my Karma after the Aftershock resolves. So Kevor making the choice there to play around the health pot, or sorry, play around Deny rather than health pot and getting rewarded.
I was going to stay alive on Kevor's side. Margin on 6 HP has a deny to, deny one part of a Mystic Shot. Has a 10-6 Victor.
Here we go. The double level up animation ruined Karma on the side of Majin Bay. And this is where everything gets interesting. Kevor, the Mystic Shot in hand, 6 health on the side of Majin Bay. A lot of draw power available for both of these players. The Ritual of Renewal generated versus a Flurry of Fists.
Flurry of Fists is such a good card. Because it can just absolutely blow out your opponent. Your opponent thinks they're safe at 20 HP. Nuh-uh! Especially because this Victor already has quick attack. Not that it matters. Karma obviously doubles up the spell.
Spell
so
shield.
Victor would always get double attack. Oh my!
And Impact.
Oh no, this is so good.
How does Kevor deal with this?
I don't know if it is good. Well, actually, so in this exact instance, I was like, yeah, Karma generally just pushes through Spell Shield, but you can't double up Homecoming to push through Spell Shield because once the first one resolves, the other target is gone, the second Homecoming just fizzles. You need to actually use 2 copies of Homecoming, which Kevor has, but Majin has the Deny. Which I guess, actually, no, the Deny doesn't help because you need... Oh, man, it's this whole weird thing, but Deny doesn't save you from the double Homecoming.
We're gonna push a lot of damage here no matter what. Yeah, but just searching for the Hexite Crystals, finds them! Or do we find another copy of them? Okay, no. But we still have the double Tailstones.
Oh, and grabbing a Deny.
Try.
As well as a Pharaoh's Financier.
Grabbing a Deny is very interesting. Because again, Deny value going down, but it can still help you out whenever, like, a double spell is threatening your Karma or is threatening your Nexus.
I'm looking at both players' situations here and trying to figure out if Majin lives. Or if Kevor lives, rather. And I don't think they do because of that MK2 in Majin's hand. I think you can kill one of the units that the Homecoming goes on to.
Okay. I don't think so. It deals 1 damage right now, right? This is the first copy?
Well, it's a reduced cost and it's 1, so I imagine that it's the 2 damage one?
Oh, true. Yeah, you're right. Oh, that is...
Context clues. Kevor currently trying to figure out how the stack is going to work out to the point where a Hexite Crystal will pop the Spell Shield so that the Homecoming can get through.
Well, if only we had a back alley bar right now that would reduce the cost of all these spells. Alright, we are gonna get rid of the Homecoming.
This is just it, right?
We're gonna push 20. That
It's
is
4
it.
damage onto the Aloof Travelers. That means the Victor comes through. There's no Shimon win. The Deny is there, but there's only 3 mana left for Kevor. Ice-T, I think this is just it.
Yeah, and even the double Mystic Shot is not gonna take down the Victor here because just enough HP to survive it, and there's a Deny on Majin's side.
Oh, but the
Everything is here
Mystic Shots with the
Mystic Shot
Hexite Crystals.
going phase.
And
We
I think
only have
the
one Deny.
stack is full.
1, 2, 3. Oh my god.
The stack is full. Now you can still play burst spells with the stack is full. So if Majin can find an Ionian Tellstone to double health pot.
Oh,
That is so clutch. Majin finds it.
Oh, and you can see the animations getting really cluttered there at the end of the screen because of how the stack functions. The burst spell's still playable. We've got it full or just about. Yeah, this is totally full. That you can see that the cards in hand not playable for Majin Bay, but Kevor fought so hard. Thought they found it, but Majin gonna clutch it out and advance to the top 8 here in the Awakening Seasonal.
Yeah, and Victor as a 4-drop, coming down on turn 4, growing, being unable to die. Kevor did not have the resources to kill him. Used the Thermobeam early to get rid of Oversty and Disciple, and that was really the only removal you had for this Victor. And he put in the work.
Beautiful. Absolutely
finish.
beautiful.
What an absolutely insane finish to that series between Majin and Kever. And with that, Majin, who I think probably was locked in via ladder already, has secured a spot at Worlds, right? Top 8, they've made it. Top 8 this season will make it into Worlds. Majin has locked that spot down, and I'm sure he's got to be very happy with that fact, being able to ensure that he's getting to play in the Legends of Runeterra World Championship. But Boulevard, this came down to the wire. It was such a close game, and it comes down to a couple of time tricks finding a Tellstones, and this is just a testament to how well Kever played this as well.
Yeah, I actually straight up forgot that the Hexite Crystals were going to hit the Nexus and that the Mystic Shot line was available for Kevor when everything was said and done, actually had the lethal lined up. But Majin, the luck of the draw on his side, able to get his health back up there with the stack full. That was an absolutely insane sequence of events to close out these two Titans.
Yeah, and as we review how that match shook out with the post-match here, T, it was really unfortunate. They kept interrupting your date because we thought this was not going to be super active. It's a karma mirror, but the entire game was just constant battle back and forth. Has this changed your mind on this karma list?
It actually did. I think that this is actually super based, especially with Victor. Victor Ionia has always been a bit faster than usual Ionia PNZ decks. And you know what? This is not a karma deck. This is a back alley bar and Victor deck, and especially once we flip the Victor and we can discount created cards even more, we have a real win condition, and we saw it at the end there. Victor going in for 25 attack, even though the game didn't go as long as we thought. It was just a beautiful end. And before we move on, I just want to say something. Yes, Majin really happy to lock in Worlds, but I think Kever also is already qualified, so Kever not too sad to lose here. And what that means is that now that Majin is locked in through top 8, somebody else will be able to get that seasonal rank points or ladder points spot, which is really cool for anyone who is hoping to get there.
Yeah, for anyone high on the points that maybe wasn't quite high enough, seeing Majin lock in is certainly going to help them out. But I mean, it is awesome to see that. I know they're going to be working together once again for Worlds, and we might see some more craziness like this list. Definitely the Karma deck. Really, Karma just being the icing on top, right? Making it so once you've got all that set up, you get to the end of the game, you get those crazy turns where we see Victor shoot up to 25 attack. You're able to heal for like, what was it? He'd heal for 12 there off of the health pots after drawing like 35 cards on that turn. So that's what the Karma does. It makes it so when you've got yourself into a good enough position, you end up just winning the game. But with that, We've gone through that full round. That was the round of 16. Round of 8's coming up. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, we're going to tell you who qualified via making top 8 into the World Championship, and we'll continue on with our quarterfinals. So don't go anywhere. The Awakening Seasonal Tournament will return just after this. Welcome back to the Awakening Seasonal Tournament. I'm Casanova, joined by Boulevard and Monty. We're going into the top 8, which means we do have our 8 players who have qualified to the World Championships via this seasonal. This is 8, not 4, like it usually is. So let's go ahead and take a look at that bracket and see who we have that have made it. And Boulevard, immediately, I'm seeing a lot of names that I recognize.
Yeah, I think the only name here that I'm not intimately familiar with is Rowan Whitethorn, which, I mean, the sole BR player in the top 8, so, you know, we know what we're getting out of that one. We do have a string of recency bias towards Brazilian champions, so I'm looking at this hat they're going to have to take to the finals, beating MTux, then beating winner of Tankbuster and Floppy. This is going to be a tight one, Casa and Monty.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Monty, go ahead. I want you to get your takes on these quarterfinals as well.
I was just going to say, it's definitely going to be a tough one for Rowan. I know what MTux has brought, and I know that he says that he feels he's favored in this matchup, so we'll see what happens, but I would expect MTux to make it through to the top 4 and showdown against either Tank or Floppy, which is still a really tough bracket to take down.
I mean, that's so big. And also, one thing to call out, a lot of these players that have made it to this top 8, locked in that world spot, I'm pretty sure a good majority of these players were already locked to worlds either through ladder or seasonal points. So it's really going to open it up for a lot of other players to make it into worlds that were on that bubble. And I'm really excited for the following weeks where we get those lock-ins and we see exactly who is going to be representing the Americas at the World Championship. But the matchup that we want to look at here out of this quarterfinal is going to be Mo versus the Cup is Mine. We have a seasonal champion versus a seasonal runner-up. Cup is Mine being the runner-up of the previous seasonal, Mo winning a while back, looking for his first 2-time championship. He has to get through Cup is Mine first, and then potentially Majin Bay to even have a chance at running for that. But this should be a really sick matchup, and I'd love for us to get that head-to-head here, and we can see what decks they have brought. Boulevard, look at Mo's lineup here. This is not anything we have seen yet today outside of the Aziralia.
Yeah, this is a Mo lineup. You know, what did you expect? Did you think that he was going to stick on the top 3 decks? And actually,
No.
this is very similar to what SujerCon actually played in Swiss. They came in with Scouts, Poppy Tarek, and Yasuo Katarina, so just trading out that Noxus side for the Ionia, going with the Aziralia. Now, I think the Aziralia was banned earlier in the day, so we actually haven't gotten to see how this deck plays into this meta. But I can't even, you know, look at this lineup from Cup is Mine and say, okay, yeah, here's how the aggro is going to play into it, because there's just a Scion there, Casa and Monty. Why is Scion on the other side of the table?
Look, exactly, Monty. Why is Scion here? Look at this deck.
You know, I'm not 100% sure, but from what I poked my nose into some other servers while I was on break there to investigate about this a little bit, and from what I'm told, it draws similar matchup tables to Red Gwen, and Cup is a master of Scion. He's very, very comfortable on this deck. He is somebody that I reached out to when this deck was popular to ask for tips on it, how to play it, how to build it. So I expect that a big portion of it is falling back on comfort, and another big portion of it is that it draws a similar matchup table to a deck that's already in the metagame, and it allows him to skill gap his opponents.
It's cool to see Scion back. This is actually a discussion we had earlier in the week where, you know, EU and America's always had different metas, and it was EU that actually randomly brought Scion a bunch to a previous seasonal where it was non-existent here in the Americas. But Cup gonna bring it this time alongside a Fiora Pantheon, which this is a deck we've seen plenty of. So let's push on to the next. Let's see what Cup's final deck is. I'm pretty sure that was just gonna be that Nami Lee
Whoa,
Sin.
what is this? I've never seen this before.
Crazy. First time for everything. Monty said they might put this one together. We might maybe see 1 or 2 Nami Lee Sins. Well, here is one of them for Cup is Mine. But Mo, on the other hand, has some decks that we haven't talked about yet at all, and I'd love for us to break them down a little bit more. But Scout's position in the current meta, Boulevard, this Scout's variant looks really ancient, archaic. We've seen this forever.
Yeah, so if you're walking into an Eye of the Dragon meta, historically, Demacia does pretty well into that, especially Scouts specifically, because you have the misfortune to rip through the eye. And as we've gotten less and less aggressively postured in the meta, more and more players are cutting copies of Eye of the Dragon down to the point where we've come full circle. And I mean, it's the seasonal time. This is the, 12th seasonal that we've had. If you haven't heard by now, Scouts gets a huge power boost every time it's seasonal time, because everybody forgets about it. And then the one player that brings it, in this case, Mo, is going to have a pretty good time into quite a few matchups.
Yeah, we'll see if he can speed run this matchup here against Cup is Mine. Let's look at Mo's next list. This is going to be the Azir Aurelia. We actually got to touch on this a good amount with Floppy Mudkip, so I actually want to skip ahead to the Poppy Taric. This is a deck that Sparkling Ice T talked about a lot earlier on today. And Monty, I want you to give me some insight into Poppy Taric and why you might bring this list.
I don't know about you guys, but I hate this deck. I think it is absolutely horrible. I think it bricks so often. It's terrible. That said, it's like Scouts 2.0. It does a lot of the same stuff. It has this challenger control early game package, and it just wants to rally on you and absolutely obliterate you with Taric.
Yeah, this deck plays 5 rallies as opposed to the 4 that we saw in Scouts. You have other Demacia options. Obviously, Pantheon Fiora is one that takes up this region combination, as well as Sivir Akshan. But those decks aren't 5 rally decks. And Mo's here to rally multiple times in a turn and really close out these games quickly.
Yeah,
all right.
I was talking to Mo about this a little bit, both before the open rounds and before today's tournament. He wanted to initially bring this lineup to open rounds, and I had to talk him out of it. I was like, no, man, you can't bring that to open rounds. It's going to fold. And then today he brought it because he was like, yeah, I like to rally on people, I like to kill people, and I like to make people sad. So that's what I'm going to do, and I'm already qualified for Worlds. So if it doesn't go well for me, well, I had fun.
Well, it might turn into Mo becoming the first 2-time seasonal champion with just how fast this lineup can go. But Boulevard, it looked like you had a visceral reaction to me saying that. How do you feel about this matchup against Cup is Mine? Do you think the lineup is very favored for Cup right now?
No. I think this Sion is going to get bullied enormously, and I think that Sion has no right making it this far, so the fact that Mo gets a free win into the top 4 by bullying Sion and might become the first 2-time seasonal champion in the Americas, because Mo has a 100% win rate in Top Cut thus far in seasonal tournaments, so there's no reason to think he's going to start losing anytime soon, is making me lose my mind.
See, I think Sion's going to get banned because it's the only deck in that lineup that puts up a real threat for both Scouts and Poppy Taric. Then again, Pantheon's there too, so it's kind of wishy-washy, but Azir Aurelia is going to do better into the Pantheon than the Sion, I think.
Okay. Well, the bans, that's a good segue into the discussion, right? So you think, Monty, you're thinking Sion might be the ban for Mo. Boulevard, which deck are you thinking that Mo would be the most worried about?
I mean, like, he probably should ban Nami Lee because Poppy Taric probably shouldn't win into Nami Lee, but it does, probably, and Mo knows that. He's not going to ban it. I mean, Sion might end up being the ban just based off of the fact that it is Cup is Mine's comfort pick, right? We've seen Cup in Mine in quite a few top cuts, and I feel like Sion is something he's always bringing out, so Mo might just pay a little bit of respect to that.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, but on the other side, though, Mo's deck list, which is the most threatening towards Cup? Which one do you have to get rid of? I mean, Monty, do you have an idea which aggro tempo deck you would get rid of?
It's the tempo Azir Aurelia deck, without a doubt, because it is best across the board. It's going to be able to smart down the Nami faster than they can set up. It's going to be able to just bounce Sion back forever. There's no decimates or anything like that in the list for Cup to present a burn priority. And Pantheon, same problem. All the threats are just going to get bounced back. They're going to go under you with the 1/1 Shadow Apprentice, and they're just going to race you and win.
Okay, so same thought for you, Boulevard. I imagine probably wanting to get rid of that.
Actually, I'd probably take Scouts just because I don't know if Mo knows how to play Azir Aurelia.
Oh.
If I'm being straight up, I think I'd skill check him on that deck.
Fair enough. But I guess with all that being said, Boulevard, it seems like you're feeling good about Mo's chances in this matchup, particularly against Cup. Monty, do you disagree with that, or are you feeling like Mo's lineup is probably better suited in this spot?
I think Mo made one of the best lineup calls for today. I think if he takes it down, it's going to be because of the lineup call that he made, and because of that, I'm going to put him as the favorite in this matchup as well.
Well, I mean, that's kind of been how Mo ends up finding the wins in tournaments. He makes big calls. Sometimes it doesn't work out. The first seasonal he won, it was a great call to go aggro. Yes, he had, I think there was one matchup where everyone thought he was going to lose, and he ended up beating him like every single game in the fastest possible time. Just really, really nuts draws on all of that.
I think Mo's made an aggro call every seasonal so far. The last 4 seasonals, he's like, this is the aggro seasonal, just do it. And then like the one time that he's like, look guys, I told you from the beginning, this is the aggro seasonal. It's like, Mo, you've been doing that for 8 months at this point, buddy. Yeah, you're shooting in the dark here. A stopped clock is right twice a day, and today's Mo's day.
Well, all right, well, let's take a look at those lineups once again. Let's take a look and just kind of holistically look at everything. See what are the kind of key factors that are going to be, right? Because we've talked a lot about Mo and his ability to run over some of these decks very quickly. But what decks are going to really stop him up? Because we talked about Sion being able to have some answers. Which are the matchups that Sion is particularly looking for? Is it the Demaciolus?
Sion is good into all three of his decks, as far as I'm aware. It's going to be quite good into the Scouts matchup because you can race them effectively and they can't deal with the Sion whatsoever. Poppy Taric might be able to deal with a Taric flip and like clock you faster than you can clock them, but Taric is also just going to get stunned out by the Arachnoid Sentry that's available in that list, and it might have a bit of a hard time there. And Azir Aurelia has no good way of dealing with fearsome units, which Sion has a couple of in the early game.
All right, and Boulevard, I mean, Mo is here trying to take this down for HDR. We only have one Brazilian representative in the top 8. HDR's gonna claim this a Brazil victory if Mo wins, right? This is for sure happening.
Oh, absolutely. I think Mo is the first honorary Brazilian. They let him into the LBR to play under the Hydra flag. So yeah, if Mo wins, we actually have to give him the Brazilian interview, which I'd love to watch because I don't think Mo speaks Portuguese.
That would be amazing to have Total and the rest of the crew over there interviewing Mo, but only speaking to Mo in Portuguese and seeing how well he can do. But yeah, I mean, that has been the history of the last few seasonals. We have not been able to get a non-Brazilian champion recently. It's actually been a lack of interviews here on the English broadcast. And so Mo, it'll always be good to be able to talk to him once again on all of that. Cup is mine, though. Gotta be hungry after getting a runner-up last time around, being able to run it all the way back to the top 4. But with that, we're going to be jumping in to Mo and Cup is mine. So Boulevard, Monty, take it away.
Thank you, Kassa. And let's see what we got on our plates here for game number 1.
Well, it looks like a momentous choice, so we are going to see Nami up against Poppy Taric. This should be pretty favored for Poppy Taric. I was talking down about this deck at the start, but if there's one thing it does well, it's beat Nami.
Yeah, but I mean, you also talked this up as a tier 0 deck, right? And the problem with targeting tier 0 decks is sometimes that they remind you that they are a tier 0 deck and you should not be trying to target them. I don't think this is that kind of hand, but it's not too far off.
It's pretty close to that kind of hand. We have the Double Trouble. We can take this 1 damage on turn 1. Doesn't really matter. They're going to have to develop on 3 for us to be able to play that Double Trouble. And we have Heavy Metal to deal with the Esmus. The only thing we're really missing is a Concussive Palm or a recall for this Taric or the Poppy.
And Mo is also not currently holding any rallies in hand. So just another sort of point to slow things down here. I know the Poppy can really sneak up on you and level up pretty instantly once you have that rally available.
Kind of amazing how fast she actually flips in this list. You give them 1 ounce of breathing room and suddenly you're dealing with a level 2 Poppy and a board full of impact units.
It looks like this is actually, yeah, not the Double Trouble. It is just the Heavy Metal.
Yeah,
Take care of
I
that
like that
Esmus
play.
like you mentioned.
I'm a big fan of that. It's gonna, the Ibex giving the +1/+1 back to the Esmus is gonna let Mo push a little bit of extra damage. We don't really need to worry about the 3 damage coming off of the 2/1 and the 1/1. That would be able to be dealt with by the Double Trouble. Better to just remove the Esmus altogether. And the bans come out pretty much like we predicted. Draven Scion from the side of Cup is out of there, and Scouts out of there from the side of Mo. Looks like you were right, I was wrong. Azir Aurelia has made it through. We might get to cast some of it.
It's always hard to tell whether, like, because you never know if the players are actually making the 100% correct calls. So, like, when their sort of ban strategy doesn't align with yours, it's kind of hard to tell who was actually right. Usually we default to the players, but sometimes y'all make some questionable decisions, and I'm like, do we have to default to the players on this one? But in this case, yeah, I think taking Scouts off the table, perfectly reasonable. But as to the game at hand, Cup is mine, you know, a couple Burblefish, a couple of Fleet Admiral Shellies, as well as the Nami. 15 health still on their side of the table, and no rallies in Mo's hand.
Yeah, but there's also no recalls or palms to stop this Sojourners train that's about to get going. These are about to be some really big units from the side of Mo, and I don't know if Cup can keep up.
No, and I mean, yeah, you've got all these elusives and all these spells and all these tools, and actually it looks like we're willing to... Is this a sacrifice on the Fleet Admiral Shelly? No, because this is only going to be a 4 attack on the Fleet Feather Tracker, and we can get this up to a 5/5 Shelly.
I think he has to go for the Wuju style here. This is kind of his win condition at this point. He wants to be able to play out both of these Shellys with the 2 Burbles, and he's just going to ignore the Nami from this point onwards.
Yeah.
Which is super heads up, and it shows that Cup really understands this deck and how to win this matchup. So obviously it's something he scrimmed quite a bit with his practice partners.
All right, attacks locked in. No tricks available for Mo. Nowhere near enough mana to play that Terek's spell. So just, yeah, like we mentioned, going to get the Wuju style, protect the Shelly, take a chump block onto the Taric. Actually, just going for prevention of damage here rather than pushing damage onto the more impactful unit in the Mountain Sojourner. So probably just going to let these things sit around for the remainder of the game and hope that Mo doesn't have a rally, which currently a winning strategy.
And there's that Will of Ionia, which is not usually an inclusion in these decks, but Cup deciding that he wants it to make his opponents play around more breakpoints. Very, very smartly puts that in. And now Mo has to choose to respect it at some point during this game, or completely disrespect it and get blown out.
I gotta say, I love Will of Ionia in the current meta. Not included in a lot of decks, as you mentioned. And oh, we're taking a relatively weak attack here. Actually, even holding back onto our Stallion Disciple.
Interesting. Cup, I guess, decides that he can just take this a little bit slower, has the read on no rally, wants to be able to defend against it with that Will of Ionia if it comes out this turn, wants to at least represent a deny, if nothing else.
I think Cup is just sort of cognizant of the idea that I need as many blockers as possible. I have the win cons available in my hand. I just want to bank a little bit of spell mana here with the Nami, and actually just going to overwrite a unit to play the Nami now that the rally mana is gone from Mo.
This suddenly looks very bad for Mo. If he doesn't find that rally, this rally on the next turn, and even if he does, Cup is never tipping below that Will of Ionia mana, so I don't know how he's planning to win this game.
Okay, we get Poro evolution. Elusive
Another
overwhelm
elusive.
regen. Okay, yeah, draw for the rally. It's another Mountain Sojourner Monty. I don't think that's enough, and I know Cup took a rather lackluster attack on the previous turn, but I think it was enough to put a 2-turn clock on Mr. Emotional.
It definitely was, especially with both a Nami and 2 Shellys on the board. Mo, considering if he even wants to give up this 1-2 here, it's not really doing a whole lot, not pressuring anything.
And I'm sure this turn would have looked totally different if Cup's, Poro didn't randomly roll into Elusive as well. We actually now feel more comfortable taking a block with either like our Burblefish or our Vestayan Disciple.
And unfortunately, it looks like Mo's just lost this game. There's 3rd Shelly showing up too. Cup is not forced into making any weird decisions at this point. He can take a good bit of this damage. Can even go down to 1 if he really wants. This deck has some reach, so he probably in the form of combat tricks, so he probably won't do that, but it's an option.
Yeah, I didn't check, but if there is Pale Cascade in this deck, I don't think you can afford to leave this unblocked, as it'll kind of force the will out of you, and then your opponent still has a rally option.
Hail is a 1-of in this deck.
I'd probably take that block then.
Looks like Cup agrees with you.
Yeah, with the 2 Shelly in hand and the Burblefish, I think you've got more than enough elusives to end the game.
Yeah, Mo is running a couple strike spells in this list as well, which is not usually the norm. Fortunately, he hasn't found any of those either to be able to take away some of these elusive blockers.
Can we get any trade? We get 1 trade. We take out Tiari the Traveler for what it's worth.
We do indeed. No sharp sights, so no answers from Mo's side there either. Really banking on a concerted or single combat top deck to have a hope of staying alive into this next turn.
Yeah, you've gotten the Will of Ionia out of your opponent, actually even before the potential for a rally came down.
It's definitely a plus, but I don't think it's going to be nearly enough. Not with this next Purple coming down and 2 more Shellys able to be developed.
Yeah, double Jettison in the hand as well. Nothing clunky like a Blood Bait. And this is just looking like lethal. Even if Mo can top deck a strike spell, it might still just be enough.
That's an interesting decision.
Gotta do what you gotta do. Developing these units does nothing.
You're still taking 9 plus whatever Nami can buff up, and they've got 2 more 1-cost spells.
And I think Cup is safe to develop here, can just throw down this Burblefish and this 2nd Shelly. We see a Relentless Pursuit on Mo, which is going to sort of cut things short here, but this is the last turn of the game. One way or another, this is 100% the last turn of the game.
Yeah, it's undoubtedly over at this point. These Shellys are going to buff up the entire board. Mo just playing to Cup's, to his win condition of Cup DCing, Cup misplaying. But it's not going to happen. Nothing matters. The priority is going to pass back and forth here with the rally, and Cup is just going to swing in for full and find lethal of his own.
Yep, there's a health pot. The Jettison's going to come out, and we're going to get more than 20 damage. And like we said at the start of the game, you can try to pick on the Nami Lee Sin, but sometimes the deck just reminds you why that's not an option for most players.
Yeah, and this hand, like we said at the start, wasn't the best looking. It had the tools that Cup needed to be able to deal with the aggression coming out of Poppy Taric. Mo wasn't able to find that rally in time. He had maybe been able to find it on the turn where he developed the 2-drop at the end of his attack, forced the will out a turn earlier. Maybe things look a little bit different, but didn't come together for him.
No, but I don't think you were all in on just beating the Lee Sin Nami, right? You do still have chances into this Fiora Pantheon. It's a little bit more mid-range. It's not going to be able to match the wide boards that you're putting out on your remaining decks very well. And I gotta say, I didn't really study the Azir Aurelia matchup into Fiora Pantheon, but it looks like we are going to get that unless this Poppy Taric just kind of pumps the brakes a little bit too early again.
I'm pretty sure we're going to see Mo queue up as Azir Aurelia. It's a more favorable matchup into the Poppy Taric, or sorry, into the Pantheon Fiora, because it is able to bounce the threats. Fiora might change things a little bit. Back when we played this matchup previously, Fiora didn't really exist in the game. She was a 3-2 at that point, and her win condition was kind of non-existent, obviously. Now that she's there, Mo's going to have to be a little bit more aggressive in trying to remove her, trying to bounce her, and keep her off the field, keep her from flipping, keep her from finding that I win button.
Yeah, for anyone that started playing within the last year and a half and never saw Fiora before, she was specifically nerfed from a 3-3 to a 3-2 because Shurima wasn't performing super well as a region on release, and they thought part of it might be the Sand Soldiers just feeding into a Fiora win condition, so they nerfed her health, got that out of the pool, and now that Shurima spent a good year, you know, showing us how vast the Shurima Desert is, Fiora is back to try to keep things in line.
Yeah, I honestly think that the Shuriman Desert meta might not have lasted quite as long as Fiora was still a champion in that time period.
Well, it looks like you had the right call. We are onto the Azir Aurelia into this Fiora Pantheon, and Mo gonna have to pick up 2 back-to-back if he wants to move on to the top 4.
Well, this opening hand is looking to be a pretty good start for Mo here. Shadow Apprentice into Deus is a really good opener, has the Bakai to help him search out his champions, has Domination as well to be able to give those champions a husk. A little bit of extra protection can go a long way. That 1 point of HP can go a long way as well.
And Mo drawing, in my opinion, just the best card in the deck. It's the one that I always seem to lose to the most, and that is Defiant Dance. Every time I'm against Azir Aurelia, everything's going great, going smooth. I think I finally stabilized, and then like they Defiant Dance my regen blocker into 4 Sand Soldiers, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I guess the game is over, actually.
Yeah, that's kind of the way it goes. They did nerf this card. It used to be 4 mana, now it's 5. Mo decided to pick up the Aurelia there. I think that's a reasonable pick, but I don't like the fact that he played this 2-1 at the start of the game instead of his 1-1 elusive.
I don't blame him. You do want to find your champions. It does put out a little... I guess it's the same amount of damage either way. Maybe you were expecting the Mountain Goat and you're like, hey, I can just trade into this, but the Chain Vest from Cup actually preventing that, and now this Goat is a problem of its own. It will just block every Sand Soldier from here on out. Even if they get to 2 attack, it's going to make gems and heal itself back up.
Yeah, I don't know how we're going to deal with this from this point, actually. The one of Chain Vest in Cup's list coming up huge with this Goat. Most likely we'll see the Domination played into the Aurelia here, and yep, that's Spell Shield. That's a pretty good find.
Yeah, that is... I mean, this is a pretty low interaction deck on the side of Cup is mine. Not a lot of ways to pop Spell Shield. I think there's Hush in here, which isn't, you know, necessarily in every build, but it'll clear the way for a single combat or a concerted strike.
Domination is kind of one of the pieces that ties this deck together and lets it exist in the current meta. Acting as a pseudo level 2 Azir with all the Sand Soldiers with the blades means that you're not as reliant on Azir and his flip as you once were, and it lets you play a lot more for this Aurelia, as we see Mo doing. But that's a Fiora on the field. Things are getting dicier and dicier here for Mo.
Yeah, and Mo's going to be able to push a little bit of damage here, mostly sort of feeding into the Aurelia level up. Once you can get that champion, you know, onto the next stage, things get a little bit easier. But with a Mountain Goat that will not die to the blades paired with a Fiora that is now a 4-4, we might see a very quick Fiora win condition here.
Yeah, I was just about to bring up the same thing, Boulevard. This Fiora is very safe to take these blocks. There's nothing threatening her. Mo has no mana left to be able to make these high tempo plays or bluffs. And, you know, it looks like whatever does get blocked is going to have to be recalled just to prevent the Fiora win. And then that opens up the way for this Concerted Strike to finish off the game.
I'm trying to think if there's lines that Cup is Mine could take that are reasonable here that are going to feed into Mo winning the game. One of them could be sending the Fiora after the domination, you know, realizing that there's a potential win condition, just, you know, healing it up a little bit with the gems, get the retreat onto that. The Spell Shield persists onto the Aurelia. Cup is Mine is already down to 12. Probably not. Probably not.
Yeah. I mean, he could develop one of these lodestones here, and then we could see a recall. Fiora can't be replayed. Yeah.
Yep.
Seems good.
The hand actually getting quite full on the side of Cup is Mine as well. It looks like that's the full 10. I think they're a little bit ahead. I think that's after a Mountain Goat block here that we're seeing that, but Cup is falling low.
That's a Pantheon flip that we see in the top half of the screen there. But yeah, Cup definitely falling a bit low. He's going to have to be a little bit concerned about his HP. We'll see what happens with that Pantheon when it shows up. But things still are not looking fantastic for Mo. He has this Rite of Calling, but he can't really use it. It's not 0 mana anymore, and doesn't really have anything to sacrifice. Doesn't want to give up that 1 mana either.
Oh,
It's a good top deck.
How good of a top deck is the question. You know, you can play the Shadow Apprentice. You're getting a Blade Dance too either way, whether you go for the Blossoming Blade or the actual just Blade Dance itself.
Typically, you want to save the Blossoming Blade for your off turns, because Aurelia is already generating you a free card this turn. You want to be able to use that to get your value and to progress her level up and whatnot. Playing the Shadow Apprentice would probably be where I start this turn. It keeps your mana options open, it doesn't tap you out of anything, and it's gonna grow not only with its attack, but with the Blade Dance attack as well. So we do need to be able to present some lethal threats here, and that's likely the best option. Mo disagrees, though, goes straight in for the Blade Dance here.
They're wanting to throw these in before Up His Mind can get the Fiora back in play. I gotta say, looking at Cup's hand, kind of awkward. You know, all 3 copies of the Darkened Lodestone, but none of the sort of 1-drops that you would want in order to facilitate the strategy, match your opponent on board. Of course, Wounded White Flame not in this deck at all, something that would help a lot in this matchup thanks to the Fury.
Yeah, Fury very powerful against these chumpy soldiers for sure. There's that Pantheon that we talked about.
Yeah.
He's gonna come down now.
There's
See
a
what
lot
keywords he rolls.
A lot of good ones. Tough, Fury, Lifesteal, Challenger, Quick Attack. What do we got here? Elusive and Lifesteal and Spell Shield.
Yep. And yeah, this is definitely not a good look for Mo. This game seems kind of sealed.
Yeah, there's also worth noting that both the Mountain Goat and the Pantheon are fearsome. So on the crackback, Mo gonna be pretty limited on blockers.
Yeah, that Wandering Shepherd came up pretty big here for the side of Cup.
Boy, and it looks like we are just digging for that Azir. And Aurelia here would be disastrous for Mr. Emotional, and that is exactly what he gets.
Yep. That is indeed going to seal the game, I think. No Azir means that this Aurelia is not going to flip on this attack. I don't think.
I mean,
I haven't been counting. Boulevard, if you've been counting, if she flips, we could see a win here.
I feel like she's going to. The amount of times that we've seen 3 attackers come out through the Blade Dances, yeah, that is going to be an Aurelia flip.
Okay, this is going to be really, really close then. Cup does not have the mana for this Concerted Strike. Mo is threatening the lethal push. These blockers are going to have to come out.
Yeah. It's not quite lethal, right? Because you have to retreat to stop the lifesteal.
Yeah.
Are you just always one shy?
I think so. So he's going +3 right now. If we flip Aurelia and the Soldier,
That's 5.
gaining 2 damage. Then we have the Twin Disciplines for another 2. We're still 1 short?
I think that all puts Cup at 5. because you're still letting the lifesteal happen.
Yeah. Yeah, we're very short here still. Unfortunate for Mo, but he's just going to go down.
Yeah, the
Nothing
retreat
to be done about it.
The retreat puts Cup at 1 and does open you up to the possibility of a top deck of Defiant Dance if Cup doesn't open attack.
Well, if Cup doesn't open attack, we can get there with the Blossoming Blade, right?
Potentially, yeah. And Cup might win on the open, Cup might not win on the open. I'm trying to figure out the math on this Pantheon and the gems.
It's very close, for sure. With the Azir picked up, there's a chance we can grind through it if we're not dying this turn, but that's just going to be it from the side of
Cup
Cup.
wins on the open. I mean, Cup is mine. Looking to make it back to the finals yet again. 1 life is all you need, and that lifesteal on the Pantheon came at the perfect time. Mr. Emotional securing the ticket to Worlds, but not securing his ticket any further here at the Awakening Seasonal.
Yeah, so unfortunate for him there. Those draws just didn't really line up for what his decks wanted to do. We saw Cup high roll with the tier 0 deck, and then we saw him take it down again with that Pantheon Fiora, which is arguably also pretty close to tier 0 itself.
Yeah, Mo just not able to get it done this time around. I know the lineup felt good, but just I think Cup landing some really key draws in the early games of each of those, being able to help find the win and then just piloting it great from there. I think the Chain Vest onto that goat was a big difference maker in that battle between the two of them. So Mo gonna be out. Cup is mine, just needs one more win to advance as far as they did in the previous seasonal, which is incredibly impressive in itself. But that means that the only remaining, as of right now, seasonal champion in this tournament is Majin Bay, and we'll see if he can actually secure, you know, the second one. I mean, do you feel like that lineup is good enough, Boulevard, the Triple Ionia?
Oh yeah, especially in the hands of someone like Majin Bay.
I think it might be able to do it. Monty, as we kind of continue on there, you were saying that you thought Mo's lineup was kind of the best positioned that was left. What do you think was the real issue in this series that caused that 2-0?
Honestly, it was just a little bit of bad luck. It takes as much skill as it takes some luck to win a tournament like this as well. And, you know, you could make the argument that his turn 1 play in that game was wrong because he wasn't getting the elusive damage every single turn, and I will make that argument to him when he comes to me to talk about that game or when he goes to talk to Darkodius. But at the end of the day, he played pretty well. The Nami game, Cup had the answers. The second game there that we just saw, Fiora was there on time. Pantheon showed up just on time. The keywords fell into place for him as well. Spell Shield and Lifesteal both showing up. Even the Shepherd giving the goat the fearsome was very, very impactful in that game.
Yeah, I think it did make a big difference. But speaking of, you know, previous seasonal champion Majin Bay, he's going up against Sky, and they're going into game number 3. So I want you guys to be able to jump in there and call the game for us. So Boulevard, Monty, take it away.
Yeah, and we do see that Nami Victor deck up against Lee Sin, so this should be slightly favored for the side of Majin. I'm assuming it's Majin on the Nami Victor, or on the Victor Karma here, and not Wise Guy. I haven't had a chance to take a look at their list just yet.
No, you are correct in assuming that there's not a lot of players on the Barma, as I'm hearing it called constantly. I don't know if I love that, but I'll roll with it for now, as people keep messaging me about it. But, you know, we saw this matchup a little bit earlier. It was won by the Akshan Lee Sin players, so I'm a little apprehensive here, but Majin's looking at a pretty okay hand. I don't know how to judge hands in this deck. I see Victor. That's what won the last game. That's a good card, right?
Yeah, Victor's good. He does stuff. We have a couple Shimon wind here. We're going to get to draw.
That's the really important part, right? Is I drew 2 Visayan Disciples. My opponent drew 0. How could I possibly lose from here?
Exactly. The other big key factor in this hand is that Majin has access to this Telestone, so he's going to be able to at least recall his own unit out from under Lee Sin's kick, potentially stalling that game plan. Ideally, he'll be able to recall the Lee Sin as well, but we know how that goes.
It doesn't always work out how you want it to, but it would deny an important pickup, not for now, but that's a special Chekhov's gun that we'll set off later in this match at a pivotal moment. In the meantime, we're just going to keep riding the Shimon wins into eternity.
Yeah, best play he can make here is just passing it down, waiting to be able to get that Victor on the board and start growing that. These Shimon wins have both connected with the face, meaning that both of these are now created. They're going to start scaling the Victor every time they're played, as well as progressing his level up condition, which is then going to discount them to 1 cost. You know what's better than a 2-mana Shimon Wind? A 1-mana Shimon Wind.
I have to agree with you on that one. A lot of action coming out of Wise Guy early on, though, and Majin might actually have to sacrifice one of these wins to a block here as another deny is picked up, which, again, very nice for the future, but not the best for right now. Maybe the Eye of the Dragon is going to change things here, and Majin feels like, you know, now I actually don't have to block. I can take a lot more damage, summon my second Shimon win, and just get that beautiful combo going of just drawing 2 cards and summoning a Dragonling every other turn.
Yeah, I think we still might want to block just to be able to not have to worry about board space later on. But keeping this weapon trapped onto the 3-1 is also a really good idea as well. It's hard to say what the correct line is, but we'll see what Majin ends up doing. Time Trick gonna come out. That's a crystal.
Immediately snipes the Hexite Crystal. There is Nopify mana on the side of Wise Guy. Majin hits him with the Flex emote. Let's see what
I
we pull
imagine
here.
he picked up... Oh, he didn't. Okay. I was expecting the Karma pickup there.
This is going to be a big Nopify. I mean, this is the only Nopifiable card in the deck, more or less, right? At least certainly the highest priority target.
You'd be surprised, Boulevard. Just wait until that bar comes down, and then your denies are getting answered by Nopifies.
Yeah, that is a good point.
Now, maybe we'll see the Victor come down, though. Things are going to be a little bit awkward for Majin. He is just going to start off this turn with the open attack, pass the initiative over to Wise Guy, say, hey, you do something with your mana.
And actually, as it stands, if Majin plays this Victor, I think Wise Guy has a great case for the momentous choice into the grappling hook.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you. With the pass back, Majin potentially just going to take it. Maybe opts to just activate this eye by playing out the 2 Shimon wins and drawing further into his deck.
A really smart pass from Wise Guy saying, hey, you know, I've got the board advantage, my Akshan's going to level next turn, you need to commit some mana here into getting this Eye of the Dragon back online to deal with some of my units. There's Shimon win number 1, Thermogenic Beam going to be the second one, Wise Guy, a few answers for this one.
Yeah, that Thermo is not necessarily ambitious, but it is aggro for this Karma deck. So the reason why Majin's going for this is because this card only gets clunkier and clunkier to use as the turns go on. It's also going to be able to activate this Eye of the Dragon. I believe we did just replay that first Shimon win, so wants that ephemeral lifesteal blocker for the following turn.
It's going to work out. Wise Guy now going to go for the predict and draw, as we almost always see out of the first Akshan Palace. Looking for a Lee Sin, but, you know, really not too... Okay, finds the Lee Sin. Now we just need an Absolver and everything's going according to plan, but the Akshan's Grappling Hook is going to be used this turn to take out the Eye of the Dragon and really keep the pressure on Majin Bay.
Things are looking really good for Wise Guy here. Second Hookmaster going to come down.
I love
this
that.
This is a huge open attack.
So aggressive from Wise Guy.
Very scary for Majin. Doesn't have an Eye to stabilize. Doesn't have a Victor on the field that's starting to grow.
So
and he hit the
aggressive
crook.
from Wise Guy.
Oh my. This might just be the game right here.
Yeah, I mean, there's another Shimon win for a blocker. You are going to take a lot of the wind out of Majin's sails, but he can prevent 7 damage here.
What does he do after? He's going to set up this Victor. Okay, now there's no Akshan's Grappling Hook to be able to deal with it, but Victor's going to take some time to grow and level up here, and
yeah,
unless we're rolling lifesteal, we're still in a very, very bad spot. 4 turns away from Karma coming down with those Telstones for a full heal. I don't know what we're doing here.
We're really hoping for a very early lifesteal roll on this Victor, which apparently has just been how the games have been playing out today, but Overwhelm, followed by a Lee Sin down for Wise Guy.
The Overwhelm will do. It's not quite lifesteal, but Wise Guy doesn't have any way of killing you unless they have the attack token. So maybe we can kind of get there fast enough and just go through one of these X1 units. Find Challenger, play out the Shimon Wind, play a couple other created cards that we pulled out of nowhere, you know.
That's a lot of ifs, ands, or buts I'm hearing out of you, Monty.
You know, I just want a 2-time seasonal champ to happen today. It would be like a really great way to have my first seasonal cast. We get the first 2-time seasonal champion.
I just imagine Majin, like, in the food court, wins the seasonal, and he's like, oh, cool. Just, like, puts his hand in the air. He's like, yeah, I did it. But, I think it's really not looking like that's going to be the case today. You're down to 5. Your opponent is, if they want to be 5 wide, and can even start off the turn by using an Ionian Telstone to health pot something to proc the Warlord's Palace and give Spell Shield over to all of your champions.
Okay, well, Majin thinks he might have a chance here of finding the feline with another time trick in hand. Is going to let him search for that Hexite crystal.
There's an Absolver. Out of Wise Guy.
And there's also a Nopify, which is going to put a stop in his track. Stop Majin in his tracks. Oh my, I'm getting all flustered.
Alright, a Tellstone, a Mystic Shot, and a Will of Ionia.
The will's good.
Yeah.
We take that. We will the Lee Sin. When it gets replayed, we palm it. Suddenly in a better position.
And even going in with the Shimon Wind here. Not banking a full
it as
spell
a-
mana into the next turn.
I think he's using it as a way to pass the initiative to see, because he didn't want to burst pass there in case Wise Guy took it. But I think he is gonna likely go for this. Oh, no. Okay. I'll bite my words, bite my tongue. The Will of Ionia not gonna come out.
I'm trying to... I think this actually guarantees lethal for Wise Guy. You know, gonna be able to start things off with the Absolver, get the Spell Shield onto both champions. You can probably even throw the Overwhelm onto Akshan, because the Lee Sin itself is gonna be enough to just end the game here, even without the Overwhelm.
Yeah, he's actually gonna split it up a couple different ways, and I like this a lot. Spell Shield's gonna come down too. We do thankfully have a couple Victors here to be able to pop those Spell Shields. It's the one good thing about double drawing Victor in this matchup. You have outs, but yeah, Majin maybe should have put a little bit more time on this deck to be comfortable in these Ionia Mirror matchups, because it should be favored by all accounts.
Instead, it looks like Majin is going to be 0-2 on the day in this matchup. Trying to mat things out. Like you said, there's a couple of Victor spells, a couple of 4-mana answers here, but not... Only one of these units is allowed to connect with the Nexus. The 4-3 can hit, everything else must be stopped. And there's an Overwhelm on the other Hookmaster, so you need a better blocker for that. It's just way too much. Pair that with the Nopify in Wise Guy's hand to stop one of these spell shields getting popped, as well as, if they really want to get fancy, a Stand United.
That's true. That is an option. I've seen way too many Stand Uniteds played out of Ionian Tellstones, but in this position, if Majin's forced to commit all these mana resources, and Wise Guy's just gonna have an opening to do whatever he wants with what's left of his.
I'm looking at the hand, I'm trying to do some mental math here, but I cannot find the solution for Majin Bey, and I'm sure as the clock is ticking down, he's thinking the exact same thing. There's so many cards in hand. Certainly I have a way to stay in this game, to stay in the seasonal tournament just a little bit longer. Monte Cristo, I cannot find it. Majin's onto
Starts
something.
with the Homecoming.
He's playing
Right?
cards.
We have 10 mana, so we can start with the Homecoming. This deals with both the Lee Kick and the Overwhelm unit.
Okay, so then the second phase of Absolver gets played, and Majin goes to pop the Spell Shield and Will of Ionia.
Yes. But that just gets nopified and stopped in its tracks, so
Yeah.
Wise Guy has this one locked up.
Nopified or even even Stand United still available.
Yep. Still an option. We'll see if he decides to play it for the style points here. Majin considering a bomb. Okay, this is the same as the Will. And this is better than the Will because it stops the Akshan from developing another landmark. If it
Yeah,
goes through.
Majin Bey has laid all of his cards out on the table, and another Nopify stopping the Spell Shield. The GG Shen from Wise Guy. Majin Bey returns it in kind, and we will not get a 2-time seasonal champion today.
How tragic. How absolutely tragic. We just saw both of them go down back to back in this top 8. Both of them already had worlds secured, so they were both kind of... Actually, no. Did Majin have worlds secured?
Well, with top 8, they have world secured.
Well, now he does. Now he does. He's top 8. Yeah, we're losing both of our previous seasonal champions, Mo and Majin, in the top 8. We will crown a new champion this time around as Cup and Wise Guy will advance. Cup, of course, his best performance being a runner-up, looking to try and improve that this time around. But Wise Guy, I don't think he's been this high up in a seasonal yet, so best performance from him so far. But Boulevard, we lost both seasonal champions. We're not getting one this time. Who's going to be the first one that we get? Who do you think?
Oh, Cheaty.
That's a call. Oh, Cheaty gonna come out the woodwork once again. And
You know,
just win
actually,
another one?
our 32nd seed player, CKG, they actually lost to Ochidi and Swiss. Ochidi was in this tournament. He
He's
made
back.
a go at it.
He's back. Okay, because we hadn't seen him since he won, so it's very, very cool to see that he might be back. We might see an Ochidi run back at some point. Let's take a look at the post match to see kind of how that series played out, because we only caught the tail end of it. As we look here, Majin able to grab the first win with the pink and yellow, playing his own Lee Sin, taking down Wise Guy there, and then losing 2 in a row on the Karma list. Karma failing here, Monty, and it felt like this deck was looking really good. We didn't know exactly how to evaluate it the first time we saw it today, but do you have some more insight into this Karma list?
I have played a little bit of it. I thought it was a pretty solid list myself, but stats have had this as a terrible deck for a while. That said, I know Jay Sensational's been very high on it all season, and he kind of talked Majin, Kevor, and What Am I into bringing it for the seasonal. Clearly, it did well for them because they all brought it. They all made it through to the top cut, but didn't show up.
And I just want to highlight that on that graphic there, we saw Shadow Isle Ionia out of Wise Guy, and a lot of you at home might be thinking, okay, that's Spooky Karma. If it's their Swiss list again, that's the Gwen Zed.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Okay, see,
super
that's
spicy.
That's spicy. Gwen Zed, I would hope that we get a chance to see it if it is Gwen Zed a little bit later on today. Of course, they are moving into the top 4, so decent odds of us actually getting a chance at that. But yeah, the fact that that is in the tournament still potentially is very exciting to me. I'm always looking forward to seeing some Zed lists, and I personally, this is going to be a callback Boulevard, but I'm a big fan of that color combination with a little bit more tempo-oriented decks with a certain horse.
Tempo's a word for it. To talk about
tempo's certainly a word for it.
You know, Cass, I actually thought a lot about you this week because when we were talking about like Yasuo Katarina and that deck coming out, I think a lot of people looked at that deck and they said, "Can we play Yasuo Swain instead? Are we allowed to take out this Katarina for Swain?" A lot of people tried it. I thought of you every time. Didn't quite work out that way, but
no, it didn't look as good this time around, the Swain with the Yasuo, because, I mean, for the people at home who don't know what Boulevard's referencing, Cephalopod and myself came up with a Yasuo Swain deck for a Twitch Rivals a while back, and it was the best deck in the game
allegedly
for about 2 weeks, and then Will of Ionia, Shadow Assassin, a bunch of other Ionia cards got nerfed for another deck. And it was just like, you couldn't play it anymore. You could not play this list anymore. So I'm really excited that we have Yasuo back. And the Katarina version is a lot more explosive. It's really cool to see. And I love that Yasuo is in the meta, because this has been a card that I've liked for a long time. And we might finally get to see it shine. But with that, I'm hoping we get a little bit of that Gwen Zed later on. We're going to go to a quick break. But when we return, we've got the top 4 of the America's seasonal tournament for Awakening. Don't go anywhere. welcome back to the Awakening Seasonal Tournament for the Americas. I'm Casanova, joined by Skarzig and Sparkling Iced Tea. We forgot to send off Monte Cristo when he just left, but it was amazing having him on it for the first time here on the seasonal. He did a phenomenal job. So chat, everyone clap us for our boy Monte Cristo. Show him some love. He did a phenomenal job. But we've got a couple more games to go. And Skarzig, Sparkling Iced Tea, we're moving on to that top 4. So let's take a look at the bracket and see who we've got left. What happened in that quarterfinal? Skarzig, what are you seeing immediately?
I mean, MTux just making it through, you know, just trying to carve a path and get all the way up through this top cut, securing that spot at Worlds, etc. MTux has been a long-time tournament player, has had his own ideas on the metagame, right? I know a lot of players typically brew and shop a lot with their teammates and read the data in their own right, and MTux, by my reckoning, is a player that is very confident in his own ability to read the metagame, and sometimes it pops off, sometimes it doesn't, but it looks like it's working out today.
Look, and we saw Majin and Mo both fall flat this time around, but Sparkling Iced Tea, your boy MTux made it through, and there's a lot of other solid players here.
Yeah, sorry, I was getting ahead of myself. I'm super excited to see MTux here. MTux, after that NA versus EU matchup, even though NA won it, was a bit down on his own performance, so I'm super glad to see him going super far already and maybe going even further.
Yeah, it's awesome to have them all here, and the two matchups for the semifinal are MTux versus Floppy Mudkip, and the Cup is Mine versus Wise Guy. Our feature matchup for this round, it's going to be MTux versus Floppy Mudkip. That's the one we're going to take a look at. Floppy has made it to the top 4 before, but MTux has not. Floppy trying to make it to his first final, and I think he can do it. We saw Floppy earlier today with this very aggressive lineup. The Annie, of course, that is an Aurelia alongside the Azir, going up against the other side of MTux. And we haven't seen MTux yet at all. In Skarzig, we actually have Ashe LeBlanc coming through.
Wow, the Frostbites coming back through. This is the classic. But what if I want to try to counter the metagame sort of deck that people kind of look towards? So I appreciate MTux going for it. Of course, however, we've got Pantheon, a deck that we've already talked about having a massive target on its back, and MTux trying to go for a more snowbally Yuumi build. We all remember how powerful this was at accelerating the game plan, so I like kind of reaching for that older tech rather than going all in on just threat density with the Fiora.
Yeah, and I mean, let's take a look at the next deck from MTux as well, right? We've got the Yuumi, Fiora, Pantheon, but also Nami, Lee Sin. We've been seeing a lot of this all day. T, has this deck matched up to expectations that you thought at the start of the day?
It absolutely has. We already saw this deck win a few counter matchups, and that is truly the mark of a tier 0 deck. If even you try to counter the deck, you still lose. You know, this deck is just the best deck in the current meta game. And I like that it's a very, very basic standard list. And by now you would think, hey, this is just the basic lineup, right? You have Pantheon, Demacia, you have Nami, Lee Sin, but I think the third deck is a bit different, right?
Yep, the third list, of course, you know, we alluded to it, we mentioned it, Ashe LeBlanc, Skarzig, you know, we can go a little bit more in depth here now. We've got Reputation coming through, actually being a thing to exist in the seasonal tournament, and it's not like year 1 or year 2 of Legends of Runeterra being out. We're a couple metas past this, and it's finally coming back.
Yeah, this deck, very cyclical. It's a bit like Scouts in that it wants to respond to the metagame. Scouts has a much more proactive game plan, so it has more times to be at the top of the pile, whereas Frostbite is always one of those decks that wants to, again, counter the metagame, but never quite had the tools to fully survive. With aggro supposedly taking a little bit of a backseat, I can understand why MTux would want to bring this deck, but now going up against Floppy's more aggressive lineup could fall short here at the final curve. We can see that Iceveil Archer is the beginning of the curve. No Omen Hawks in the early game, no like Avros and Sentries to kind of stabilize early, going much more for that massively stacking reputation plan with the Glory Seeker, even with 4 Glory at the top end, just trying to fill up the board with big attackers, get that rally with the Tactician. You're making it so your opponent can't block with Ashe. The pieces are all there. It's just a matter of, can you actually do that win condition quickly and consistently enough versus especially Floppy Mudkip's lineup.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Skarsik, with aggro being gone, this deck now, especially with Pantheon in the meta, can try to run a bit of counter meta. And I think the whole lineup from MTux is slated to beat Pantheon. We have the bigger Pantheon deck. Yuumi accelerates our Pantheon deck way faster. We have the best deck in the meta. Nami Lee Sin should also win versus Pantheon. And LeBlanc Ashe, of course, reputation with Frostbites should beat that matchup. It is just very unlucky that we ran into a matchup that does not run Pantheon or Nami.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of, let's go through Floppy's lineup. It doesn't feature any Pantheon, right? It's not a Demacia lineup in any factors whatsoever. Instead, this is Katarina Yasuo to kick things off. You know, you see all those one-ofs, all those tech cards. How are some of these going to interact against the lineup from MTux, Skarsik?
When you look at Ionia, first of all, when you're playing against Frostbites, the matchup has gotten worse over time simply because they have just great buffing spells that can make it so if you're trying to force something to be unable to block with Ashe, they can still buff and get that blocker at burst speed. Things like the Will of Ionia, the Concussive Palm, keep you not only from developing threats on board, but also keep you from stacking reputation to get your true endgame payoffs. There is one factor where Frostbite on Yasuo means that after he's flipped, his strikes no longer do anything, but you get to keep your board. It is still stunned, however, so the rallies from Katarina means that theoretically, Mudkip could maybe hit the ground a little bit faster. You have to save all of your culling strikes and Frostbites just to keep that Katarina from flipping.
Well, I mean, speaking of hitting the ground running, speaking of fast, Floppy Mudkip's next deck, I believe, is going to be that Annie Jin is the second one here. Yes, it is. And T, this deck, we got to see just how strong this can be earlier, but we only saw it in a mirror matchup, and I'm curious if we feel like Annie Jin is going to be fast enough against MTux.
Unfortunately, I think that this deck is MTUC's worst nightmare. Obviously, this is very good for Floppy Mudkip, but this deck should perform well against each and every single one of MTUC's decks. And this is something where we see the whole lineup from Floppy is very good against the whole lineup from MTUC, and this deck very specifically is just absolutely insane, and it should be fast enough to beat every deck if you hit the right cards. Obviously, this deck can brick. We don't have the Decimate as top end, and if you get up to a slow start, maybe you find yourself losing against one of those mid-range decks, but right now, just stat-wise, this looks heavily favored.
Yeah, I mean, generally, you can, especially like Ashe LeBlanc, for example, you just play to the board, stabilize, and by the time you actually get into a threatening position, you know, the Decimates are there to kind of end the game. Having that extra time might give MTUC a way to swing true. We get maybe an early LeBlanc that gets just to strike the Nexus, because an aggro deck like this typically doesn't want to block. So LeBlanc does kind of keep up with the overall trading of damage output, and then maybe Avros and Trapper, and then putting Yeti right on top to get a bunch of big chunky guys in play early can save that matchup. But you can see how hard MTUX theoretically has to high roll just to stay alive.
Well, and our final list is, you know, almost as fast, if not as fast, if not sometimes faster, and that is Aurelia Azir, right? Like, it's got a couple of speeds that it hits, and T, I imagine this is the same concept then of Annie Jin in MTUC's lineup.
Yes, for sure. This deck will just out-tempo the mid-range deck, and especially the Nami deck from MTUC, which is a huge problem. But for Floppy, this is also the one maybe small weakness Floppy has, in that deck could lose to Pantheon, maybe. We did see it before, right? Mo did also play AZ Aurelia, lost with it, especially against Pantheon. So with this, we can actually kind of identify what Floppy is probably going to ban, and then I think Floppy is only left with very good matchups. It is a bit harder to predict what MTUX is going to ban, but yeah, this deck just out-tempos all the other decks from MTUX.
All right, well, let's... Oh, sorry, Skarsik, go ahead.
I was just going to say, this deck is a blast from the past in that it used to be, oh no, if I don't ban this, I could still lose anyway, even if I'm trying to target it. I think that with this list and MTUC's Pantheon list not having the Chain Vest, only having one copy of Fiora might be a little bit of a safe leave up for Floppy. And I'm wondering if Ashe LeBlanc ends up being the ban if you're confident that this aggressive lineup is going to beat Lee Sin.
You've read my mind here, because what I was going to ask is actually, Skarzik, where do we start to go with the bans then? What does Floppy want to do? And you're thinking potentially Ash LeBlanc. Now, T, you mentioned on the other side that Annie Jin was kind of a nightmare for everything MTux had. Is that kind of where you're leaning for on that ban?
I would say that if we had Decimate in that deck, yes. But without Decimate, I would actually say that we ban Yasuo Katarina, which, you know, a few months ago, I was like, I would never ban a Yasuo deck. But this Yasuo deck is just insane against our lineup. And unfortunately, Nami loses against all 3 of the decks that Floppy brought, but it loses the hardest versus Yasuo Katarina. So I think the Yasuo Katarina might be the ban.
Okay, Skarzik, are you in agreement there?
I think that is probably the way it will go, simply because the players maybe don't have all day to think about the ban. Every matchup seems terrible if you spin it just the right way, but not outright auto lose enough to be a justified 100% ban. I think because both players are trying to counter the metagame in different ways, they already went in like, I'm going to ban Nami, I'm going to ban this specific thing, and when your opponent brings a lineup completely outside of what you were looking to encounter, your ban is also back up in the air.
All right, on the flip side of that, Skarzik, you were saying that you were thinking maybe the Ash LeBlanc was going to be the ban on the side of MTux. T, would you agree on that, or do you feel like there is a different deck that Floppy should ban away from MTux?
I think I would agree, but just because the version without Yuumi is so strong and is maybe the only weak point for your AZ Aurelia, I can see the Pantheon ban. And I think I'm going to lock that in for now, just because I have some massive disrespect towards Ash LeBlanc, because I haven't played the deck a lot. Skarzik has played the deck a lot, so you know what? He knows more about how that matchup goes than me.
Well, there's some tournament history on that Ash LeBlanc as well, not specifically in the hands of MTuck, but players like Makas, who I believe was 33rd seed, barely missed out on this top cut of seasonal, has been known to take that deck into metas that are a little bit more mid-range and absolutely run over players. If you're a real old head, you'll remember Winding God on a deck similar. Now, of course, that is before LeBlanc even was introduced to the game, so you know how long ago that was. But this is a deck that has come in the hands of very strong players, and they've been able to pilot it to great success. It does have a history of winning, even though it does not show up so often anymore. And so even though we see these lineups not looking so favored to MTux, I always have this thing in the back of my mind of just like, I'm seeing this deck again. Is it just going to win? And T, I don't know how you're feeling about that.
I have a small fun fact for any new player that hasn't played during beta. The Ashe mid-range deck with Noxus actually was, I think, one of the first decks, if not the first deck, to actually competitively feature Katarina. And now we see Katarina in the opposite lineup on a completely different deck, which is kind of funny.
That is fun. We also used to see Shunpo with Yetis being added into the Ashe deck. There's so much history on this deck, so I'm just glad that it gets to be in a lineup, even if it ends up getting banned. But with that, we're going into our semifinal, Floppy Mudkip versus MTux. Skarzik, Sparkling Iced Tea, take it away.
When we hop into the game, it looks like Ashe is left up. There's an argument to be made for any ban, I think, at this point, and it's just going to come down to personal taste, right? The players just be like, oh, I really dislike this particular deck or this particular matchup. Everybody has their demon, and playing Frostbites into Aurelia Azir is also pretty terrifying. You don't have enough early HP to get value trades into the blades and soldiers, and all of your combat tricks like Culling Strike just never seem to hit when you need them to.
Yeah, my personal demon is Floppy's whole lineup. There's too much Ionia in here.
And now with the Sparring Student online, this is just going to get big. This is probably your best outcome, right? Get the Icevale Archer down, stop some damage. Hopefully we can get the Ashe or LeBlanc to stick, keep the damage trade down, and MTux has to cross his fingers against Defiant Dance pretty much this entire game. When you have to develop your entire turn into a 4-drop or a 5-drop, that card always blows you out. I think that Avaros and Trapper might be the best option in terms of getting blockers down, but as we can see by MTux's hand, not a lot of aggression either.
Yeah, but MTux has an okay hand. Floppy Mudkip on the other side has every card he needs. There's an Empress.
If you hand-picked your hand, look at this.
Absolutely. The good thing on MTUX side is that we do have two important tools. We A, have the Culling Strike to get rid of the Asia, and we B, have the Troll Chant. We see the bans on the side. We have Annie Jin banned, actually. Which, okay, we said, you know, the bans are kind of flexible. I can see Annie Jin being banned over Katarina Yasu. And on the other side, we see the ban is actually the Fiora Pantheon. We predicted that one because, you know, the Asia Aurelia matchup might not be that good. But getting back to the matchup, I was just about to explain that we have Troll Chant and Culling Strike. Troll Chant also perfect to get rid of an attacking Irelia. As a Skargrons player, I know that is a great card. Unfortunately, MTUX is playing the same region combo as Skargrons, but the deck is not quite as good into this matchup.
So we could just go with the open Culling Strike here. The block is decent. But the problem is, even if you remove the Aurelia, we've got the Defiant Dance coming through and the Emperor's Dais, so this Sparring Student is going to get huge. And you can already see the developments of just too many threats that Frostbite simply can't keep up with. This is like very much anti-mid-range, wants to keep control by answering your one or two big threats at a time, and Floppy Mudkip is just not only going very wide very fast, but has a lot of units that are created at a pseudo burst speed that your slower developments and things like that can't deal with.
She's sitting on board as a big blocker, but also as a target for the Troll Chant. And I think this makes it super awkward for Floppy to attack in with that Irelia. And she is probably going to stay in the backline for now. But the Sparring Student is getting incredibly big, so we could potentially see that hitting the board in the attack token.
The Icevale Archer is a 3-1, isn't going to get the value trades, but Ash will. This is a stack of Reputation at the very least. There's a second Ash in hand. Enough mana open for that Flash Freeze. Hopefully Floppy Mudkip can just respect here. I think that realistically, the only way you do lose this matchup is just by playing disrespectfully. MTUX isn't going fully all in with the Reputation stuff. Nothing like Whirling Death. There are a couple copies of Bloody Business, and maybe we can send that through to scoop things up later on in the game. This particular version of Aurelia Azir, like we said, is meant to be much more aggressive and less reactive. No denies, no homecoming, just playing for tempo, having the Defiant Dance to seal the deal.
Alright, we swing in for Aurelia. That means she will probably get taken down here by the Troll Chant. I think at this point we might already have to jump that student that is, I think, no longer a student. That is a full-grown master by this point. 7-7? Absolutely insane. But MTUX decides to maybe get rid of the 2-2. No, I think this has to be blocked.
Yeah, it is certainly close to say, well, if I just take a lot of damage now, I can answer the Sparring Student next turn with the Culling Strike. Having to make your first answer and your first action and answer to the Sparring Student is one of the ways that Aurelia Azir really bullies a lot of decks and buys time. If you try to take an action off or a development, there's a chance that a Blade Dance comes through, and then the Sparring Student gets out of reach.
Here we see the...
Oh no, the Defiant Dance! You see, this is... If all three copies of Defiant Dance are down at the bottom of the deck, MTUX definitely has a much better shot here. But the way that this particular card can punish your developments and then just have a big swarm of tokens coming through to hit is not looking good. I know that it's not guaranteed. You don't necessarily need to go for the Defiant Dance here, but by developing, now the Glory Seeker is bullying a bit. And with MTUX so low, you know, going for that more aggressive idea with the Defiant Dance seems a bit more attractive.
Yeah, we saw Floppy predict this Defiant Dance last turn, actually just hand-picking the cards. Yeah. And the problem is we not only have the Asia, but also one of the new engines here. And Domination is one of those cards that really gave some new power to this deck. Now, obviously, Asia Aurelia is far from being meta currently, but it is a nice counter-meta deck, and Domination is a huge part of that, because not only can we get maybe Spell Shield on our important champions, but also we can just turbo buff our board if we don't find that Asia. And with the Deus already on board, I think even if that Asia catches a Culling Strike, we still have an insanely good board for Floppy Mudkip.
Mudkip just passed there, wants the Glory Seeker to attack before just playing the Azir down into it. Now Azir can just be developed if that is the line that Floppy wants to go for. You can see even with only a few cards in hand, there's a lot of different ideas, a lot of different ways you can approach the matchup. Oh, elusive! Rolled onto the Husk here.
Oh, that is super scary. I mean, if the Asia's played, we do have the Culling Strike to get rid of it. But still, elusive on any unit is super scary. Oh, there's another domination. We might see that hit the board first. Followed up by the Asia. It all depends.
Yeah.
We have enough mana for Defiant Dance plus Asia. Or Domination plus
MTux
Asia.
again isn't on Reckoning. So no like cheeky board wipe here to get rid of some of these units and then swing through with the Ashe and the Glory Seeker. I think the idea with MTux list, especially being on the 4 Glory, is trying to get that you can't block, just lots of high attack in play, OTK. The Ashe is going to level up here pretty soon.
Still a tough turn for Floppy. Obviously, with this deck currently, you really have to find the optimal line. Never was an easy deck to play, even when it was at its peak. But
I'll let that one slide. At this level of play, certainly.
oh no, at its peak, yes. On ladder, I think everyone was playing this because it was just so good that you couldn't do anything about it. Yeah, probably not the hardest deck to play during that time. But right now, I think it can struggle a bit. We see MTux actually has the 1 mana Yeti as a fantastic blocker. And Floppy, even though it looks quite good, needs to actually pick up the pace and really pressure MTux at this point.
Going for the Azir. You can see it's not looking as guaranteed. The aggression is not fully sealed in from this position. And look at that, the domination giving the Husk to put extra attack on Azir does protect him from the Culling Strike. Another card needs to come through to debuff the Azir for the Culling Strike to hit. And because now Azir is leveled up, when units are summoned, he buffs his own attack power even further. The Ice Veil Archer might be too big of a risk. Is it going to be Burst Speed Flash Freeze into the Culling Strike?
With the Ice Veil Archer on the elusive unit. Yeah, the elusive unit hitting for 3 damage, also huge. But look at this. Now we have Asia that can swing in, maybe catch the Ashe, try to remove her. And I'm telling you, these Sand Soldiers are going to be absolutely massive. Luckily, we have the Flash Freeze to maybe protect the Ashe. And I think at this point, she is very close to flipping. So the backswing from MTux will actually be giant.
Azir just doing a great Thresh cosplay here. Pulling a champion, taking her down, has tons of HP from this position. If MTux saves the Ashe with the Flash Freeze, that makes MTux next top deck the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. And it'll give you a little bit more card draw, but without the next Ashe, just frostbiting against Aurelia Azir doesn't really do enough.
Look at this, 4 wounds. They are dealing so much damage. We actually have to trade the board down here. We're not going to be left with many units after that, but the units that we are going to be left with are all going to be at 5 attack. And look at that, Floppy Mudkip has exactly 15 HP, so the flip Ashe. MTux might be able to turn this around next turn.
All right, here comes the Ashe level up. Still not enough to take down Azir. To survive with 1 HP. And there is still that Defiant Dance in the hand for Floppy Mudkip.
Yeah,
MTux goes for anything that is a bit not to his liking. You know, you just respond right with this Defiant Dance.
Yeah,
It's a bit awkward here for MTux.
Yeah, the Defiant Dance is really what, unfortunately, is going to make this unwinnable for MTux. If there wasn't a Defiant Dance, we could just freeze the entire board. Any blocker that would be developed would be frozen by Ashe on the attack, but just because Floppy Mudkip has a Defiant Dance, we can recall a unit from MTux, plus, you know, summon again a couple of 4-1 attackers, and then MTux has to block, unfortunately, lose his board, and can't no longer swing for lethal.
So it's going to be just Enchanted Crystal Arrow. We get to draw 1 more card, maybe get something like a Harsh Winds to survive against the Defiant Dance. There is also Culling Strike to take down one of the Dominations to debuff the Blade Dance that's about to occur.
Unfortunately, I think even if we do that, that means
With
no
Azir,
mana.
it's still too much.
Yeah, no matter to replay any units. We can't threaten on this turn. Yeah, take down the Azir. Almost the same. Ash is gonna get recalled, we can't replay her this turn. No real threat from MTux. Can take down the elusive domination, potentially, because we don't have to block the 3-1 here. That is just a blade, but we have no board. The open swing is still massive here for Floppy. And look at that, we're actually gonna have a lethal this turn with the blade dance.
Yep. Blade Seeker cannot block. Game 1 going to go to Floppy Mudkip. We knew that that was going to be an uphill battle. MTux just manipulating the bands a little bit, saying, I'm going to take the bad matchup here, and I'm going to try to 2-0 the other.
That was a rough first game, but exactly what we expected from this matchup. Now, this is the furthest MTux and Floppy have ever gotten. And only one of them can move on. So far, it looks really good for Floppy, going to maybe his first finals. That said, miracles can happen. Maybe MTux is gonna do it. We now know that Yasuo Katarina is left open. Maybe a couple of freezes can do some wonder here.
When we look at that deck, right, the Yasuo Katarina deck, it typically doesn't swarm too much. They can get, the Hookmaster and a lot of early units, but if, Floppy isn't mulliganing for that early aggression and tries to find a little bit more of the utility, right, looking for the Hillocks and stuff to bully with a Katarina rally instead of going for early swarm and aggression, it does, again, open up a line for MTux. My experience, especially casting Legends of Runeterra at such a high level, you get to see the fudging of numbers. Matchups that look really bad at first blush or have historically have been very bad, players are able to analyze the gameplay, find those lines, and go for broke. But already, double Ash in the opening hand, very clunky. Culling Strike might be able to buy a little bit of time, but just no early development. Meanwhile, mulliganing everything, finds the Hillock and has a Blade Twirler and the oh no, Mudkip is got the curve for this Hillock deck.
Yeah, and MTux's hand looks just like we expect the
God.
to look. 2 Trifarian Assessors, not buffed by the Arrows and Halfguard in hand. Now we have to throw out a Culling Strike here. We will kill the bigger threat, but the draw is still alive. The best 1-drop in the game, Vistai and Disciple doing work. It is an uphill battle for sure, but it's still a battle. Maybe MTux can somehow turn it around.
Yeah, just end round here. Floppy Mudkip going to keep developing, keep going aggressive, recognizing how strong a win condition like that can be. The Frostbite does cover the weapon, of course, which is great. And if Floppy Mudkip just continues to open attack, just try to punch through with this damage, I think MTux is happy about that. This isn't a list that burns you down. It's about getting that Yasuo, Hillock, Katarina engine that just sort of ends the game on its own.
The Ash hit the board, obviously. Just playing a naked Trifarian Assessor, not really a thing right now. Yasuo is kind of scary. He's not flipped, obviously, so can't take down the Ash for now, but can, for example, set up something like a Flock and similar really, really bad cards for MTux. We have the Hillock, as you mentioned, and draw a card here. This is also gonna be super annoying for MTux because, you don't play a lot of units usually on the board. You are very slow at building your board, so you have like a couple of really big units, but if one of them gets stunned every attack token for you, that is not nice.
The Ash deck has to hit your Nexus in order to end the game. So even if you get the big combo with level 2 Ash, Floppy Mudkip can't block, you still have, Concussive Palm, Steel Tempest, etc. to just stun out those units. And look at that. The Hillock comes through to stun the Ash, and the 4 Glory comes through to summon 2 Glory Seekers, taking down the Yasuo, taking down the... oh my goodness, this is the makings of greatness here for MTux, just trying to get insurmountable board pressure. Now we've got the Assessors coming through for reload, maybe even Hearthguard is another huge body that needs to be blocked.
Listen, I would be incredibly happy for either of these players to take it and move on to the final. But you gotta love an underdog story, and MTux here going in with the 1-off for Glory, the Spice, and taking down the Yasuo. That was beautiful.
When your opponent your opponent can't respect everything that you're doing, and Mudkip maybe not even feeling too scared. You've got the Yasuo set up, you've got the Hillock, you've already got Arachnoid Sentries to hold back the aggression. Just gonna pass here. Things go right back over to Ash, and the Hillock stun goes over onto Hearthguard for next turn.
Yeah. No Katarina means that Hillock is only going to activate once per floppy Mudkip's attack token for now.
Mm-hmm.
That, not drawing the Katarina is actually kind of a weak point of the deck for now, but we have a lot of stuns to take care of this board still. And we finally kill this Trifarian Glory Seeker. It's not going to take down another Yasuo.
Overall, this is looking pretty strong. Like, Floppy Mudkip only has a couple copies of Might, has a Momentous Choice, etc. to kind of buff up units after they've been frostbitten so they can block Ash. But overall, none of those cards are entering the hand just yet. Now with Yasuo leveled up, Frostbites kind of work their way into being a little bit more favored. You get the free burst speed stun from the Hillock, but all the rest of the stuns from Yasuo are strikes. And if he's frostbitten, then he just does no longer do any damage.
Yeah, that is a frostbite you have to play on Yasuo, though, while you're still getting stunned. So it's not ideal, but as you mentioned, it is a slight nerf to Yasuo's ability once he's leveled in this very specific matchup. Let's see if Yasuo is brave enough to jump block this 4-2. He is.
Yeah, just going to take the hit here, guarantee that when the Hillock procs, there's going to be one less blocker in play to stop. And MTux right now had such a slow opening, unfortunately. This is the second game now where LeBlanc has been MIA, so a lot of that early pressure that you enjoy to just attack or block, stack up reputation just is missing from MTux's side.
Unfortunately, even freezes can't stop the Yasuo attack you get whenever you get the attack token for Floppy. Swinging in for 8, are you gonna take it? I mean, I don't think you can just play a freeze down here. I think you just have to take the open attack damage, which is already a lot. Now, another Avaros and Hearthguard is going to buff up the stats, but it's also very slow. Your board is not the fastest right now. We find a Deny and a Memories Cloak. Memories Cloak, really good, obviously, against the Culling Strike. But other than that, doesn't really hit a lot. We do have to mention, Deny would be good against the old version, where you did play something like Reckoning, but that is completely missing from the list right now.
With both players just trying to get into their dominant win-con style positions, MTux is feeling, I think, pretty comfortable at 8 HP. With no Katarina threatening a rally, it's just a matter of both players developing, swinging in on one another, and seeing who has the better combat tricks. Incisive Tactician being added to the hand. Iceveil Archer coming through onto the Yasuo. So this, again, means that any stuns, the Yasuo will not just also convert that to a removal.
Alright, listen. What if we just play the weapon on Yasuo? He gets attack again, and because the weapon is +2/+0, it's just his unleveled ability. That said,
that is fair. A lot of mana open for Floppy Mudkip.
Yeah, the question is, are we just gonna use the Concussive Palm here? It is a cool spot, because we get an extra blocker and we stun a unit, which is really important. That said, if we do that, the Yasuo again is not going to hit through. So the question is really, what do we want to do here? On MTux's side, I think we know exactly what we want to do. We want to attack, swing in, trigger Reputation, play our rally for 6 mana, swing in again, and try to win that way. That rally is not going to be going on the stack, so the Deny is not doing anything here.
If that can come through, that would be a miracle for MTux here in the second game to keep him into this match. Gonna actually develop the Ash here, threatening now that level up, making it so Floppy Mudkip can't block, asking the question, how many stuns do you have? How much development do you have? Stops the Ash, develops a blocker. This means that Ash's attack will not get a free Frostbite and level her. Her passive ability would still be here.
I completely forgot how fast Ash flips nowadays. I mean, the buffs were needed, but there were a lot of buffs to this deck, and sometimes I forget that. Now, you're gonna swing in here, you're gonna lose a couple of units with this swing, but you are gonna pressure Floppy Mudkip, and what we see here is that, look at Floppy's hand, full of spells. Look at MTux's hand, full of units. We can definitely redevelop on MTux's side, while it's gonna be way harder for Floppy to rebuild the board.
Forcing Floppy Mudkip to trade down is basically the other win condition. We've got the lockdown and defensive potential of Hillock to slowly eat away MTuck's board, but if you just keep developing units and you can save all of your Frostbites to stop the Yasuo or stop a Blade Twirler or what have you from just hitting your Nexus, you're also stable from 8. I talked about how Frostbite needs to hit your Nexus to end the game, and the same is also true for this Yasuo deck.
Now, what do you take here? Homecoming or Stand United? Both are excellent spells. You could take down the LeBlanc here with a Stand United, and we see the Homecoming just because you get the Tail of the Dragon back. That is, you know, not as flavorful as a Stand United, but it's still pretty cool, and it helps your game plan a lot. Having an extra stun, having a new unit you can redevelop is just insane. You're probably also going to see a Forlock on the Ashe after the combat resolves. But right now, Yasuo is staying safe and pretty. Only 3 damage pushed here from MTux. And as you mentioned, Floppy is going to get another free kill once the attack token flips over to him.
I'm wondering if MTux is going to try to Culling Strike here. Oh, can use it on the Yasuo! So smart. Yeah, the Nopify comes through, just getting that mana out. Trying to take advantage of that moment in time. Go for it now. The longer you wait, the higher the chance that Floppy Mudkip is going to draw into it. Trying to prevent that Hillock from proccing once more. He's going to take down the LeBlanc. Once the attack token comes back through, Ravenous Flock takes down Ashe, just as you said. And now things are looking pretty dicey. It's very difficult for MTux to develop quick enough from this position. Everything in hand is incredibly expensive.
Alright, the stuns are going to go on stack for now, which means MTux can answer them with a flash freeze, but still, the unit problem from Floppy has kind of resolved itself with the spells that Floppy had in hand, and we are going to develop a wide board here, and the problem is, even if we freeze the Yasuo, he might not kill the unit, the stun still goes through though, and that is a big problem, because look at this is a 9-3 already, and we only have 8 HP.
Yeah, so the Blade Twirler needs to be blocked. Meanwhile, Yasuo plus Arachnoid Sentry is also lethal. From this point, MTux can't develop, has to save all the mana here for Frostbites.
And we mentioned, MTux basically had to go into a bunch of bad matchups, and this is also one of them. And now we see why. Even if you freeze Yasuo, this stun is still going through, and then you have to decide, do I freeze Yasuo? Do I freeze the giant 2-drop? What can MTux really do here? Does have double freeze, so can potentially prevent lethal here and survive another turn, try to win on his next attack token, because again, MTux also has to hit through with 2 units and is basically close to lethal for 9 HP. That said, you need an Ashe to
the
get
weapon
that.
there. Just trying to cover Troll Chant, I think. Takes 5. Has enough mana now for the Hearthguard too. By not playing the Hearthguard before combat, you take off, Concussive Palm, developing another attacker. Here comes Whispered Words for 2. We've got a lot of potential card draw here. Another Whispered Words, Bloody Business. But now, again, your units are too expensive. We can't go wide enough.
Yeah, there are the rallies, and we are going to develop a full board here, but that means we can't freeze Yasuo. Floppy still has a stun in hand and can easily trade down the entire board should MTux ever attack, which means the rallies are basically useless.
Yeah, MTux gives away the Bloody Business here, decides to commit it. Trying to get the one-sided strike on this Yasuo. If he were to go down, theoretically, you could alleviate so much pressure and just continue to use Frostbites and Chump Block, but the deny is here.
Oh, did you just try to kill something from Ionia? You fool!
Putting a spell on the stack, not acceptable here. Now Concussive Palm comes through. This is another attacker. And another unit down for MTux. And there's the preemptive Shen emo. MTux knows that he was trying to counter the meta, but didn't counter the other counter to the meta. And at this point, this high up, the good matchups everybody was targeting have all been hunted to extinction.
Yeah, MTux
even developing the Katarina here. Floppy Mudkip rubbing salt in the wound.
I mean, we have the might,
playing
right?
around double harsh winds here.
Yeah, even if there was, enough freezes to freeze his entire board, we have might to win this. I think MTux played this really well still, but as we mentioned, if you have 2 absolutely insane players going up against each other, if the one player just has a lineup that completely counters the other player's lineup, they're gonna win it.
Yeah, it's hard to say, if we crunch the numbers on this specific lineup of decks versus this other lineup of decks, and if this was the meta and players were shopping this up and testing specifically this head-to-head, the text for the decks might be a little bit different, having potential reckoning, the bans might be a little bit different. You want to take your chances versus the Annie Jin, having the decimate diff work in your favor.
Well, and who would have thought, after all this time, Yasuo and Katarina would be going to the final of a seasonal? Skarsgård, if someone told us that, it would have taken a lot for us to
that's
believe.
bait. Don't believe this time traveler. This person who claims to have the gift of prophecy is clearly a madman. Ignore their sayings from the future.
And who would have thought that AZ Aurelia is going to the finals?
The meta's a flat
very
circle.
happy about that one. Yeah, Skarsgård's stoked that we've got Azir Aurelia in the finals of the current year. The Shuriman Desert still very, very vast, still continuing onwards as much as we try and stop it. But let's take a look at that post-match and just see, really it was just the failure of this Ashe LeBlanc. And we talked it up a little bit beforehand, but we also did mention that, hey, this deck might not be able to get off the ground against Floppy Mudkip. And it absolutely did not get off the ground whatsoever, Skarsgård.
Yeah, the build for MTux forewent a lot of the early game that Frostbite kind of was locked into having to run in order to have that bare minimum resiliency towards early aggressive board-based development. And so by going up against a lineup that kind of leaned into that older style of Frostbite's weakness, you were still losing to the same things that you always have historically.
Yeah, and at this point, Floppy headed to the final with this very aggressive lineup. Sparkling Iced Tea, did you expect aggro to be the thing? Tempo to be the thing to win here.
No, we don't want to anger Boulevard.
Can't aggro him.
Yeah, I actually did think that this was going to be a huge lineup. We did not see it in EMEA at all. So I'm super surprised that we don't see, just a mirror lineup of two people trying to beat each other up with Pantheon. You know what? That's kind of sad, obviously, for MTux. I think MTux is a very smart player, just not a very lucky player, because I think MTux lineup would have been super good if it would have looked like the EMEA seasonal, where we did see a bunch of Pantheon in the top 4. Unfortunately, it appears that the Americas just bring a bit more spice into their lineups.
And the Annie Jin coming clutch, making it all the way here to the finals is... I'm never going to live this down. I was so down on the Annie Jin. I didn't think that it was good enough. Even when it did well, when it was drawing well, didn't seem to be able to take games consistently. But the players have shown at the most stacked seasonal we've ever had that they're piloting it and threatening with it at another level that the opponents have to respect.
Yeah, and we're just holding on here to see if the other match has ended. And I think it has. Let's take it to the bracket. And let's see who our final is going to be. It is going to be Floppy Mudkip versus Wise Guy. The cup is mine. Not going to get another shot at the final here, Skarsgård. And I know we were hoping to maybe see his run back, but Wise Guy, another player, has been on the come up.
Yeah, already took down Majin Bay. That was probably going to be the hardest part of this top 8 for them. And I can't wait to see, an America's final. I'm very shocked as well that Brazil hasn't been putting up the numbers that we normally see them do in these seasonals.
Yeah, only one Brazilian making it to the top 8. But this final is very exciting for us to get into. And there's even going to be a Gwen Zed from Wise Guy.
I just want to say it. I'm so hyped for this final. Super stoked. 2 very, very unique lineups and 2 people that absolutely deserve to get there. Super hyped to see Floppy in the final, but also Wise Guy with the Zed Gwen. The spice. I love Gwen. It's one of my favorite champions, and this list looks very unique, very cool. Can't wait to see it.
I know this is going to be an epic final for sure, and I can't wait for us to get into it. But there is going to be a bit of time to kill before we get there, so we are going to go to an extended break. But before we do, T, I'm going to remember to sign you off. Sorry, Monty. I'm so sorry. T, this is your last time, or your last cast of the day. How was it being on the desk with all of us? Do you have any final thoughts before we send you off?
Yeah, I'm super grateful. This was amazing. All of you are super fun to work with, and man, I had a blast. I had an absolute blast. Thank you all for having me, and you know what? That final is gonna be so hype.
All right, well, we will be bringing Boulevard back to join Skarszik for that final. Huge shout outs to Sparkling Iced Tea and Monte Cristo for coming on to the seasonal for the first time. They have been fantastic. But all of you at home, stick around. The conclusion of the Awakening seasonal tournament for the Americas is right after this extended break. Welcome back to the Awakening Seasonal Tournament Top 32 for the Americas. I am Casanova, joined by Skarzik and Boulevard, and we're moving on to the finals. We are going to crown a seasonal champion. We've already got our 8 players that made it to Worlds, but now it is for the big money match to secure that $10,000. So let's speed on into the bracket and remind people how we got to where we are. And Skarzik, look at this Floppy versus Wise Guy here in the finals.
Yeah, Floppy Mudkip has been fighting, trying to get this top spot for a while. Had to take down M-Tux, historically a very strong player, but he had the right counter lineup. Meanwhile, Wise Guy already had to take down Majin Bay, which was a very tall order, and now in the finals, trying to secure that $10,000.
And Boulevard, you know, we lost our 2 previous seasonal champions. Mo and Majin are gone. Brazil out in the quarterfinals, which is crazy. But we still have Floppy and Wise Guy remaining, and Floppy Mudkip is a historic North American player, historic Americas player, who has made the top 4 a few times. He's made seasonals a couple times, but also just won a lot of community tournaments, and now he finally has a shot at seasonals. I mean, what does this got to mean to Floppy?
There's so much going on here for Floppy Mudkip. First of all, started off this year saying, hey, I don't think people really take me seriously. I don't think they see me as like a top 10, top 5 competitor on this shard, and I want to prove them wrong. Went on to have one of the most dominant Fight Night Legends runs over a couple of weeks, constantly winning or getting second place and being reinvited back to that tournament. Broke a record, if I remember correctly, for most wins in that event. And then, you know, took a little bit of a break, and then this is where it gets funny. Spent a lot of this season kind of getting little broed by P-Tash, who was like, yeah, don't worry, we're going to bring the same lineups. P-Tash makes the top 4 twice. Floppy can't quite make it that far, even misses out on top cut of his seasonal. But now it's Floppy's turn to play big bro and be like, hey, P-Tash, knocked you out in top 32. I know you can't make it past top 4. Let me show you how it's done.
Now having that shot to take it all the way down, you know, Floppy was someone we mentioned earlier, probably was already locked in for seasonals. I wasn't, or not for seasonals, for Worlds. I wasn't sure if we actually had the math on Floppy, but I think we were confident he was already locked in, and then he top 8s anyway. Now he's got the final. He's really, I don't even think he cared about the top 8. I think for Floppy, it was all about the number 1. Because like you said, he wanted to prove himself. He wanted to prove that he can do it. And he's got one more obstacle, and that is Wise Guy, who for me is a relative unknown. Skarzik, I wasn't sure if you had heard about Wise Guy before this event.
No, Wise Guy may have seen a couple points from them on the ladder, but in terms of grassroots performance, I think Boulevard might have the lore on that one.
The only information I can come to off the top of my head about Wise Guy is that Drissoth just threw up a Twitter poll asking who wins the finals, the MTG Boomer or the LoR Zoomer. So I have to assume that Wise Guy's the MTG Boomer.
All right, well, we'll have to see if it is the MTG Boomer that can take down the LoR Zoomer. So let's go ahead and get into the head-to-head lineups. Let's take a look at what both of these players brought, because Wise Guy, this is the first time on stream, but we've been talking about them all day because of this Gwen Zed list. Now, do either of you know anything about this thing to tell me how it's going to do into the other side? Who wants to step to the plate? Skarzik?
This list, you know, ephemeral aggro, is actually trying to hit along the same lines as Floppy Mudkip bringing the Aurelia Azir, right? You've got a lot of threats that are just showing up out of the blue, forcing you to block down. Hollowed combos so beautifully with these ephemerals that you're creating, especially with the Zed, and it's just too much pressure for a lot of these decks that have gotten comfortable not developing properly in the early game to handle.
Skarzik, I'm not going to lie, you called this ephemeral aggro, and then I looked at the list and I expected to see Shark Chariot or literally any ephemeral unit other than Zed's Shadow coming out of this, and I guess the Eternal
Dancers. Yeah, exactly. It
also
counts.
feels, you know, like taking a look at the spells real quick, we see like Quietus and Vengeance in the main. I mean, granted, you got more analytical on this than I did, because my analysis was it plays to Vestayan Disciple, it's a good deck. That's kind of where it full stopped for me.
Yeah.
I mean, weapon on Zed as well. If you hit that upcycled rake, it's kind of curtains for your opponent.
Yeah, kind of feels like some tempo. It's a little bit of a, you know, of a tempo deck.
Yeah, the tempo rake.
Here,
yeah, this is absolutely a tempo deck.
Yeah, it totally looks like a tempo deck.
Especially with Quietus, your opponent plays a 2-drop, a 3-drop, you answer for 1 mana, you hit him in the head.
That's to clear your opponent's Vestayan Disciple and get yours in there, which honestly, like, there were a few elusives in there, and you are playing a hallowed package, so that's sort of where the synergies all come together, right?
Yeah, for sure. And now we're looking at the Nami TF Ionia version for Wise Guy. This is, what we've expected to see all throughout the day. So this is very normal. The weirdness comes from that Zed Gwen. But this deck has fallen flat a few times, but still is performing quite well. Boulevard, has Nami lived up to kind of your expectations in this tournament?
Oh, yeah. I haven't gotten to dig into the representation in the top 32, but the fact that it took 29 out of 32 spots coming out of the Swiss rounds, I don't imagine too many players swapped off of it. I know obviously Floppy and P-Tash did, but I am curious to kind of dig into it and see where it all ends up. But if Floppy Mudkip actually does end up winning this and Nami is unable to take down all 3 seasonals, that sure would be something.
That would be a huge surprise. I mean, let's take a look at the third deck from Wise Guy. Of course, this is going to be the Lee Sin Akshan. This is the expected thing that you will see when the Nami is paired with the Twisted Fate. And we've been able to talk about Floppy's list a couple of times, but I want us to run through them again because he is running a lineup that was not expected by us here on the Analyst Desk. I don't think it was expected by a lot of people in the field, right? Katarina Yasuo was talked about by Aikido multiple times as being something that was going to be good. He was teasing it on Twitter. People weren't sure if it was real, but now we actually saw it being brought up by a few people, and Floppy's been the most successful, right, Boulevard?
So I want to set the record straight here. At least as far as I know, Aikido got this from me because I put out my tier list video and Aikido watched it on stream. And, I had this in tier 2, which was something I obviously had to address because this came totally out of left field. And just looking at the matchup charts, it had very good success rates into Akshan Lee Sin, Nami Twisted Fate, and Fiora Pantheon. And then I looked at the lists and I hated them. I absolutely hated all of them. And I said, wow, if these lists that don't look particularly good have a 55% plus win rate into the best 3 decks, imagine what we could do with a little bit of refinement. And it kind of got spread around from there. Obviously, I'm not claiming to originate Katarina Yasuo. I think a lot of people, like Jay Sensational's DMs have been flooded the last couple of days as everyone tried to figure out what the good list looked like. And ultimately, it's just finally that time for the Yasuo Hillock to squeeze itself into a very niche space in the meta that happens to do well against these other top decks. It's not the most consistent thing in the world, but it fits what it needs to for now.
Well, as a Yasuo connoisseur, Hillock basically gets to do what a 13 mana combo used to do for you in Yasuo. Now, obviously not nearly as powerful as that 13 mana combo, but I'm talking about Swain Leviathan. Hillock is going to do it on a smaller degree. You get your attack token, it gives you a stun. Yasuo clears something. You're getting very high value out of this for only 5 mana instead of having to play so slow for the old Yasuo decks that either were good for a little bit or couldn't make it into the meta because, they didn't have enough tools. So now you have the ability to go faster, set up quicker with the Yasuo, and have alternative win conditions with the Katarina and the Fade Blade Twirl. It's a very, very strong list, and I am just excited that we finally get to have it in the meta.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. The Hillock grabbing the Yasuo out of the deck is massive. It forces your opponent to mulligan very specifically to answer it.
And the one thing I wanted to point out is the might. Because when you're in an open list environment, that might looks a little scary. You think about it, okay, I have to block the Fade Blade Twirler. You talk a lot about, it has that surprise cheese lethal, but it also makes your opponent play differently. If they know you're running might, they might have to safety block that with like a 6 health unit instead of a 1/1, and it can really fundamentally change the way that your opponent has to play the entire game just to play respectfully of it. So 2 copies, I love it.
I've had 1 or 2 mites in every single version of Yasuo I've ever played when it's included Noxus, and I think that it should remain that way. I think it is when you're playing these Yasuo decks, especially having that Fade Blade Twirler, which is arguably a better card than Yasuo half the time. So I expect you want to have might. You want to have these opportunities to create that monster, to create that quote-unquote cheese, but like you said, it is just threat. It is a threatening card combination to have. But that's enough for Katarina Yasuo for now. There's a chance we just see this get banned again because it's a very powerful deck. Let's move on to the next. Annie Jin. This was another list that we thought might show up, but Skarsig, you were dogging on this one on Twitter saying, hey, don't bring Annie Jin. Has it changed your mind? I mean, we saw it win over in APAC, and now there's a chance that it wins in the Americas.
I'm even more shocked that they said, you know what, we aren't even going to run the decimates. We're going to give up the chance to Hail Mary into a win if we grind our opponent down to, a pseudo stalemate. And while they're trying to keep up and rebuild their board to threaten a counter lethal, I might just be able to get the decimates. I think there's perhaps a bit too much healing potion, a bit too much deny, and plus with the decimate nerf, you're looking to just go for a more board-based swarm and reload with the augmented experimenter. I know a lot of long-time Annie-Jin players have been very much on the augmented experimenter, things like Astrofox, things like Sigil of Malice, and this, especially at this stage of play, Floppy Mudkip has to play perfectly to make this deck work.
Yeah, we'll need to see Floppy be flawless to lock this in, and their final deck is also going to need to be played out flawlessly. That is going to be that Azir Aurelia. This one coming out of nowhere. We were so excited when our first match was going to be this deck, even though Skarzik absolutely hates this deck with every being of his soul. It has returned with a vengeance and finally might have a shot to actually win a seasonal Boulevard Azir Aurelia.
Me and Skarzik are on the same page in terms of both hating Azir Aurelia and hating Annie Jin. Every time I cast Azir Aurelia, it's a nightmare for me because it's the one deck that I just never learned how to play, and it's a very complex deck. And the fact that I've put absolutely no time into learning it means that it's very difficult for me to cast it because I'm like, I don't know what the play is here. You have a lot more options than you do in a lot of other typical decks, and like you mentioned, it is a difficult one to play. Now, Floppy has been playing this for a while. I've seen him pick this up as kind of a pet deck in a couple of metas. I am surprised to see it here, though. This isn't something that I heard anybody buzzing about as a counter pick going into the top cut. Everyone was talking about, you know, these Demacia lineups coming out to beat the Ionia and the Nami and all that, but nobody mentioned Azir Aurelia around me. So I am surprised to see Floppy on it, especially given that Mo was also on it and how different their lineups look.
Yeah,
Look,
the
and
Divine
where-
Dance getting
Where
nerfed.
was Darkodius? Where was Darkodius as the harbinger of this Azir Aurelia? Where was he
Sleeping.
talking about?
He
it?
was sleeping.
He was sleeping. Because I did not hear rumblings of this either. I mean, Skarzik, you were talking about the Defiant Dance. It's become a 3-of in this deck now, which is something that originally this card absolutely was not.
I think that players sort of recognized that this is almost like main decking Death from Below. That back-breaking mid-game tempo, it allows you to really accentuate why Aurelia Azir is strong. And in metagames like this, where you want to just go full aggro, it makes a lot more sense to go much further down into that Defiant Dance line of, I have my 1, 2, 3, and as soon as you try to stabilize, I punish you and then close out.
Yeah, I mean, looking at these two lineups, we've got our final laid out. Floppy Mudkip versus Wise Guy. Boulevard, which lineup would you rather be on going into this final?
I would absolutely rather be on Wise Guy's side of the table, mostly because I have literally zero experience on both Annie Jin and Azir Aurelia, but also, again, like we saw with Mo, sometimes the tier 0 decks just come in and remind you why they're tier 0.
Yeah, and Skarzik, do you have the same thoughts? I mean, I know you are an Annie Jin hater, you're an Azir Aurelia hater. Does that keep you off of those lists?
I really hate Aurelia Azir more than Annie Jin. It's not that I dislike the deck. I thought that it was a really bad fit for the current metagame. But again, Floppy Mudkip has brought it all the way here and has shown that I know how to play this deck correctly. So I think that the Annie Jin, if we put that back on the table, does become that wild card. The same way Wise Guy has the Nami that can high roll and just take games even if things look bad. I think that the aggressive lineup as well from Floppy Mudkip can kind of do the same thing.
Also, I want to point out how wild it is, how few spells are in this Annie Jin list. This has to be the least spells we've ever seen in a Legends of Runeterra deck in a top cut. 4 spells, a 3 Noxian Fervor, and a Disintegrate. That's not the one spell that I expected it to be.
No. Whenever I see that, I'm like, that's not really in the deck, is it? Like that's
a Decimate, right? We screwed up the temp. That's the wrong D card.
We're never gonna see. That's never gonna appear. It's actually a fake card. It's a blank card that they put in there. It doesn't actually work.
Joker.
But yeah, it's a Joker in the. No, but you have to remember that every card you play is actually going to be a spell card in that deck because they all have skills. they're all playing a spell every single time. That's the way the Jin works out, I guess. You know, they've all got their own little tiny spells that they've got with them. But for me, I think having those two decks for Floppy Mudkip, the Annie Jin and the Azir Aurelia, a lot of it's going to come down to just how precise Floppy plays. And I think those decks really accentuate the style of Runeterra that he has played in the past. I expect if anyone's going to win with that, it's going to be Floppy, as we see Floppy Mudkip versus Wise Guy for the final here on the Awakening Seasonal Tournament. Boulevard, Skarzig, take it away.
And already getting into the game, Twisted Fate in the opening hand. This was a champion rather that the Nami players were cooling off on. Didn't feel like it was hitting the right matchups. The red card wasn't lifting the deck up as much as it used to, but now into this pseudo-aggressive lineup, it's still going to be doing a lot of work.
This game's already over, Skarzik. First of all, we get the Vestayan Disciple trade on turn 1, as has become tradition throughout the seasonal. But the fact that Wise Guy opened with the second copy to take advantage of the trade there, and then Floppy's hand contains 2 mites, we are already in a very rough starting point for Floppy Mudkip.
If Wise Guy maybe whiffs on the Nami and the Shelly, if they're at the bottom of the deck, gives Floppy Mudkip enough time to get that Hillock set up, it could be the way to go. This is, one of the main reasons this list has risen to prominence in the metagame. Wise Guy just gonna pass, and Blade Twirler comes down, wants to get this down, start threatening, start scaling instead of going wider with the House Spider.
And Wise Guy's still thinking about whether or not they want to throw down the Vestayan Disciple and sort of get that draw power going, or if they want to bank the spell mana, not just to progress the Nami, but mostly to be able to play Eye of Nagakoboros on the following turn and start to actually dig for things in a more meaningful way. Well, of course, developing a blocker for that Beyblade Twirler, and here on screen, Skarzik, the Gwen Zed got banned, as did the Azir Aurelia.
Yeah, those were the 2 decks that had the most unknown factor to them. I think the players just weren't comfortable with those matchups. Just take them off the table, play towards the things that you're prepped for.
And we get an open pass out of Floppy, which responded to by Wise Guy with this Vestayan Disciple.
Yeah, you want to just keep passing, keep the game going, draw into that Hillock, and suddenly, Floppy Mudkip's hand becomes live.
I would imagine there's not going to be a block here, and that not Vestayan Disciple, but the Fey Blade Twirler can get so large here that you'd like to keep this around for a chump block a little bit later on. Now we get to turn 4. This is where things get interesting. Twisted Fate for Wise Guy, Whispered Words for Floppy Mudkip. See if we can find something.
It would be so weird for Wise Guy to just be stuck on this reactive hand with the Twisted Fate, trying to bait and wait for threats that just aren't going to come because Floppy Mudkip's hand is equally awkward.
Honestly, Wise Guy has a setup to level Twisted Fate, and Floppy, at the moment, has absolutely nothing to stop that.
And after, Twisted Fate fell from grace, so to speak, having the finals of game 1 of the finals be decided by Twisted Fate level would be nice karma indeed.
We do draw the Hillock, though. Going to be able to... I feel like it's really important to have a board developed when you get that Hillock down. It really makes a world of difference. And while you kind of always expect to have board control over TF Nami at this stage of the game, this is going to be a very aggressive turn, and there's no double trouble to, sort of wall up for Wise Guy.
And Wise Guy, can use Homecoming, try to get through that Hillock. But yeah, just has to go for the Twisted Fate here. Red card moves the Disciple and a Spider, cutting off that card draw, softening up that Fey Blade Twirler as well. Another 5 damage coming through. Wise Guy will most likely want to keep this Twisted Fate up and maybe go for that level up win condition.
If Wise Guy casts Heavy Metal on Fey Blade Twirler, Floppy's hand gets 10 times worse.
Especially with the double might, you need a threat. You need something that can carry that torch for you. Will Wise Guy pull the trigger, though? What are you going to save the Heavy Metal for?
I guess just an Ionian Blade Master. The first one you see, you just delete the weapon from the game and kill the unit. But no, we are going to get it onto the Fey Blade Twirler. And now these mites, they can go onto a Yasuo. That's okay, but it's not what you really want to be doing with that card.
Yeah, so Wise Guy now with mana for Nami, has the Hookmaster to go a little bit wider. With the Hillock in play, it does behoove you to go as wide as possible. I think now with the pressure of the Twisted Fate leveling up, just drawing a ton of cards, playing towards the board in a more traditional style might be the way to go. If you can just eat a lot of the free stuns from the Hillock, start playing towards, forcing Mudkip to Concussive Palm just to survive, then the Nami comes through just as that final straw that breaks their back.
And I wouldn't even, I guess, be very surprised to see... Okay, this is even better.
Nami
I didn't realize that
hit.
the Nami was already leveled. Yeah, this is going to be sort of a worst-case scenario for Floppy Mudkip here as we... I mean, I guess we get to hit the Nami at round start with the Hillock, but that isn't really taking a blocker out of play like we wanted it to.
And Yasuo's not leveled up, so even with the Hillock proccing, it's not becoming a direct removal the way you want, and Nami's going to do so much work here to buff up these little baby creatures and make them survive that strike from Yasuo.
And that momentous choice that everyone's been talking about all weekend, getting the double Nami proc and just being such a big impact card here, I think Mudkip might just have to take all of this damage. Yeah, you know what? Go ahead. Yeah, might as well throw the Nami out there. Just get it in there, wise guy. No, does pull that back responsibly.
Just going to go for one block here. All the buffs are going to go onto Twisted Fate and Visayan Disciple. This TF, if it gets too big, you know, maybe we can take it down with the Yasuo, but the threat is now beginning to happen. When this Twisted Fate gets buffed up, gets HP, you no longer can remove it. So many players, Boulevard, have tried to win through a level 2 Twisted Fate, and it just doesn't work.
No, it does not. Floppy does have an Arachnoid Sentry if they want to try and take aim at the TF, but the Nami is still in play. Probably have a better chance throwing the Arachnoid Sentry at the Nami again. Yasuo doesn't care if you're already stunned. You can get stunned a second time, and he's going to hit you a second time.
With the Hillock in play, only Nami, no Shelly down to double up on these threats. The Hillock Yasuo might just have enough time to bring this one back from the brink before Wise Guy snowballs this one.
As long as Floppy can survive Wise Guy's next attack turn, which seems pretty likely, I think that Floppy can lock this down with the double Hillock. Unless we're about to start getting homecomings onto the Yasuo, and I do see a homecoming now in the hand of Wise Guy.
Ooh, opts for the homecoming, recalls the Yasuo, brings Nami back to the hand. So she's going to get nice and healed up, and you get another attune.
You could Will of Ionia this, and if Wise Guy hits okay, you kill the Nami. And if Wise Guy doesn't hit okay, you keep your Yasuo in play.
Floppy Mudkip does have the second Hillock. It becomes very awkward, right, to have to find the time and the resources to develop the Hillock again, another slow play, and the Yasuo. By keeping the Yasuo in play, it is that direct response to keeping the board under control, especially with this Nami getting so much value. I think she needs to go down.
Yeah, I mean, if this all just resolves as is, Floppy gets to replay the Yasuo, Wise Guy gets to replay the Nami. Maybe Floppy feels okay about that because there are currently no elusives on the side of Wise Guy and there are no Burblefish in the hand. But if Wise Guy does get to replay the Nami, they could dig by firing off Twisted Fate's Pick a Card, as they'll have 2 mana thanks to the attune.
Ooh, and lets it resolve. Floppy Mudkip says, let's just reset the champions, play them back down, and that is a very courageous play. You're staring into the void there, trying to get the hardest read possible on what Wise Guy's hand quality looks like. How much can you really abuse this Nami? If with no elusives, as you said, Boulevard, he might be feeling pretty safe.
Floppy taking their time. The only play they have right here is either replay Yasuo or hit the pass button. I don't think we're going to see something as silly as a random Will of Ionia or Concussive Bomb thrown out without that Yasuo in play, so really just kind of debating how the rest of the turn is going to play out. But actually priority was on Wise Guy's side. That's why Mudkip was thinking about it so hard. That makes sense.
And now we've got something really terrifying. Yasuo comes through. Will Wise Guy go for Pick a Card here?
It's like, no.
Just floats. Wants to have the consistent methodical pressure of the Twisted Fate, not going for a burst level, not overcommitting, just wants the Twisted Fate to be a time bomb that forces Floppy Mudkip to react. When you're versus Ionia, when they force you to be the one to respond, and then they get to counter that, they get so much value from that play.
Skarsig, I don't know if Floppy's going to be able to hang on to this Yasuo this turn. Your best play might even be to Hillock here, mostly to get Steel Tempest into your hand. You know, you'll take the Coral Creatures out of play, you'll have a stun for whatever else goes in as well. We are going to start off by developing the Feyblade Twirler, though. Again, there's not a lot of elusives on Wise Guy's side, currently 0. So you have, yeah, you think maybe they will play a few more units. Maybe this is where the double trouble comes out. But no, it's just going to be Coral Creatures, keeping it nice and slow, getting all these spells available, and a Wuju Style's a big pickup.
So good. The Coral Creatures delivering the Wuju Style hot and fresh to your doorstep. More buffs, more procs for Nami, HP buffs, and protection for here pretty soon, this board's going to get so big that even the level 2 Yasuo getting those free, hits of 5 damage at the beginning of the round is not going to be enough. Mudkip can go for the second Hillock there, but doesn't have the responsiveness against, say, Homecoming to bounce the Hillock back.
I'm looking at Wise Guy's hand and trying to figure out if they've got lethal this turn, and I think Floppy's, sort of counting out the same thing. How many spells could they realistically have? And you can play the Hillock, and that'll give you Steel Tempest. That's 2 stuns. Or you can Concussive Bomb and Will of Ionia, which is a stun, a recall, and a blocker, which might be necessary if you want your Yasuo to survive into the following turn.
Yeah, the double Hillock is a play you want to go for, but Floppy Mudkip recognizes I'm just not in a good enough position yet. As you said, Boulevard, 1 or 2 more turns of stabilization can flip this game on the head, but this is the break turn.
And this, I wouldn't be surprised if Wise Guy was contemplating something like a Homecoming here. You'd still have enough mana to replay this unit. You'd rather take the blocker away from your opponent, but perfectly fine to just let it go as well. Get the weapon into your hand. And now 4 for 4. We've got full board parity. Nami's not going to get too insane herself.
I'm wondering if, this second Homecoming might just be earmarked for that big might combo if something tries to swing through. Fish-a-whack found. Now things get really dicey. We think that elusives are the way that Wise Guy's going to punch through, but the Overwhelm just makes another threat continuously happen.
There's still so many options in terms of damage push through by Wise Guy here, thanks to that momentous choice, as well as the Wuju style. Just a lot of 1-mana spells coming in to the point where they have calculated it out and decided that it is worth it to attack with the Nami as well.
So much backup. Big shout out to the Coral Creatures finding that defensive spell, that extra little bit of HP. Yasuo's just about to level up, but now Floppy has to just block everything down and let this Will of Ionia connect.
If Floppy can survive here, I'm not confident that they win on the next turn. There's a chance, certainly, with 2 Might in hand, that's a possibility. But it's not looking great given the amount of interaction that is still available for Wise Guy, by which I really just mean 1 Homecoming, and that's really all it's going to take unless Floppy can draw a deny. But even then, who knows how good Might's actually going to be when Nami's out here buffing the health of every blocker.
That's another strong point. We can even, get the Homecoming, stand united to get a big blocker in play. If something is stunned to the back line, you can swap that back in if need be. The Hillock is going to proc and level up this Yasuo. Huge risk here by Mudkip to block, but I do like this. You want Wise Guy to put those answers onto the Nami so that then you get even more value by using the Will of Ionia on it.
See where Wise Guy goes here. I think I'm going to start off with the momentous choice. 2 attack onto the Nami. 2 attack onto 2 other units as well. Damage pumps up to 8 on the side of Wise Guy. They're ready to hit okay. Floppy, how do you feel? Floppy wants to Will of Ionia the Nami.
All right, so Will of Ionia sends Nami back to the hand. Not enough mana for Wise Guy to re-summon her.
And I think a health pot from Wise Guy wins this.
Wuju style comes through.
Style, yeah.
Even more attack through. 12. Yeah, that is, wow. Yeah, lethal. Bada boom, bada bing.
The point I was looking at was that you have 2 weak attackers. 2 spells from Nami will buff it up to 12 damage. Your opponent's totally tapped out, and Wise Guy able to pick up the win here despite no Burblefish, no Fleet Admirable Shelly.
No elusives, just Nami buffing up a board, making it too big to deal with. Very slow setup from Floppy Mudkip, right? The 2 Might in hand were just 2 dead cards. They're only good when you've already gotten that dominant position and you're attacking and forcing your opponent to respond. He was on the back foot the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, the Yasuo didn't even end the game level 2. That should give you a good idea of exactly what we were dealing with here. And part of it, again, does just come down to that turn 1 Vestayan from both players not being able to get the bounces consistently to turbo level the Yasuo for Floppy Mudkip. And it's unfortunate, but we've seen quite a few games play out that way so far today.
The Yasuo Katarina, it is the underdog for sure. It's the dark horse meta counter. But now we're going to go into game number 2 and switch things up. We've got Lee Sin up against Annie Jin. The tale as old as time, aggro trying to beat combo. And And we'll see if Legion Rearguard is as strong as I say it is.
I thought you were saying the tale as old as time was Akshan Lee versus Annie Jin specifically, and I was like, absolutely. I remember when my mother would read that bedtime story to me.
And then the two shirtless men blocked with dragon links for their dear lives.
We are going to get the Legion Rearguard on the side of Floppy Mudkip. Wise Guy, not a bad hand. You know, maybe not the full-on defensive capabilities that you would have liked, and honestly not really loving the Shaped Stones. No Akshan Insight, something that players were critical of, or a couple casters rather were critical of in this list. Maybe the Darkened Lodestones would look a little bit better here.
Yeah, having the extra blocking potential, that extra threat of Zolani, always great to see. But Wise Guy just trying to play a much more straightforward idea with, you know, the Absolver and the Lee Sins here. Great find here on the Pot of Pain, being able to block down against the Tusk Speaker, but still being able to push 3 damage now with the rear guard.
Okay, we're going to get the +1/+1 Shapestone to preserve the blocker. I don't mind it. I think Wise Guy has to make plays like that. What might even be throwing players off about this list is you see that there's no decimates, and you think you can take more damage that you're allowed to because you underestimate the reach.
Very fair. Wise Guy playing as defensively as possible, making use again of this awkward hand. Your buffs aren't going to be combo finishers. It's all about getting the value trades, surviving this early Tempest, and stabilizing. Now, because Decimate can't end the game after you stabilize and before you can present lethal, Floppy Mudkip might be forced into a line of crossing my fingers for Augmented Experimenter to give me that little bit of extra fuel I need.
You know, the more I think about it and watch Floppy play, that just the weirder this Annie Jin build seems to me. We talked a little bit earlier about how few spells there are in here, and it's sort of just dawning on me in real time, just the implications of the fact that Floppy Mudkip doesn't get to pass as much as the average Legends of Runeterra player. You have to be constantly applying pressure because you don't use spell mana.
In the Riptide Pirates era, that was a deck that basically didn't care about having to play to the board because you could just float for that break turn of Naga Kaboros and Riptide Sermon. But everything's coming together for Floppy Mudkip, attacking on evens. The Forbidden Solari Sunhawk into stagehand double play could push a lot of damage here.
And we actually get the Shimon win before attackers are declared to draw the third Shaped Stone without, again, any landmarks being played. That is still just going to be a +1/+1. I mean, Wise Guy would probably trade everything in the world for an Eye of the Dragon right now.
Mm-hmm. And because the development there, just getting the Shimon Wind at burst speed, saving mana for reactivity, perhaps Mudkip saves the stagehand, goes for Boom Crew, but no, is going all in, gonna push the damage right here, right now in the mid-game when it's right for the taking.
Yeah, and I imagine that's going to be a block onto the stagehand with the second Disciple. That means 8 damage going to go towards Wise Guy's Nexus. Or maybe we try to take one of the units off the field here. We block the Tusk Speaker and use a Shaped Stone. Looks like that will be the play. That's 1 more damage pushed into Wise Guy.
Ooh, actually going to trade against the rear guard. You're taking a little bit of damage anyway from blocking the Tusk Speaker. And it's just all spells all the way down for Wise Guy. Hopefully, you know, this deep meditation can find something, but as it stands right now, Annie Jin is doing exactly what it wants to in this matchup.
Do you commit the momentous choice here? Turn this into a 2/4, actually block the Tusk Speaker? Because right now you're kind of splitting the difference between playing for board and playing for damage by taking out the rear guard instead of, you know, sort of just chump blocking the stagehand. Down to 6. Lethal in hand for Floppy Mudkip in terms of burn available. Of course, we'll need the
Annie
attack
just
token.
a little bit more.
Ooh, that's a solid Nopify top deck by Wise Guy.
Very few spells for Mudkip. Wise Guy can sit on this Nopify for pretty much the entire game and just wait. Goes for the open attack. Gonna cycle the Shimon Wind to try to find one more blocker.
I don't know if it's going to be enough. Floppy's going to be able to run out every follower and champion in their hand. I was going to say unit, and then I said follower. It's just units. Going to be able to run them all out. Push 2 damage into Wise Guy's Nexus, thanks to the Imperial Demolitionist. And then, and what, Wise Guy has 2 units to stand up against 5?
Yeah, you've got a Homecoming. Hopefully get the Oh no, but just draws into
Okay.
Akshan. Okay, now we're kind of cooking a bit. Yeah, just ping down the Annie.
Definitely
And
the
slowly
least,
but surely.
the health you care about the absolute least. Annie's not actually going into combat. She's going to take out the blocker, or she's not. And Wise Guy passes. Floppy gets to play out the Boom Crew rookie. If Wise Guy does something else, though, like fires off the Deep Meditation here, Floppy might actually slip in a Fervor. That doesn't sound real.
Oh, yeah, Wise Guy says, I'm so far behind, I have to play against that outcome. But no, Mudkip just gets the Boom Crew down anyway.
I mean, I think
Has
Floppy,
the 5v3 open.
I think Floppy actually will find an opportunity to slip this Noxian Fervor through. I think Wise Guy, if they want to survive this, is going to have to tap down below that Nopify.
Yeah, only 6 mana available. When you pressure an Ionia deck so heavily like this, they don't get to bank spell mana and have that cushion that they enjoy. Gonna develop even further. You said it, Boulevard, that this deck has to keep playing to the board, has to keep laying on the pressure no matter what. Wise Guy wants to spend mana reacting with spells, wants to spend mana developing to the board, then that's less options you have to stop this Noxian Fervor.
You know, everyone always talks about, oh, I have to draw my champions. My deck doesn't work if I don't draw my champions. I mean, yeah, Floppy Mudkip drew one Annie, but this could have been a Legion Saboteur, and we'd be in the same spot that we are now with Floppy Mudkip almost certainly securing this win and taking us to a game number 3.
Annie Jin. Unbelievable. Honestly, I will, I'll get clowned all day. Quote retweet me. I mean, if a player is going to show that Annie Jin can make it happen, it's with gameplay like this, recognizing how much tempo you have to put down, what your true win conditions are, knowing that certain cards were only a crutch, and that this deck really can stand on its own.
Yeah, you guys can quote retweet Skarsgård all you want. You can't quote me on nothing, because if you tell me Annie Jin was a good deck, I'm telling you, you had Decimates in your build and it doesn't count. You were out in top 32, you walked into denies that Floppy's dodging all day. Floppy not going to dodge this Nopify, though, but I think that the damage still stands, and this is just going to be lethal.
Yep, all of the damage stopped. Tusk Speaker still has to get blocked by Akshan. Still got only one blocker. Annie deals 2, 4, 5. Beautiful, just enough.
And we're going to a game 3, and it's going to be a pink and yellow mirror here, Skarsgård, but I don't think it's going to be the one that we anticipate. No, it's not. The Azir Aurelia was banned, actually. I'm remembering now. You know, the thing that we saw earlier, we talked about it. Instead, it is going to be back onto that Yasuo Katarina for Floppy Mudkip, and it's a favored matchup, but
At this level of play, the numbers just kind of fall apart. It's like quantum physics. If you look too hard at the decks, the matchups, the players, the mental, the stress, things can go very much awry.
at the same time, though, I'm about to look so smart. Oh, Boulevard of 3 days ago, if you could have known that Yasuo Katarina was going to win the season.
It's an extended delayed reaction caster blessing here in the finals, game number 3. Everything going down here to win $10,000, and Floppy Mudkip has the Shimon Wind.
Yeah, 2 Vestian Disciple to 0 Vestian Disciple is it's about as simple as the math gets in this meta.
And Wise Guy also, again, not running those bloodletters, a little bit slower on the Akshan, a little bit less diversity on, procking and accelerating that Warlord's Palace, but gets the Rake. That's pretty fun.
You know, Skarsgård, whenever, when weapons came out, right, and we're casters, so we have to learn all the weapon names and stuff, right? You ever find yourself thinking, I could learn the weapon names, but no one else knows the weapon names anyway, so it doesn't really matter, or I've heard you name, 4 of them already.
I know the weapons, but it's okay. It's just a keyword. That's all you need to know, right? But at any rate, we get a nice trade there with the Vestian Disciple into the Hookmaster. And now Katarina comes through, about to level up. This is the other side of the deck that we really didn't get a lot of a way to talk about. Boulevard is, Yasuo plus Hillock just being a great control tool, but Katarina having the threat of not only rallying but proccing that Hillock multiple times is also terrifying for Wise Guy.
Yeah, Floppy's going to be able to develop the Yasuo here if they want to, have that alongside the Katarina, which, like, while there's no synergy between level 2 Yasuo and Katarina, of course, when she does bounce, she will progress his level up. And, of course, the attack token synergy with the Hillock, in case you haven't seen it before. Chat, not you, Skarsgård, I know you've seen it before. Hillock procs every time you get the attack token, and that counts for both Rake, the scout weapon. When you scout attack, you do get an attack token. That'll proc Hillock at burst speed, and playing Katarina does the exact same thing.
And now with Ionian Hookmaster coming through, just getting a blocker, Pot of Pain for impact, just a little bit of chip damage coming through. Even though Eye of the Dragon, the piece that Wise Guy was missing in the last game, comes down, you don't really care about the Dragonlings, right? You're just hitting with so much damage and might that the little bit of life steal doesn't really matter.
The Twin Discipline!
Yes! The Twin Discipline survives Challenger, and Katarina will strike, and she is going to recall.
Oh, this is a play I love so much from these decks, but the defensive Katarina level up, you never get to see it in something like Red Gwen, only available for Yasuo Katarina players.
That ain't Vi. Her level up happens when she strikes no matter what. It's not strike while attacking. So now, here on turn 5, Hillock? No, I was about to say.
Skarsgård, my brain just expanded so hard. Memory's Cloak can stop Dragon's Rage.
Memory's Cloak is just absolutely big brain. This is a card that at the time, especially like pre-nerf Twin Discipline, it really didn't have as strong of a niche. It was like, well, you know, pretty much anything that Memory's Cloak stops, we have other answers for. But in this deck, especially where you're being so singular with your developments, it makes a lot of sense to just have 3 mana, you know, pseudo deny here. And it stops all spells, right? So that means that if you do spell plus disintegrate or in like a Swain matchup, you can just stop both of them. It's really gross.
Yeah, there's a lot of tricky things you can do with it. Now, Skarsgård, while we've got a little bit of lull in the action here, there's something I want to admit to you. I have never seen the Yasuo skin level up animation. When Yasuo and Zed came out, I skipped the trailers. I said, one day, I will watch this card level in a tournament. I will see the animation for the first time. It'll be absolutely great. Here we are in the last seasonal of the year. 1 year ago, when Mo won the last seasonal of the year, that was the first time I saw the Zed level up. Now, I had the opportunity to see the Yasuo level up, and Floppy Mudkip has denied me that.
He didn't buy the skin. That's why he's here for the prize money. He has so many cosmetics he wants to pick up, and it looks like here in Game 3, the only missing piece Floppy Mudkip needs to truly seal the deal on this game is that windswept Hillock. Wise Guy, however, with a Lee Sin, going to try to keep recalling this Yasuo to keep those stuns at bay.
Floppy has a really nasty play here with strategic execution, being able to stun out 2 units, and then if you want to, play Katarina and say, hey, all you've got as a blocker right now is an Eye of the Dragon. But we're going to actually start with the Katarina.
Yeah, it goes for the rally first. This gives you the Blade's Edge to pop a barrier, maybe fix some math here and there.
You still got Concussive Palm available. Wise Guy has a Sonic Wave in hand, might be able to threaten both your Katarina and your Yasuo.
Yeah, the burst speed into the open attack is so key. I guess that Floppy Mudkip is moving away from the strategic execution line and just saying, well, I've got the Concussive Palm to kind of help out here. Then we've got an attack into an open attack, perhaps. So overall, Wise Guy feeling a lot of pressure here. In an Ionia mirror match, the weight of each card you play is that much heavier.
Now we're committing on the challenges here. Where does the Resonating Strike go? Who is coming after Yasuo? It is going to be the Vicarian Vagabond. Lee Sin probably taking aim at this Katarina.
All right, the 2 threats being threatened. And if this connects, Floppy Mudkip is out of the game. Has to choose which one to protect.
Which one would you save, Skarsgård, if you had to pick between Yasuo and Katarina?
I think you save Kat. You've gone through the trouble of leveling her up. You can still just do some cheeky things by just rallying. And if you draw Windswept Hillock, that's going to bring you a Yasuo anyway.
Yeah, that's kind of an interesting point, right? Is that Yasuo isn't very impactful without Hillock, and if you draw Hillock, then you draw Yasuo. But it looks like we are going to save the Yasuo, perhaps just really banking on that strategic execution, understanding that we have the Shimon Wind, maybe we get another rally off, or maybe just wanting to attack with the Yasuo this turn.
That could be the case. You already rallied, so by popping the barrier on the Lee Sin, you get to swing with Yasuo, and then, you know, maybe you force Wise Guy to trade in this Eye of the Dragon.
This is actually quite the impactful attack here. Lee Sin on 1 health, no barrier available. Just a nice little chump block from the Eye of the Dragon.
Just goes for the crackback. It's riding on the top deck here for Mudkip to solidify his position. Wise Guy's putting up a valiant effort to claw this game back. And with a Lee Sin in play, every single turn becomes a liability. Floppy Mudkip draws a Might. Can strategic execution connect? But no, the deny for Wise Guy.
A lot of awkward cards here for both players. Okay, that's a pretty okay one on the side of Floppy. Can either get this Dragonling out of here, maybe take aim at the Lee Sin, pop the barrier, try to keep it vulnerable, maybe take the Eye out of play entirely. Floppy's got options.
So many weak units on Wise Guy's side. If your stuns can come through, convert those to direct removal, taking over the board is so... It's within reach, right? 7 HP. Floppy Mudkip just has to pass. Memory's Cloak does stop the Dragon's Rage. This Lee Sin is going to level up eventually.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at this hand for Wise Guy, and I'm starting to think that if they just top deck an Absolver, they might just kill Floppy Mudkip on the following turn.
It's just enough. We've even got the Dragonlings now online, and this means that with enough lifesteal, you're slowly closing that window of opportunity that Floppy Mudkip had to work so hard to create. I think now that Floppy recognizes I have a lot of reactivity, Wise Guy might respect and not extend too much, and by not activating the Eye of the Dragon, I want to keep things neutral here.
Okay, we draw an Akshan. Does this change anything for you, Floppy? Do you still want to go in here? Are you looking at this Might and saying, you know, maybe there's a way I sneak something in here? But either way, it looks like we're going to be able to get the Shimon Wind back.
Yeah, just going to stun that, cut off the card draw. Floppy Mudkip no doubt picking up on the fact that Wise Guy also has a pretty awkward hand. So cutting off the card draw is the first step towards maintaining, at the very least, this nebulous, stalemated position. Wise Guy lets it go.
I'm so nervous for both of these players, Skarzik. Wise Guy just, again, I believe one Absolver top deck off of Lethal and will have a draw, not just from the start of round, but also from the Warlord's Horde. Probably going to be able to proc that next turn if they do want to try and push for Lethal, and can even put Scout on the Lee Sin and try to do this a couple of times. There comes the Scout. Just one momentous choice away from predicting and drawing or summoning a Sandstone Charger.
So Floppy Mudkip gets to go in with the Vistayan Disciple. Levels up the
that's
Yasuo with that final recall. And then do we just Shimon Wind right now to draw a card, try to get a stun set up for the next turn?
I just put you to 0 mana. Might as well just wait until your opponent does something on their turn, bank in the mana. Here comes Akshan. Yeah, this is... Oh, the game very well could end this turn.
Very well fought from both sides. Floppy Mudkip leveled up the Katarina, has the Yasuo set up, but no Windswept Hillock to truly convert this into that really disgusting chain removal engine that has risen it to this final game of the seasonal tournament.
All right, I believe... I wanted to say I believe Floppy Mudkip is okay, because they have the Steel Tempest. The problem is that Lee Sin is a Scout.
Not like this. He's gonna attack twice, Boulevard.
Who needs Overwhelm when you can just attack twice with Lee Sin? It's the same thing.
He's gonna hit too hard. We've got the predict draw to find the final piece here. Is it Absolver?
Oh man, there's still a draw for Floppy as well.
Yeah, there is still that deny in hand. Absolver!
Absolver.
Wise Guy's the main character.
I don't know that Floppy loses this turn, but if Floppy does survive, I don't think Yasuo does, and I don't know if Floppy can win this game without Yasuo.
It would have to be Windswept Hillock off the top to draw the Yasuo and play it down, right? And just barely survive from this point.
Yeah,
Memory's Cloak stops the Dragon's Rage, but Yasuo would still go down.
Yeah, Wise Guy's got the mana for the Absolver returns plus the deny. Floppy, I don't think you can really bait Wise Guy into denying the Memory Cloak. I think they are going to be saving it for the stun.
Pre-commits the Absolver!
Oh yeah, we're taking 2 shots at lethal here.
So this means that Floppy Mudkip has to stun this Lee to keep the scout attack out of the equation. Shimon Wind, draw me a stun.
Yeah, and there's no... Oh wow, we're just throwing everything on the stack.
Yeah, that is true. If you stun Lee, the Dragon's Rage still goes through.
Yeah, but if Wise Guy has deny, I think Floppy needs to cycle this Shimon Wind to play around deny, but, maybe just thinking that this is going to be fine with the way that Wise Guy has played up until this point.
Yeah, looking at the deck, there's the one of Steel Tempest that's being used right now. The only other stun that's available to grab is Concussive Palm, and with Shimon Wind being cycled, you won't have enough mana for it.
We could draw a second Yasuo. Maybe Wise Guy doesn't go for the deny and says, or maybe denies the Memory's Cloak just to kill the Yasuo, says, Floppy's still got 5 mana. If there's like a Will of Ionia, then I just lose. I think
because of the scout, Wise Guy might deny the Tempest and just take another shot.
Yeah, I think Wise Guy's backed into a corner enough that they just need to deny the Steel Tempest, and Floppy does not have the hand to answer it. No, it is going to be stopping the kick, or rather letting the kick push through. Because Floppy Mudkip does still have strategic execution. Maybe wouldn't have died this turn, even if the deny did go into the Steel Tempest.
And it was just, I thought that after committing the Absolver and the Rake, having the Overwhelm and the Scout, 2 shots at the Dragon's Rage, might be trying to go in with this, but that's just not going to be the way it is right now.
We are going to
Shimon Wind.
See what we find. Windswept Hillock. Floppy Mudkip also has a lethal potential with Legion General Might next turn. Guaranteed to survive this round, as the Lee Sin is going to get stunned here.
That would be a crazy line. Having to... So bold to take that risk versus Ionia. After seeing a deny, Wise Guy on 2.5 cards, I think you might need to take that risk. Still has the main attack token here.
You might be wide enough that next turn you can just go Hillock, Yasuo, spell mana banked for Might. My opponent has, all these little small blockers, nothing impactful enough to stop my Yasuo. But if the turn goes back around to Wise Guy, I think it's just game over.
So much riding on Floppy Mudkip here.
Oh.
We've got some blocks here now.
You know what? Go to 2. Who cares?
I think you have to go to 2. It doesn't matter.
Get the
how
block.
low
Yeah,
you
I think this is fine. Get the blocker off the table. Maybe re-equip your weapon. It kind of depends on how Floppy wants to play this next turn.
Yeah, you get to put the pot of pain on Shimon Wind.
I mean,
He's
as it stands,
door
pot of
dashing
pain
this
might
gumbo.
Shimon Wind is lethal. And there's
Pot of pain.
There's
hot,
nothing.
Spicy soup.
I think Floppy just has lethal on the Shimon Wind. It's a matter of how do you want to play this one. You've got a few options here, and I don't think Floppy can really missequence this in any way, given Wise Guy's hand Skarzig.
Yeah, you look at Wise Guy's deck list. There's only 1 copy of Concussive Palm. The strategic execution comes through. You get to have your cake and eat it too here, Boulevard. Floppy Mudkip has done it. Just has to follow through.
Yeah, you've still got the weapon, the House Spider, the Might. I think Floppy plays out his entire hand other than the Windswept Hillock here, and Wise Guy just isn't going to have the answer. If I've done my math right, there's so many different ways that Floppy gets to sort of waltz into this victory, but it has been a waltz, Skarzig. It's been beautiful play on the side of Floppy Mudkip this entire series.
Every single time Floppy Mudkip seemed to be just about to run away with the game, was missing 1 crucial piece to solidify that position, and Wise Guy was able to sneak in through the cracks and put the pressure on. But Floppy Mudkip, with the Memory's Cloak technology, buys 1 more turn, and the Shimon Wind is here. You ordered this pot of pain, this pot of soup, goes on the spider. And certainly now we are wide enough for victory.
This clock is ticking down, and Floppy is starting to scare me, Skarzig. The only way you lose is if you don't play your cards, and you are down into the negative on the time bank, as is Wise Guy. You just have to cast your spells, and you're a seasonal champion. Floppy Mudkip, do you have the APM of 1 in order to complete this sequencing?
There's the Shape Stone. Not enough to accelerate the Palace. And here it is. Momentous choice. The strongest 1-mana spell and the strongest 1-mana unit.
Floppy, why'd you put it down, Floppy?
Put your spell on! Put the spell!
Floppy, I was kidding. Oh, don't you do this to me. Don't you time out Floppy Mudkip. Okay. Oh.
Just playing around that one of Palm, redistributing the buffs as much as possible. And Floppy Mudkip is your seasonal champion after making everyone sweat just a little bit.
Floppy Mudkips came into this year saying, I want to be taken seriously as a competitor. It's overshadowed by P-Tash in the testing phase, getting the, falling out of those top 4s, but now has a seasonal title under his belt, and I could not be happier.
Yasuo Katarina Prophecy.
He's finally done it, and he did it with Yasuo Katarina. I feel like I couldn't be happier for a seasonal. I get a Yasuo Katarina win, and it's with Floppy Mudkip, who always will hold a special place in my heart, as the last couple, seasons and weeks of Fight Night Legends had Floppy Mudkip on that absolute tear. He was so much fun to watch play and so much fun to talk to after each week, getting the interview, him talking about how he felt like he was playing some of the best Runeterra and believed that he was a top 10, top 5 player. And he's really showing it now in his play, finally becoming a seasonal champion. Let's take a look at that post-match one more time and just kind of revisit how each of these games ended in the final, because it started out with Wise Guy taking a win with Nami and Floppy having to fight his way back. And Boulevard, Floppy's finally done it. I feel like this is, we've both said it many times about how good this player is, but we get to send him to Worlds.
Oh, yeah, and like you said, he was pretty much already locked for Worlds because Floppy Mudkip very consistently finishing in the top 10 on ladder. But now, being a seasonal champion is much higher seeding than being a ranked ladder player, so Floppy might have a little bit of an easier bracket in the World Championship qualifier. Not that there's an easy bracket, but maybe easier, and might just be able to make it all the way, and we get to send one of our best into that round of 16.
And I think what's so big about that is how good Floppy is in an 8-player tournament. And then a 16-player tournament is not much more than that, but Floppy is insane in a format where it's just 8 players coming in and he can look and study the field and know what to bring. So having Floppy do that is amazing. And the fact that we might get that chance, this is like a great player to send into that top 16 to try and find a victory for the Americas at Worlds. And let's talk to him. Let's talk to Floppy Mudkip about this win. Floppy, you finally did it, man. You finally got a seasonal under your belt. I know you've wanted it for so long. Talk to me about the emotions going in. You came into this season wanting to prove that you are one of the best, and I think you've done it.
Yeah, it feels crazy. Like, my play's been very clean today, and I don't know, I felt very good in the open rounds. I felt like I was playing very clean for the most part. And in the top cut, after my top 8 set, I just felt it. The plot armor was there. I was drawing well, I was playing well. I knew everything was going to line up.
And I did also want to ask, leaving Nami up, targeting Nami, were you truly on the believing train that Nami is beatable, or were you just testing that your opponents weren't as prepped on that deck as they should have been?
Yeah, I came in trying to beat Nami with this lineup. I saw that, Nami had an insane top cut rate, 29 or something of the top decks were Nami. And yeah, I just thought I could exploit that weakness with this lineup, and you have to bring some janky decks to do it, but it worked out.
So Floppy, you had to play P-Tash in top 32. Now, obviously, you two have spent the last few seasons testing together, bringing the same decks for the most part. Did you know that you were playing him in the top 32 when you guys prepped together last night, your top cut lineup?
Yeah, we knew we were playing. It was pretty unfortunate, but it is what it is. We just decided to bring 2 of the same decks, ban the third, have a fair fight, and Yeah.
Yeah, so that was really well played by you throughout all day and yesterday as well. When it comes to the Yasuo Katarina, were you an early adopter of this list, or did you pick it up towards the final days leading up to the seasonal once the rumor kind of got out that it was pretty sweet into the field?
Yeah, like I knew it was doing well into Nami and Pantheon like going in, but I was just focusing on my open rounds lineup for the most part going in, and then like yesterday after making cut and today when I was prepping, like I picked it up and like I've played the deck a little bit, but like it just seemed like the right call.
All right, Floppy, now obviously I am a high-minded individual such as yourself, so I understand. But maybe for the people at home, you could explain why there were no decimates in the Anijin.
Yeah, so this was actually a modified version of Scafis' list. He's been playing a lot of Anijin lately, and Decimate, like, it's been nerfed recently to 6 mana, and this deck, I needed it to be able to beat Nami Ionia, right? Like, and Lee Sin, like, I'm targeting Ionia decks, and so the Decimate just doesn't end up getting there against Ionia. Like, they just deny it, and, like, you can't close the game from there. So opted for the Mana Soul Student, which can do like similar damage to the Decimate, but it's a unit, so a lot harder for Ionia to deal with.
Makes sense. All right. Well, Floppy, you've been a top level Pokemon player as well, right? You've played at World Championships before. You're going to World Championships for Legends of Runeterra, but now you got better seeding, of course, being a seasonal champion. Do you feel really confident going to Worlds if you can make it to that top 16 stage?
Yeah, I feel very confident. I feel like I've been very on top of my game lately, playing very clean. And yeah, I think I am one of the best in the world, so I'll try to prove myself there.
Perfect. I love to hear it. And Floppy, I mean, with that, that's a perfect way to kind of round things out. Do you have some shout outs? Anybody you want to really call out, or your Twitch stream, your social medias, anything, shout outs to fans, whatever, before we send you off?
Yeah, I gotta give a shout out to the homies over at Red Pup Games. They really are the reason I'm here. Like, I improved so much since like prepping and scrimming with them. P-Tash, Cup, Hash, Card Gamer, Owen, everyone, like, all helped me so much during the tournament and prepping, and I can't thank them enough.
All right. Well, congratulations, Floppy Mudkip. I am so excited that you finally got a seasonal under your belt, and I'm really looking forward to seeing you play at Worlds. So thanks for the interview. And yeah, once again, congratulations on winning.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Floppy, always so much fun to talk to. I really love Floppy. He's an awesome player. He is so talented. And he's right. He's been playing out of his mind. I can't wait to see him at Worlds. But with that, that's kind of all the things that we've got. So I wanna get some final thoughts, some sign-offs from you two. Skarsig, we'll start with you. Final thoughts on the day.
Once again, big congratulations to not just Floppy Mudkip, but all of our competitors today, making the top cut, especially in such a stacked seasonal I think we've ever had, is a momentous achievement. Even if things didn't go the way you had hoped, you're still cementing your name as part of Runeterra history, and I'm looking forward to what all of our players are going to be doing in the future for the competitive scene.
Yeah,
right.
and you know, Nami didn't win the seasonal, so it's actually fine. It's counterable, as we see. So no need to worry about that. Nami's fine for the World Championship. We can just kind of let that go, and I'm sure we will.
All right. And I mean, for me, I'd love to take a look at the bracket one final time and give a shout out to all of the top 8 players who have locked their spot in for the World Championship. Rowan Whitethorn, M-Tux, The Tank Buster, Floppy Mudkip, The Cup is Mine, Mo, Majin, and Wise Guy, all going to be representing the Americas at the World Championships. Many of them already probably were, but this is them sealing the deal. And a huge congratulations to Floppy Mudkip for winning the seasonal. But that's going to do it for me, for Skarsig and Boulevard and Monte Cristo, Sparkling Iced Tea, everyone behind the scenes working on the production side of things. Congratulations once again to Floppy Mudkip. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll see y'all at Worlds.